One more chance. Book one of the Mistletoe Matchmakers of Clearwater County. By Bonnie R. PAULSON. This is narrated by AI. For a link to the paperback or ebook, please check the description. Click subscribe for more bingeable fiction audiobooks. This Christmas, if they find love for someone else, they win. Fall for the competition. Again. And lose. In Mistletoe, anything is possible. Everyone wants the small town whirlwind fantasy, but no one knows where to find that kind of romance. But there's a rumor you can find it in Mistletoe, and only during the Christmas season. Enter the Mistletoe Matchmakers. Checking on her father recovering in the hospital, Taylor Dean ducks out of the shared room to fill the flowers with water, and to text her sister that their dad is sharing a room with his sworn enemy, the matriarch of the Wilson family. Taylor can't believe she's made a successful career as a world-renowned matchmaker yet can't find love herself. Maybe she compares everything to the one who got away, or maybe everyone really does only get that one shot at happily ever after. Just her luck, the two original matchmakers, while mortal enemies, also took their jobs seriously. After Taylor begs her father and the Wilson matriarch to help her, she can't fight the surge of hope when they agree. Until he walks in. When Roman Wilson returns to Mistletoe, Montana after his mother's heart attack scare, he makes wild claims and even crazier challenges when he runs into Taylor in the hospital room. The last thing he needs is a dean telling him what to do, and that specific dean to boot. No matter what he says though, he just digs himself a deeper hole. Before Roman knows it, he and Taylor are pitted against each other in the yearly matchmaking contest to help their recovering counterparts. The second chance Roman and Taylor have always wanted is given to someone else. Is true love in their matches, or will they find their way back to each other? Chapter 1. Taylor. Taylor Dean tugged the waistband of her pants back up over her hips at the same time she juggled the vase of yellow and white roses into her other arm. The low-carb diet was making a difference, but she was seriously considering going back to her old clothes for a potato chip, or bag of chips, or anything that looked like a chip. The elevator dinged as Taylor reached the third floor of the small hospital. Sliding open, the doors revealed a bustling hallway with occupied hospital beds lining the walls, nurses calling out to each other, doctors running left and right, and the visitors' waiting room overflowing with patients in wheelchairs. The general chaos of the small town hospital was disorienting. Taylor stepped cautiously from the elevator, looking around. A nurse checked a chart feet from the elevator entrance. She seemed unaffected by the people running all over the place. Excuse me. I'm looking for my father. David Dean. Everyone in town knew who the Deans were. Mistletoe, Montana wasn't a large city by any means, but the small town was big enough to not know everyone's names and still recognize faces. Mr. Dean is in a private room on the far end. You'll need to check with his nurse for any updates. She glanced up, her red-rimmed eyes indicative of the long hours and stress piled on her, regardless of the seemingly calm demeanor she maintained. Glancing around at the chaos surrounding them, Taylor studied the woman, tilting her head forward and lowering her voice. What's going on? This doesn't seem normal. The nurse huffed, flipping the paper on the clipboard over and checking something on a list. This is so far from normal. We're closest to the mines that collapsed north of here. We had to move everyone from orthopedic and the cardiac to this floor, while they make room for the other survivors on the first and second floor. The fourth floor was reserved for neurology and pediatrics. I signed here for small town calm, not this. She lowered her glasses from where she'd rested them on her forehead back to her nose, and nodded down the hall. You should be fine. Just make your way that direction. Excuse me. She disappeared into the moving crowd. Taking a deep breath, Taylor walked down the hallway, nervous to bump anyone who might be sick or injured. Cardiac must have meant like heart attacks or something. Orthopedics was bone work and they needed more work than what they were currently getting. Excuse me, I'm sorry. Excuse me. Oh, I'm so sorry. Taylor wended her way around wheelchairs, beds, and the occasional patient shuffling down the hall with an 4-pole gripped tightly in their hands. The last door on the right had a paper folded in half, marked with her last name, Dean. She readjusted her clothes yet again at the doorway and then knocked on the half-open door. Dad? It's Taylor. Are you decent? She chuckled at her joke and then furrowed her brow at the curtain pulled across the doorway. It was a private room, but Dad didn't need to have the curtains closed since he was at the end of the hall across from a janitorial closet. She pulled the curtain back and came up short at the sight of her father missing from the room and a dark blonde woman sitting in a hospital bed against the far window. She hugged a heart-shaped pillow in her arms and stared out at the scenery. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were. Taylor blinked rapidly and then caught her breath as the other woman turned slowly to face the door. Elizabeth Wilson. The woman was Elizabeth Wilson, and Taylor had just walked into the hospital room like she had every right to be there. She hadn't had any right to be anywhere near the head of the Wilson family since Elizabeth's son, Roman, had stood Taylor up at the altar. That was a betrayal a woman just didn't get over, even after 18 years. Her dad couldn't be in there. The room was mislabeled and Taylor was going to talk to someone about that. Before she could duck out of the room, her cheeks flushed with embarrassed heat, the sound of her father's deep voice reached her from the bathroom. I don't think I need that blasted 4 anymore, Sylvia. Don't you think it's time for me to go home? His exasperation was clear, even to the two women staring uncomfortably around the hospital room, anywhere but each other. Mr. Dean, now come on. You know you have another day or so in here. Why do you need to give me problems? Sylvia's soothing voice gave Taylor pause. Sylvia must be the physical therapist or the nurse, someone who had no problem telling David Dean what to do. Motioning toward the door, Taylor pressed her lips into a forced smile as she turned back to meet the gaze of her ex-mother-in-law, to be. Well, I'm not sure if this is the wrong room, or what's going on. She left it as an indirect question. She wasn't going to outright ask, but she had every right to question why there was a woman in her father's room when it was clear Mrs. Wilson was there as a patient as well in her tightly tied hospital gown and her own 4-laden arm. I'm not in here for more than an hour or 2. They gave me the option to wait in the hall or in the visitor's room, and your father was testing out his new hip with his therapist. He saw me out there and he offered me a place to hole up until my son can take me home. She smiled tightly at Taylor as if she sensed the mention of a son had Taylor on hyperalert. Motioning lamely at the hallway, Taylor blinked and murmured, I'm going to see if I can find some water for these. I'll be right back. Please let my dad know. Her jaw was clenched tight as she spoke through her teeth. She ducked out before Mrs. Wilson could say anything more. Ducking across the hall to the janitorial closet, Taylor raised a silent prayer that the door wasn't locked. Turning the door lever and pushing the door inward, Taylor let the panel close behind her once she stepped to the side and leaned her shoulders against the wall. Right then was not the time for the Wilson matriarch to show up in Taylor's life. Everyone in Mistletoe knew what had happened almost 18 years ago. Wasn't that why Mistletoe, Montana was divided in a double-decades-old feud that was just barely kept civil between the two main families? Taylor took a deep breath, leaning forward to rest the vase of roses on the counter by the utility sink. She set the bag of treats she'd brought for her father on the ground at her feet and pulled her phone from the leather purse swinging from her shoulder. Lily would be at work, covering for their father while he was out of commission for his hip replacement surgery. All 6 daughters were stepping up in one way or another to give him time off from the matchmaking industry. Taylor swiped the screen, pulling Lily's number up and pressing call. The phone rang, and then rang again before her soft-spoken sister answered. "Taylor, how's Dad?" "He's not great." Taylor rushed on at her sister's audible gasp. "No, I mean, there must be something wrong with him." He welcomed Elizabeth Wilson into his room. "Sounds like there was some kind of a mine problem up north. There's no room for the patients, and Dad offered his room for a holding spot until her son comes." Taylor fell quiet and then murmured in a hushed whisper, "Her son, Lily." "Okay, don't freak out. She has 6 sons, Taylor. This isn't that big of a deal. Roman hasn't been in Mistletoe in a long time. I doubt he came back for a simple heart procedure." Lily tried reassuring Taylor, but the situation wasn't something anyone could just recover from. Roman had ripped Taylor's heart out, and he'd done it in front of the whole town. She might never recover from that. Honestly, though, it hadn't been a blatant problem for years. She couldn't remember the last time he'd been in Mistletoe. But, just in case. What do I do? Taylor wasn't actually asking Lily what to do. She was more or less asking the universe for an answer, a sign. With her free hand, she rubbed the back of her neck. What if it is him? What if he's finally coming back, and I'm single? Lily, this can't be my life, right now. It's ridiculous I've matched as many people as I have and I can't find anyone for me, you know? Of course, Lily knew. She listened to Taylor vent about her relationship problems or lack of relationships on a daily basis. Combined with her stress about the possibility of Roman being back in town and things were just not designed for event-free afternoon. "Look, you're one of the best matchmakers, Tay, but you can't work on yourself. Why not ask Dad and, dare I say, Mrs. Wilson for help? If she really did have a heart attack like they're saying down at Selma's salon, she won't be able to do the Christmas carnival either. Maybe this is all of our chances at showing what we can do." There was a long pause and she added softly, "Plus, I honestly think if Roman was coming home, it wouldn't be right before the carnival. He hasn't had time to get here from Europe, if his brothers called about his mom. They just found out yesterday, themselves." Taylor took a deep breath and nodded, fully aware Lily couldn't see her reply. She swallowed again, working to make her mouth less dry. "You're right. This is a good opportunity to prove we're not just the kids and the help. We can do this. Do you really think I should ask them both to match me?" Wasn't that what Lily was suggesting? Could Taylor do that? Could she try to bridge the awkward strain between the Deans and Wilsons after all those years and ask for help with matching her? Well, honestly, what did Taylor have to lose? She'd dated the various men who came through Mistletoe, and no one had seemed compatible. She'd never put any of them through a matchmaking interview. Yes, she knew physical attraction wasn't everything, but when she'd burned just looking at a man, it was hard to accept less than that from a potential match. Most of the guys she'd dated were good-looking, but lacked whatever it was that made her gut clench and her heart shiver. She wanted everything when she fell in love. Part of her worried the whispers were true, That there really was only one person out there for everyone. But that couldn't be the case. She couldn't have loved the only person meant for her only to be abandoned on what was supposed to be their wedding day. Taylor refused to believe it. She deserved more than that from life in the most famous place of finding love. Lily continued, breaking through Taylor's thoughts. Now, get in there and make sure Dad isn't giving away any of his tips. I'd hate for him to give away the competition before it even begins. Lily hung up the phone as Taylor stared into the dim interior of the closet that was more like a supply space. Was going in and asking them to help her out the right thing to do? Why did it feel like she was selling out by asking Mrs. Wilson for help at the same time she asked her dad? Why would Mrs. Wilson help Taylor when there was nothing but hard feelings between them? Sinking to a half squat against the wall, Taylor rested her head in her hands. Lily was right. Roman wasn't likely to come back all that way for a mild heart attack that had just happened. He hadn't come back for anything else in all that time. Even his father's death had been ignored by the oldest boy of the family. Reassured by those thoughts, Taylor nodded, slapping her knee as if to encourage herself to snap out of it. There was nothing to be worried about. She could ignore the other Wilson boys just as easily as she could ignore the elephant in the room when she went back into her father's suite. The elephant wasn't her ex-mother-in-law to be. No, unfortunately, the entire Wilson family was blessed with good looks and great metabolism. One more thing for Taylor to hold against them. What exactly was she supposed to say to Mrs. Wilson when she went back in there? Using the wall to push herself up, Taylor wiped her suddenly damp hands on her jeans. Okay, she'd left to get water. She needed to get water and get back in there. Grabbing the vase, she turned on the water in the sink until there was a slow trickle coming from the faucet. Tilting the flowers to the side, Taylor gathered another 2 cups of water in the glass vase and then set the now full flower vase on the counter beside the sink. Running her hands under the cool water for a moment, Taylor hoped she was calmer on the outside than she was on the inside. Everything felt like a tsunami ripping over her. She wasn't sure what was going to happen, but Lily had a point. If Taylor couldn't match herself with someone, then maybe she needed to go to people who were even more experts than she was on matters of the heart. All of the Dean and Wilson kids seemed to be cursed, though, in romance. Maybe that had been a hazard of the vocation. Where their parents had been lucky enough to find love, the next generation had been more wrapped up in their jobs and finding other people happiness than themselves. All Taylor had to do was ask for help. But what if she couldn't? What if asking Dad was hard enough, but add Mrs. Wilson to the mix and things had reached an all-new level of impossible that she wasn't sure she could overcome? Because if Mrs. Wilson knew that Taylor needed help finding someone, then she would be able to tell Roman that Taylor was a failure. Roman had gotten married and everything over in Europe. He'd moved on from the broken scene he'd left behind in Mistletoe. Right? That was the worst case scenario Taylor kept imagining. She'd never heard one way or the other since it seemed to be an unspoken rule not to talk about Roman Wilson to her or around her. She couldn't help feeling gratitude for that point. How in the holly did Taylor's pride recover enough to ask for help from the man's mother? He'd broken her and Taylor wasn't sure she wanted to forget. Because if she forgot, then maybe she was admitting that she deserved it. Or maybe she was admitting something much worse. That they weren't a good match from the beginning. Before she could study that possibility too closely, her watch beeped 3 consecutive beeps. Less than a second later, the alarm on her phone buzzed and chimed in her pocket. She pulled out the cell and glanced at the smart screen. Crud. She didn't have much time left. She was supposed to be halfway through her visit, getting the information she needed on when to pick Dad up and then back to the shop to check on getting things ready for the competition, which started in just a couple of days. Already, she was behind. She flicked the water from her fingers and grabbed the flower vase, her purse, and the bag of treats on the floor. All she had to do was get back in there and make her proposition. What could possibly go wrong? Chapter 2. David. Rolling his eyes once more at his nurse, David Dean straightened his shoulders as he gripped the walker with even more unsteady hands. He'd never admit to anyone just how much his hip hurt or how humiliated he was in that hospital gown that had to have been on more men than he could count. You'd think I wasn't a grown man. All this carrying on. Looking over his shoulder, David arched an eyebrow. I can feel a draft, Sylvia. Is my dress tied up the back? He said the word dress with as much sarcasm as he could muster under the circumstances. He'd asked to put pants on right away, but the nurse practitioner who assisted his doctor had recommended he leave them off another day or until he was about to head home. Well, David was ready to go home right then. Thank you very much. Sylvia chuckled as she tightened the ties on his robe one last time. It's not a dress, Mr. Dean, but if you'd like, I can ask one of the girls to bring something frilly in for you. She patted his back gently and pushed the bathroom door open, nodding toward the room beyond her reach. Go on now, you need some more rest. Grumbling, David shuffled into the hospital room. He blinked at Elizabeth sitting on the bed by the window. I forgot you were in here. That whole thing is a terribly long ordeal. He moved toward his bed and glanced curiously at Elizabeth, taking in her pale features and the 2 high points of pink on her cheeks. You okay? Do I need to loan Sylvia to you? Elizabeth moved slowly, her hair slipping around on her shoulders with as much grace as the rest of her. She was a beautiful woman. Her beauty only enhanced by the traits most women ran from as they aged, the soft lines around her mouth and eyes, the lighter coloring in her hair. She softly cleared her throat and blinked at him, pressing her lips together. I mean, excuse me, your daughter, Taylor, was just in here. She ducked out to water the flowers she brought you. Her voice softened more. She asked me to let you know. David's mouth went dry. He glanced at the door as he approached his bed and turned to sit down. Taylor is here? He'd expected to see Lily that afternoon. If he'd known Taylor was coming, he never would have offered his room for Elizabeth to shore up in while she waited to be picked up. Yes, and I don't think she was overly fond of seeing me. Elizabeth glanced at David with a gentle gaze. I'm sorry. I know. Our families are supposed to be fighting and mortal enemies, but I've always regretted what happened between our homes. She softly shook her head and then folded her hands on her lap, careful to keep the heart pillow the hospital had given her by her chest. David kept his gaze trained on the doorway, unwilling to show even a flicker of weakness or bending in case his daughter came in and caught him. For what it's worth, I think things ended up just fine. Your boy is married and happy, and my girl is living a good life. There's not much more we could have asked for, now, is there? They'd already gotten caught up, and while he knew about Roman's marriage, he'd never tell Taylor. There was no way he could break her heart further with that kind of news. Making Elizabeth's life miserable wasn't the way he wanted to go. Elizabeth dropped her gaze to the foot of the bed and sighed. Well, I don't know. Roman was the first to run off to find himself. He was the only one to get married and, now, he's the only one to get divorced. Elizabeth's tone dropped lower into sadness. There's nothing I can do to help him, either. No, divorce? David shook his head, shifting until he was more comfortable on the hospital bed. It wasn't his memory foam mattress at home, but it would do. Divorce was the worst word you could say in their industry. Matchmakers wanted their clients, friends, and family to find happy, ever, after as in forever, not just until things got rough. I'm so sorry, Elizabeth. Plus, to have your child go through that kind of pain was even harder to bear. David himself had gone through the painful process, and he still wasn't quite sure what had happened. Elizabeth waved her fingers in the air, her lips pursed. It's life, you know. He might have been happier here or there, but now we'll never know. I think that was the biggest mistake he could have made, leaving your daughter like he did. But who am I? I'm just the mother. She offered a sad smile. No one ever asks for my advice. Are you feeling any better? David leaned toward her, glancing more at the door, but also concerned about Elizabeth's state. I'm fine. It might be just the thing to get the boys in line. Who knows? She shrugged and then reached up with her right hand and rubbed at her left shoulder. I need to stop shrugging. It doesn't feel well. She grimaced, the fine lines around her lips slightly disappearing as she did so. Do you think Taylor is freaking out? David really only mumbled it to himself, but he wouldn't mind if someone else had the answer. I wouldn't blame her. That's the problem. I know my children aren't perfect, but I honestly don't like the positions that our families have taken. I want to see Mistletoe united, and this makes it hard to move forward. Elizabeth's tone gathered strength. We need to be able to fix this, David. If not for ourselves or the town, then for our families. Sighing, David leaned more fully against his pillows and stared up at the ceiling. She was asking a lot. Her own husband had passed away in a logging accident a few years back. Maybe she didn't remember what it was like to have her heart broken. David's wife had abandoned him around the same time, in fact just a few months after the Wilson patriarch had passed. David's wife had declared she didn't believe David was the one she should have been matched to. Now she had set up her own matchmaking business on the East Coast, and the last thing David had heard, she was married to her third husband. David was her first. Each husband was younger than the last. She hadn't reached out to her 6 daughters since she left. The door opened slowly and Taylor poked her head into the room hesitantly. At the same time Sylvia came from the bathroom. Taylor smiled at the nurse and stepped to the side, her arms overburdened as she waited for Sylvia to step out of the room. Taylor's auburn hair had been pulled back into a tight braid, her side swept bangs tucked behind her ear or softly framing her face. She was the daughter that looked the most like him, with her always ready to smile mouth and the side dimple in her cheek. She wasn't smiling now, though. Her gaze darted between David and Elizabeth, questions furrowing her brow. She took a breath, her shoulders rising and falling. David watched her, silently hoping she got her courage about her. He understood what she was going through as she faced the woman who would have been her mother-in-law. She glanced at David, blinking as she studied him. Dad, are you okay? David knitted his eyebrows together. Of course. This hip is ready to take me home. I can't ride horses for a little bit, but I can ride the couch and watch some Tombstone and Eastwood work. He chuckled, more out of nervousness than humor. He lamely motioned in the direction of Elizabeth. You remember Mrs. Wilson, don't you? The question triggered a pause in the ambience of the room as the two women stared at each other. Taylor nodded tightly, licking her lips. Mrs. Wilson, hello. Hello, Taylor. Please, call me Elizabeth. I think you're old enough for that now, don't you? Elizabeth's soft voice seemed welcoming and genuine. But something in Taylor's eyes reflected a deep-seated pain. She winced. It's been a long time. Yes, I'm a lot older. She cleared her throat, squaring her shoulders and stepping further into the room. Holding a vase of roses aloft, she moved toward David's nightstand. I brought you some flowers. Sounds like we'll be taking you home tomorrow. The physical therapist wants you walking up and down the steps on your own before we can take you. She seemed to create a border around David and his bed with her mind as she didn't allow her gaze to move anywhere but there. That was thoughtful of you, thank you. David watched her, dropping his gaze to the bag in her other hand. What's in the bag? Setting the vase down, she lifted the bag and stared at it for a moment as if she had no idea how that got in her hand. She blinked at it, then shook her head. I'm sorry, I forgot. Carrie sent you some cupcakes, disguised as bran muffins. Taylor rolled her eyes. The only thing she did was put chocolate frosting on them and then write in dark brown sprinkles bran. David chuckled, grateful for his daughter's thoughtfulness. Carrie always thinks of my sweet tooth. I brought you a Tom Clancy novel, but then I remembered you were in the middle of a l'amour, so they're both in there, just in case. And there's some bison jerky along with salt and vinegar flavored cashews in there, from Amanda. Well, let's give them a try. I'd hate to turn down any delicious sounding gifts like those. David glanced over at Elizabeth, motioning toward the bag Taylor rested on the bed and emptied onto the table. Do you want some? My girls all have the best taste in treats, sweet or otherwise. He wiggled his eyebrows invitingly at her, but not because he was flirting. No, he would never flirt with a Wilson. I'm okay. Your girls didn't send that to share with me. Elizabeth laughed, waving her hand in the air toward David. No, it's okay. Here. Taylor picked up an offering from each item and took it over to rest on the side table beside Elizabeth's bed. She smiled nervously at the older woman and returned to the side of David's bed like the spot was home base. That was thoughtful of you, Taylor. Thank you. Elizabeth picked up the cupcake and licked at the brown frosting, her eyes widening as she shot a surprised glance at David and Taylor. Wow, this is amazing. Is that a brown sugar frosting? I would pay someone for that. Taylor chuckled. I'll let Carrie know. She's the cake artist in the family, but only does the treats for us. I'm avoiding anything she's touched for now. You look like you've lost some weight. Elizabeth slowly lowered the cupcake. Maybe I need to stay away from these. She narrowed her eyes and then glanced at David. How do you get away with not being heavy? David laughed, shaking his head. Nope, I work a lot of the land when I'm not at the desk. These girls give me so much food, I usually hope and pray my horse can carry me. He laughed, the sound deep and sincere. Taylor laughed and flipped out her phone, pressing some buttons and then glancing at her wristwatch at the same time. David inhaled, certain Taylor needed to get going. She had her life planned out for the next few years down to the minute. The family didn't run well without Taylor's planning in place. Everything worked like a well-oiled machine when she was around. What is the time frame you planned for this visit? Taylor had an obsession with time. It was the only thing she could truly control, and it had gotten worse since Roman had left her at the altar. David had stopped worrying about it once he realized scheduling was Taylor's coping mechanism with stress. Well, yes, I need to get back to the office. My plans are almost ready for the carnival. Taylor shot a surreptitious peek at Elizabeth and then turned back to David. Well, if you need to go, don't let us keep you. David reached out and patted his oldest daughter's hand. I don't want to get in your way, honey. He knew how lonely she'd been over the years, and the last thing he wanted was to mess up her routine when she was also obviously uncomfortable around his temporary roommate. But Taylor shook her head and blinked rapidly at her dad. Okay, so here's the thing. She took a steadying breath and folded her arms across her chest. She paced back and forth from beside David to the foot of the hospital bed and then back. She turned, glancing again between her father and Elizabeth. Okay, so here's what I have going on. She swallowed and lifted her chin. The thing is. Okay, so, we have a new client and none of the girls can take the job. Especially me. She tilted her head to the side, her breathing a little bit faster. David watched her. Who could it be that none of you girls can take the job? He blinked and glanced at Elizabeth. Does the Wilson family have limitations on their jobs? What in the world would prevent any of his daughters from taking on a match? Elizabeth shook her head, taking another dainty bite of the cupcake. No. The only way we wouldn't take a job was if it pertained to one of us. Her motions stilled and she slowly lifted her gaze. David turned back to Taylor. He lowered the jerky he'd been taking a bite from. Who is it? Why can't we do the job? Is it Amanda? Is that why she sent the snacks? He dropped his gaze to the cupcakes. No, it's Carrie, right? He shook his head, certain Carrie was the one Taylor had come to ask him about. I don't know. I mean, Carrie is amazing, but do we really want to find her a match? Things don't always turn out in our family. Did he need to point out what happened to Taylor, herself? Taylor clenched her jaw and breathed through her nose. Her cheeks pinked even more. Well, to be honest, she cleared her throat and lifted her chin even higher, if that was possible. It's me. I need you to match me. David inhaled sharply, blinking in disbelief. I'm sorry. You want me to match you? You've never been interested before. He'd offered many times over the years, but only half-heartedly. She'd had her match and everyone agreed. Roman was the one who was meant for her. The abandonment had been out of character for either of them, and the pain around the event prevented the Dean family from openly discussing what happened with Taylor. The entire situation required sensitivity, which usually led to avoidance. Taylor shook her head. No, Dad. I don't want just you to match me. I want both of you to match me. I'm planning on covering the competition for you, and I won't have any time to focus on this. I'll need everything to go through you. I'll do whatever you both recommend, but I need help and I need it from the experts. Elizabeth leaned forward, her eyebrows raised as she studied her previous future daughter-in-law. You want us to work together? I don't care how you do it. I want both of you matching me. Work together or against each other, I don't care. I just want to be matched and married by Christmas. Taylor smiled tightly. I'll pay you both, of course. I'm not expecting this to be a pro bono assignment. But I do want it to be discreet. I don't want anyone else to know anything about the match. I'll treat the dates like I'm interviewing for the competition. That would be the best, I think. I'll forward my file to both of you to research. Sound good? She reached up and smoothed her hair with a shaking hand. That's when it hit David just how hard that had been for his little girl to ask for help. She must really be lonely. He nodded, meeting Elizabeth's gaze with his own. I'm speaking for myself and I say that I'd be honored to help you find a match, Taylor. The fact that she even asked was huge. She wasn't the type to ask for help. Especially when that suggested she couldn't control the situation. She must really be lonely to even consider it. Elizabeth inclined her head, her eyes somber as she spoke with sincerity. I couldn't agree more. I'd be delighted to work with David to find you someone to be your partner. Taylor's smile finally seemed less stressed and more like she had received a hopeful response to a bad diagnosis. David just hoped he didn't let her down. He was one of those people who believed there really was only one true love for everyone. One perfect match. Just one. And Taylor had already lost hers. Chapter 3. Roman. Roman Wilson rubbed his thumb over the base of his bare wedding ring finger. He'd had a ring on that finger for a couple years, but the symbolism never mattered to him. Just like mistletoe on Christmas, when he'd grown up in a town named after the holiday plant. There was nothing romantic about kissing underneath a plant hung strategically like a trap. And there was nothing romantic about marrying a woman to try to get the one from your past out of your head. Especially when you get drunk one night and tell her the truth. That memory was enough to make Roman close his eyes in shame for a brief second. He had to be a glutton for punishment. What else could it be? Hiking the strap of his bag higher on his shoulder, Roman sighed. He'd been standing in the taxi line for a while and it didn't seem to be moving much at all. His phone dinged as it reset from airplane mode. The small airport didn't take long to get from concourse to taxi line. Roman usually turned the cell back on and then tucked it in his pocket, but there in Butte, Montana, the reception was questionable. He had no doubt that most of Montana was like that. How many times had he been talking to one of his brothers about business and their phones had dropped the calls? More than he could count. He'd made it to the cab line before the phone started receiving information. Pulling out the cell, Roman stepped forward as he cast a quick glance around the loading zone. 3 other people stood in front of him, 1 man and 2 women. They were dressed like they'd never seen rain or wind. The man even had one of those hats with floppy furry pieces over his ears. Another cab pulled up and took the man, leaving 2 women behind and Roman. The front woman turned and sized up Roman, then turned back to the front. As if she hadn't taken note of what she'd seen when she'd looked before, she swiveled again and scanned him from head to toe, smiling appreciatively as she met his gaze with hers. Do you want to share a cab? She tilted her head toward the absent cab space. Roman nodded, returning the appreciation. She had a pastel knit hat pulled down over her ears, but her blonde hair was easy to see as the majority of her tresses tumbled around the shoulders of her pastel pink down jacket. He sighed, smiled, one of his trademark traits that got him the women every single time. Thanks, I'd like that. She wasn't a redhead, that was a good thing as far as he was concerned. Roman had some time before he had to be in Mistletoe. Roughly 2 days. That wasn't enough reason to rush things. He could take his time there in Butte, get to know the woman with the pink clothing and try to get his nerves under control that he was heading home. Where Taylor lived. No reason to rush things at all. I'm Felicity Bateman. Are you on a business trip or? The blonde woman pressed closer to him, batting dark eyelashes at Roman. She looked pointedly at Roman's inner jacket pocket as it beeped some more and then buzzed and then beeped. All of the noises indicated something else. Texts, emails, voicemails, and was that a page? He hadn't been paged in years. He'd connected the paging system to his cell as a joke. The only person he'd told about the paging capabilities was his brother. Why would Brock page him? Roman pulled his phone out and swiped the screen as he replied. I'm actually heading to Mistletoe, business and, his voice trailed off as he read an overwhelming number of text messages in a group thread from his brothers. The woman, he already couldn't remember her name, placed her hand on his arm. Do you know where you're staying? Her voice was drenched in invitation. Trying to focus, Roman brushed her off, turning away as he pressed the call button on the call icon beside Brock's name on the contact screen. The phone rang and Roman stepped away from the line, moving to stand in the protection of the wall from the wind. It's about time. I thought you died on the plane back from France. When can you be here? Brock sounded so much like their father when he'd been alive. He was bossy and in control. Roman's rightful place, if he hadn't left. Roman blinked, awash in the memories he'd tried abandoning in the small town when he'd run away. What was he doing going back? Roman? You there? If this is a butt dial, I'm not going to be amused. Brock raised his voice, snapping Roman out of his daze. Yeah, I'm here. Sorry, I just landed. Not great reception. It's raining with thick cloud cover. I got the group texts. I'm not reading many. Can you just summarize it for me? Roman reached up, pinching the bridge of his nose as he tried not to let his upcoming arrival make him nauseous. Yeah, so, Mom had a heart attack early yesterday morning. We didn't want to bug you. We were going to fill you in when you got here, but there were some go moments during surgery and the doctor recommended we contact you as soon as possible. By the time we tried, you were already on the plane. Brock's voice trailed off and silence filled the airwaves between them. A heart attack? Surgery that was touch and go? Roman wasn't sure he could process that kind of information while he stood there in the wind of the plains. After a handful of awkward, silent moments, Brock cleared his throat. Look, Roman, we really didn't mean to leave you out for any other reason than we didn't want you to worry about it. There's nothing you could do about it from across the ocean, you know? Roman nodded at no one in particular, gritting his teeth together while shuffling his feet so he could lean against the wall. Yeah, I understand. It's not a big deal. I'll get a car and leave immediately. I should roll in this afternoon. Do you need me to do anything before I come to the house? He sighed, the cloud puffing from his lips, fog, like in the late September chill. Yeah, actually, she's supposed to be released this afternoon from the hospital. I heard she has a male roommate or something. I'm not sure what's going on over there, but you know Mom. She probably arranged for that to happen. The man is a cat, though. I know he wouldn't do it on purpose. Brock didn't sound irritated or amused, more like he had other things to worry about than his mother rooming with someone of the opposite sex that she wasn't married to. Brock might not care, but Roman's irritation ratcheted up. Who is it? Roman pushed off the wall and walked down the sidewalk, studying the signs plastered to the double-pane airport windows. When he reached the car rentals, He turned into the automatic opening doors. Well, it's not a big deal. Brock's tone suggested it actually was a big deal, but he was trying to minimize it for Roman. The thing is. Just spill it, Brock. I don't have time for this. Roman motioned to the guy working the desk that he wanted a truck to rent. He pointed at a Dodge Ram picture on the wall and pulled out his card. If he was going back home, he was going back in a rig. The guy shook his head, holding out his hands and saying softly, "We're out of trucks, sir." Roman arched an eyebrow and turned away. No, he wanted a truck and he didn't want to wait for the next available rig. Well, the thing is, her roommate is Mr. Dean. Everything is fine. Brock coughed in the back of his throat like he wasn't sure if he was saying what he should be. Fury rose in Roman. His mom was in a serious health situation, he couldn't get a vehicle, and now he found out the father of his ex was staying in the same room as his mother. There's nothing fine about this. I'm sure he's taking advantage of her vulnerability. I'll be there as soon as I can. Yes, I'll stop and check in on Mom. I'll get things straightened out. I have no idea what is going on in that small town, but it sounds like you need me more than I need this break. Roman hung up without waiting for another comment from his brother. He was so frustrated, he didn't bother stopping outside to wait for a ride. He strode down the sidewalk toward the road that would take him to the business section of town. He wouldn't have to walk far. He pulled out his phone, wishing desperately for the wide bill of a cowboy hat. He'd been in Europe too long. He'd forgotten the benefits of certain gear you grew to depend on in the mountains of Montana. A wide-billed Stetson was one of them. As he stepped into a puddle, he remembered the importance of boots, too. He pressed an icon on his phone and waited until Seth answered. Seth, I need my luggage picked up from the airport and delivered to my mother's place in Mistletoe. His assistant had been with him for years, even before the short relationship with Sylvia that Roman couldn't call a marriage on any level except a legal one. They even lived in different countries. She'd opted for the non-polarizing political climate of Switzerland, while Roman had set up Wilson Matchmaking International in Paris, France. Anyone could fall in love in that country. Hadn't Roman proved that anything was possible since he'd taken a small-town operation in the States and pulled it into an international game that everyone wanted a piece of but no one was good enough at? Except the Wilsons and the Deans. You got it. Anything else? Seth was perfunctory and efficient. Roman relied on him for more than errands. Yes, call the Dodge dealer in Butte, Montana, that's B-U-T-T-E, and get the process started to wire some money in. I want to drive out of there in a new truck within the next 30 minutes. My mom had a heart attack and I need to get home sooner than possible. Roman's stride lengthened as he approached the gentle slope headed toward the commercial side of town. Got it. I'm sorry, sir. I hope everything is okay. He hung up, leaving Roman to slide his phone into an inner pocket of his jacket. He would reach the dealership in less than 15 minutes as he could see the Dodge icon rising above the rest of the main street ahead of him. Even the rain wasn't enough to cool his temper. He was angry and he had no safe outlet at the moment. What he needed was a rig with a decent stereo system. Roman let his anger and embarrassment at having to deal with the Deans again push his steps harder and faster. He pushed through the doors to the dealership, slicking water from his shoulders as he did so. A Christmas tree stood in the center of the showroom floor, covered in white LED lights, brown, black, and white full-sized Stetson hats, horseshoes, and white painted barbed wire. Roman growled under his breath, waving his hand toward the tree as a salesman approached from the front. You guys need to start this in September? The salesman laughed, shaking his head. It wasn't my idea, sir. The owner's wife is a fan of Christmas. We have the trees up for 6 months out of the year. You think that's bad? At least we're not in the town, just north of here. It's called mistletoe. Those poor people can never escape the holiday spirit. He folded his hands and tilted his head toward Roman. What can I do for you? I'm here to pick up a truck. My assistant should have phoned ahead with all of the necessary information. Roman ignored the comment about his hometown. Wasn't it exactly how he felt anyway? One day of Christmas was too much. Shove it down a guy's throat year after year, and one day a year was too much to bear. I'm looking for 4-wheel drive, heated seats, full-size bed, extended cab, and he looked over his shoulder at the tree and looked back at the salesman whose name tag read Jimmy. Jimmy, I want a couple of your Stetsons thrown in. The salesman grinned, folding his hands in front of him. Got it. You pick them out while I have your immediate options pulled to the front, Mr. Wilson. As Roman moved toward the tree, he unbuttoned the top button of his white business shirt. He wasn't ready to move into a tweed jacket, but he could feel the need for denim on his legs instead of the thin, expensive suit pants he wore. 17 minutes after walking through the door, Roman pulled onto the freeway headed north in a brand new Ram truck, heated seats and all. He adjusted the dark brown hat on his head and grinned as the engine roared with the slightest touch to the gas pedal. All the money in the world couldn't get him to go back to Mistletoe, where Taylor Dean still lived. He had to face everyone he'd let down when he'd ridden out of Mistletoe so many years ago. Roman and Taylor had been the plan, the hope, the future of the town, and the matchmaking business that made the town infamous. Roman had resisted all demands that he return home. He even missed his own father's funeral. He couldn't do anything to save his dad, and he didn't want to face the things he'd done at the time. But now, with a divorce finalized and all of his clients closed, Roman really just needed some downtime. His soul missed the mountains, the forests, the open plains and valleys. He craved the smell of fresh water, clean grasses, cedar wood, and the smell of horses in hay. He missed the easy-going feel of a town full of people familiar with the demands of knowing everyone and their business. He would have to face the Deans. He could do that. He hadn't asked about Taylor in all the time he'd been away. She was a beautiful woman. She would have gotten married and moved on from Mistletoe. Especially in the matchmaking family she'd been born into. There was no way she wasn't going to find someone to replace the role he'd had. None of that mattered. He needed to recover and rethink his life. He could be around people he hadn't seen in years. Everyone would have to get over what had happened almost 2 decades ago. Get over it or not. One way or the other, he was going back. He was back in Montana, but on his terms. He couldn't ask for anything more. Chapter 4. Taylor. Damp palms didn't help Taylor's nerves. She licked her lips as she glanced between her dad and Mrs. No, Elizabeth. Not that that was more comfortable. In fact, that might have made things worse. You'll do it? You mean you'll seriously do it? Taylor leaned forward, bracing her arms on Dad's bed and flicking her anxious gaze between Elizabeth and her father. She lifted her hand, palm out like she was motioning for everyone to stop, and shook her head. She widened her eyes. I'm serious about this. I want to be engaged by Christmas, if not married. I'm sick of being. She glanced embarrassed at Elizabeth and then focused on Dad as she confessed. Lonely. I'm tired of being alone. I want a family. My job is fulfilling, but after matching over 200 couples, I feel like I'm either missing out on something or I'm a hypocrite for promising happiness through romance while not having any myself. She blinked back tears as her vulnerability crushed in around her. Her father reached out, placing his hand over her clenched fingers. I'm so sorry you felt this way. I thought your job was fulfilling you enough and that's why you haven't been with anyone. He shook his head. I had no idea. I know, Dad. No one knows. Well, I talked to Lily about it, but she refused to help me. She said she'd probably start looking for guys herself. She laughed, but it wasn't full of humor so much as ironic sadness at the 6 daughters of a matchmaker were all single. Dad glanced at Elizabeth, pressing his lips together as he considered her. Then he turned back to Taylor. I'd like to get started right away. We can work on it. Since we're sharing the room for a couple hours, I don't see any reason we should wait. If nothing else, a pairing is exactly what I could use to get my mind off my recovery. What do you think, Elizabeth? I agree. Elizabeth nodded curtly. I only wish my own boys would let me match them. I could have so much fun. Her eyes twinkled and she tilted her head to the side. I know this had to be hard for you, Taylor. Thank you for including me. I haven't had a chance to speak to you since. She waved her hand as if pushing the past away from them. Regardless, I always cared about you and I still do. My son's actions don't dictate how I feel about others. I would love to see you happily married and settled. I think we can move beyond the past. I'm so excited to get started. Her father clapped his hands as if they couldn't begin soon enough. Taylor nodded, grateful the hard part was over. Before her relationship with Roman had fallen apart, Taylor had been on good terms with all of the Wilson clan. When he'd disappeared, things had shifted, changing right before her eyes, leaving her more than just single and embarrassed. She'd been more than just alone. She'd been abandoned by an entire family. At least, that's how it felt. She shifted her high heels on the hard linoleum, silently wishing she'd worn the cowboy boots she'd left in the truck. How much longer did she have to wait before she could slip out and attempt to get back on schedule? Taylor reached out to her dad's side table and adjusted the vase so the bottom lines were even to both edges of the table. That looked better. A loud knock on the door as it opened caught them all by surprise. Taylor turned, facing the doorway from the bedside. Her previously damp palms dried and she clenched her fingertips tight into the flesh of her hands and inhaled sharply. All of her nightmares slammed in front of her. Roman was there. What can't you wait to get started? With a dark brown Stetson riding his crown, Roman Wilson filled the doorway with broad shoulders that had filled out with adulthood. Where a lot of men his age were thicker in the waist, Roman was trim with his torso covered in a white business shirt and charcoal suit jacket over a matching pair of pants. His chest tapered to AV and his long muscular legs were well defined by the shiny gray material. Roman's eyes didn't bother scanning the room much after his gaze found his mother. He reached up as he pushed the door shut behind him and removed his hat, revealing thick, light brown hair trimmed in a professional cut. Mom, are you okay? Brock told me you were here. Roman? Oh, my mountains. What are you doing here? Elizabeth held up her right arm. Roman strode to the bed, reaching down to wrap his mother in his embrace. Unintelligible words passed between them and Taylor glanced uncomfortably at her father. She didn't want to pull Roman's attention toward her or interrupt the reunion between mother and son. She also didn't want to wait until he realized she was there, and she became even more uncomfortable. She'd gotten what she came there for, checked on her dad, and now she could go back to work. Taylor was late enough as it was. As if her watch was tuned into her thoughts, the alarm beeped, and then beeped again. Taylor's eyes widened and she pulled her hand from Dad's to slap her fingers over the offending timepiece. Roman stiffened, straightening from his hug with his mom and turning carefully to face Taylor and her father. His face paled and then flushed. He cleared his throat as he looked toward Taylor's father. "I hardly think it's appropriate that you're in my mother's room. I'm not sure what game you're trying to play, but you can leave my mom out of it." Elizabeth gasped, glancing apologetically at her roommate. "Roman, that's enough. You're out of line. Mr. Dean was kind enough to offer me a place to wait to be released because the hospital is out of rooms. It's not a big deal." Elizabeth shook her head and patted her oldest son's arm. "I'm encroaching on him, not the other way around. He actually offered me the window spot and they moved us around. He's very thoughtful." She smiled softly at Taylor's dad. Roman still hadn't looked fully at Taylor, but the red in his cheeks and the set to his still, strong jaw suggested he was more than aware of her. Or he wasn't at all and he was mad at her father. Either way, he had to be aware he was in the wrong. The silence stretched between the two groups and Taylor bit the inside of her cheek. It wasn't fair that Roman was as good-looking as ever, if not more so. It wasn't fair he could ignore her in the same room, just feet away. And it was even less fair that he hadn't noticed her at all while she couldn't help but be aware of everything about him as if he hadn't walked out on her all those years ago and never come back. As if she hadn't been broken and then slowly put back together without him. All of her heart and soul had been changed that day and he didn't even have the grace to act like he cared or noticed that he hadn't shown up for their wedding day. Her still, present attraction to him combined with her need for self-preservation had her hackles raised, setting her on edge. She took a deep breath and motioned toward her father as she stared at Roman, waiting for him to look at her. "Whenever you're finished attacking my father, we'll accept an apology." She folded her arms across her chest and waited, tapping her toe while staring at him. She'd take the excuse to study his good looks. There was a new scar above his left eyebrow and stubble shadowed his jaw. His intense blue eyes shifted from her father to Taylor and she hid the impact his gaze had on her insides. He arched an eyebrow and then shot a pointed glance at her still, covered wrist. "Interesting time still controls your life." His Montana drawl hadn't changed with all his time spent in Europe. Why couldn't he have lost at least that much of himself? Taylor's chest swelled with righteous anger and she tucked her chin as she narrowed her gaze. "And manners have completely escaped yours." He clamped his mouth shut and turned back to his mother, effectively cutting the Deans from the conversation. "When do you get out of here?" "I'm ready to take you home." Elizabeth shook her head and motioned toward her chest. "It's not going to be fast. I had surgery, but they want to run some more tests. They said something about getting out of here this afternoon, but," she smiled, her fatigue finally showing in the soft shadows under her eyes and the slight downturn of her lips even when she tried hiding it. "That doesn't work. I'll get you a private nurse and see if they can move the testing up." Roman patted her hand and resettled the hat on his head, continuing to ignore the Deans as he strode from the room. Apparently, Money gave him the right to do whatever he wanted, even speed up the healing process. I'm so sorry. I don't even know how to argue with him. It's been so long. Elizabeth turned apologetic eyes toward Taylor and her father. She seemed to linger a little longer than necessary on Taylor's face. It's fine. I don't care. It's not a big deal. He's like a stranger anyway, right? It's been so long. Taylor gritted her teeth at the blatant lie and the ongoing rambling. He wasn't a stranger. He still made her nerves hyper-aware. She couldn't help noticing everything about him. Everything. All she wanted was to forget him. Taylor blinked back frustrated tears and turned to the treats still half stacked on the foot of her father's bed. She moved them one at a time to the side table, arranging them just so. Ahem, I'll send my file over this evening. I didn't realize the time had passed so quickly. I should be at the office. I'm sure Lily is going out of her mind with preparations for the carnival. She crossed the room to the sink, tore down some paper towels, and dampened them with cool water. Back by the bed, she wiped up some spilled crumbs on the table and grabbed stray saran wrap from the cupcakes Lily had sent. She looked around for the garbage, suddenly desperate to get out of there before Roman returned. She couldn't be in the same room as him. It just wasn't going to happen. Hopefully he'd be busy for quite a while since he was fighting against a disaster that money couldn't fix. He couldn't just maneuver the doctors around and the emergency procedures taking place. Taylor returned to her father's bedside, her heels clicking on the flooring as she walked. Did she sound nervous or too clicky? Maybe she was reading too much into the situation. He didn't even really care who she was. That much was obvious. She could adopt the same attitude. Maybe the situation wasn't uncomfortable. Maybe she just made it more than it was. She could take that power back. She had to take some of it back before she felt like she had lost a handle on everything. If nothing else, she'd at least survived her first encounter with him after the broken wedding and disappearance. Too bad she hadn't been able to find her courage then and chase him to the ends of the earth and make him answer. Just when she had him in the same room together, she'd lost her chance to get closure. How many nights had she lain awake rehearsing all the different ways she'd tell him off? How many times had she dreamt he'd come back into her life and she'd be happy, married, and obviously much better off without him? More times than she could count. But she didn't need to think about that. She shook her head and adjusted her dad's blankets and sheets around him, smiling as if she wasn't frustrated and embarrassed on the inside. Get up those stairs so we can get you home. He studied her face, his own sad smile struggling to give her confidence and reassurances. Don't let him bug you. Overly bright, Taylor backed up and surveyed her work as she spoke. I'm not bothered. My future is in good hands. By this time next year, I'll hopefully be expecting my first child, close to celebrating Christmas, and my first-year wedding anniversary. She jerked her chin up and down as if that would make her wishes so. Are you still covering me for the competition? Dad reached for his water cup with the long white straw beside the almost full plate of cupcakes. He sipped it, wrinkling his nose at the now lukewarm drink. Torn between running from there as fast as she could before Roman returned and wanting to make sure her dad was comfortable, Taylor shot a glance at the sink. 5 steps across the room. That was nothing. Fill the water. Less than 30 seconds. 5 steps back. She could do that. Roman wouldn't be back by then. There was no way. She held out her hand. I'll get you fresh water. He handed it over without complaint. One of Dad's least favorite things was warm water. He was pretty laid back about things, but the few details he cared about, he could acknowledge they meant more to him than he wanted to admit. Cold drinking water was one of them. Taylor closed the distance to the sink. Come on. Come on. The water from the faucet was warm. She cranked the knob toward cold and stuck her finger under the stream of water. Seriously, come on. She counted the seconds in her head as they passed. What should have been 30 seconds turned into 60, then 90, and finally at 123, she got cold water. Shoving the cup under the running water, Taylor took a shaky breath. Come on. Come on. No matter what, she couldn't let him get to her. She had to convince him, and herself, that she didn't need him. She'd moved on since he left. Him leaving was the best thing that could have happened. She could convince herself of that. She just had to do it in the next few seconds so she could convince him, too. But the still torn-up part of her cried in the back of her mind, hurtling images of what could have been to the forefront. The water spilled around her fingers and Taylor blinked as she realized she'd lost track of time. Thinking of him. Losing track of anything wasn't an option. She controlled everything. The sooner she convinced Roman of her happiness, the sooner she'd be able to move on herself. Or so she would continue pretending. She was almost done. She could escape. Snapping the lid into place on Dad's cup, she grabbed a new straw from the container by the window and moved back to hand him the fresh drink. Glancing at Elizabeth, Taylor motioned toward the cup by her. Would you like some? She didn't want to be rude. Her mom hadn't done much for the girls, but she'd taught them manners. Elizabeth shook her head, waving an elegantly aged hand toward the door. No, dear, thank you. Nodding, Taylor glanced once more at her dad and then back to Elizabeth. I'll get the information packets to you guys tonight. Let me know what you think and if you think it's going to be easy to match or not. I'm sure it's not going to be hard at all. Elizabeth laughed. The sound cut short as Roman walked back into the room. Any matchmaker who says the match is hard doesn't have confidence in their skills. Who's the client? I bet I could get them matched by this weekend. Roman returned to stand at the foot of his mother's bed, folding his arms as he glared at Taylor. There was no way she was going to tell him she was the client. There was no way she was going to tell him anything. He'd have her matched to someone, she had no doubt. But what if she wanted him and that just made her madder and more pathetic? No. Roman couldn't know anything about what she was doing. Thank goodness, she'd secured a promise of discretion from both Elizabeth and her dad. That promise didn't leave her heart feeling safe. Not with Roman back in town. Chapter 5. Roman. Shooting a quick glance between the three in the hospital room, Roman narrowed his eyes. He couldn't believe he had ever been comfortable without a hat. As it was, he reached up and adjusted it on his crown to pull the brim back a little bit, but not too much. Roman cleared his throat and stepped further into the room. I'm serious. Who are you talking about? They were talking about a client or a possible client, and Roman couldn't figure out why his mom was discussing the client with the Deans. Whose client is it? He motioned between his mom and Mr. Dean. Is it one you might have to share or something? He wasn't sure how things worked in Mistletoe since he'd been gone for so long. He'd never had to share anything since he had the lion's share of the clients in Europe. Everyone wanted the best. He was the best. Case closed with a waiting list he couldn't adequately describe. Mom and Mr. Dean looked at each and then at Taylor. What? They were keeping secrets from Roman? Apparently, a secret Taylor knew. For some reason, that set Roman on edge. He couldn't get past the fact that he was there in Mistletoe not more than 3 minutes, and he already ran into his ex-fiancée and her father. And yet, it couldn't be in a neutral place like on the street or anything benign like that. No, that wasn't Roman's luck. No. Roman had to run into Taylor and her father at the hospital in the same room as his mother. Flooded with worry about her health and on edge with Taylor right there, Roman couldn't get his thoughts to make sense. He couldn't think with her dark red hair, not even touched with age. Her bright green eyes could have been the Atlantic Ocean. He wanted to punch someone with how unfair it was that she hadn't aged a bit and he'd gone through divorce and everything else. He didn't have the guts to look at her left hand. He didn't want to picture her married and with a family. Not right then. Roman had been imagining Taylor's life ever since the night he'd left her. He'd pictured her in all kinds of scenarios. No one from home had told Roman about Taylor, and he'd never asked. He never even Googled her to get information. In that arena of his life, his self-control was unmatched. As long as he denied himself a crumb of info, then he could maintain his self-discipline and not look for anything. As long as he could hold himself back from looking even a little bit, then he could fool himself into believing that he didn't care. Roman could do it. He'd done it all those years already. So, he kept his eyes up from her hand and hoped she wouldn't raise her hand above neck level. His mom took a deep breath. Well, we haven't actually signed the paperwork or anything with this client. As soon as we do, we'll let you know. She reached delicately for a half-eaten cupcake on a napkin at her table. She nibbled the brown frosting, avoiding Roman's eyes as well as the Dean's. Are you working with the Deans now? Roman furrowed his brow, dipping the bill of his hat down as he looked at his mother. Was she crazy? Brock and Roman's other brothers had reported repeatedly that the Wilsons and Deans were in a feud almost as infamous as the one in Bailey, just over the hills in Clearwater County. Every time Roman had asked why, they'd dropped the topic. Of course, he knew why. It was because of him and the fact that he'd left Taylor at the altar. He hadn't forgiven himself for that move. Why did he think that her family would either? Ever loyal, his family would side with him, no matter how wrong they believed him to be. Roman didn't have to be home to feel their disappointment. Nope, that emotion could cross oceans all on its own. Taylor pressed her full lips together, casting her eyes around the room, anywhere but at him. Roman had to believe that he'd done the best thing for her. Maybe not the best thing for both of them, but the best thing for her. She looked happy and successful and beautiful as ever. He'd been put together in France. He'd had control over every aspect of his life, and there were no questions on what he was doing when or what his goals were. But ever since he'd gotten off the plane in Butte, he'd been different. He'd felt different. Montana had her hooks in Roman, and he really wanted to run as fast as he could back to Europe. But a part of him he didn't want to acknowledge whispered he'd been waiting for a long time to come back home. He couldn't waste the opportunity to find his own happiness. That's what he was there to find, his happiness. He could find anything around the world, except love. For some reason, Roman couldn't help thinking he had to come back to Mistletoe to find what would complete him. He couldn't let Taylor take his goals from him. Not that she seemed to care anything about him. Time had helped cure her from the loss of what they had. She most likely hadn't missed him at all. Been mad at the inconvenience and change in her precious plans, maybe even embarrassed that she was stood up. But overall, she couldn't have missed him that much. Not when she looked as good as she did. Real love wasn't something you could move on from. He'd proven that. Undeniably, though, it was a blow to his pride that he'd loved her more than she'd loved him. Expected? Yes. Hoped for? No. It's not that the Wilsons and Deans are working together, per se. Mr. Dean spoke up, pulling Roman's attention toward him. He grinned and glanced at Elizabeth. We've been participating in the Mistletoe Matchmaking Christmas competition for more than 3 decades. We can't work together if we want to compete. That's a tradition we can't give up. Friendly competition is healthy for business and the town. Mom rubbed her left shoulder, wincing as she curled her shoulders forward. Roman sighed, dropping his hands to his sides. You're not in any condition to compete this year. And talking about sharing a client doesn't inspire a competitive spirit. He wasn't sure what Mr. Dean was up to, but Roman would have to keep his eye on the man. Mr. Dean's charm alone was enough to make a son worry about his single mother around the older man. I'm fine. Roman's mom breathed as she closed her eyes. Actually, she raised pain-filled eyes to Roman. Can you call my nurse? I don't feel very well. Of course. He stepped forward, thrusting his finger at the bright red call button protruding from the eggshell-colored wall lit up with more LED lighting similar to the hallway. When the nurse responded overhead, Roman barked, "My mom is in pain. I need someone in here now." Yes, sir. There were no questions. Why would there be? Roman could buy that hospital 100 times over and still have money left over to buy the town. With all the money he'd sent home, he couldn't figure out why his mother wasn't in a private suite somewhere with a private doctor and multiple nurses hovering over her. His mom waved her fingers and didn't put up too much of a fight as she let her son take her fingers in his. It's okay, Mom. We'll get this taken care of. He glanced at Mr. Dean and, was Taylor flushed? The pink in her cheeks should have clashed with the auburn in her hair, but instead, it just complemented her green eyes further and lighted the smoothness of her skin. Blast it all. Taylor should be covered in wrinkles and gray hair. Heavier from having children. His children. No. Roman shook his head, pressing his fingers to his forehead. He was tired. Jet lag was brutal. There was no way he actually believed she should have had his children. Except, he did. I don't think we need to worry about the competition right now. With my father's hip in recovery and your mother's heart condition, I don't think it's necessary to follow through with the competition this year. Taylor's chest rose and fell with a deep breath. Another thing Roman didn't appreciate noticing. He wasn't going to sit there and ogle her. He turned back to his mom, studying her to gauge her conditions. Sadness drew Mom's almond-shaped eyes downward as she dragged in a ragged breath to try to speak. We haven't missed a year yet, though. Everyone looks forward to it. The entire town relies on it. Roman gritted his teeth as he considered what his mother was saying. Her pale skin and red-rimmed eyes scared him. Roman had never seen his mother weak, and the fact that she was getting older, true, she was only in her upper 50s, was just then slapping him in the face. He'd been able to escape the realization from across the Atlantic. He moved to sit on the edge of the hospital bed and took her hand in his. Does the competition really mean that much to you? She nodded, weakly squeezing his fingers. It does. We get a huge influx of new clients every year because of this competition. We can't miss out on it. Growling under his breath, Roman stared at her another minute and then nodded. Fine. We'll do it. I'll run the Wilson end. We'll win. He wasn't cocky, he was confident. He had no doubt in his skills. He would do what he needed to do to win. Then he'd fix his own life. His return home could have 2 goals, instead of just 1. Taylor scoffed, huffing as she stared at him agape. You're joking, right? You're not going to win. You haven't been here in years. You have no idea what the rules are, how to match or anything else. Taylor shook her head, turning to Roman's mom. You can't be serious in letting him take over. Her chest heaved and she shot an exasperated glance at her father. I need to get going. I'll make sure someone comes to get you when you're released. She leaned over and kissed him on the cheek, revealing the soft curve in her waist and the graceful slope of her ankle. Neither of which amused Roman in the least. Actually, Roman, that would work well for you to take over for me. The other boys are still finishing up the summer rush of applicants and, as you know, we have a huge demand and waitlist on the European market. Elizabeth nodded at him, but turned her eyes toward Taylor's retreating back. Taylor whirled around, her eyes flashing like backlit emeralds. I can't partner with him. That would require he stick around, and we all know his track record on that one. Her arms akimbo and her jaw tight, Taylor resembled a red-haired siren standing in righteous indignation. There was a pain hiding behind her anger, and that's when Roman saw it. The truth. It snuck up and slugged him in the gut. He'd hurt her. Deeply. And in ways he'd never be able to make up to her. His heart softened as he let go of the anger he'd brought with him from Butte and beyond. He shook his head, speaking softly, but loud enough to reach her. I know I hurt you. I know I hurt your entire family, and mine. He dropped his eyes and hooked his thumbs into the pockets of his pants. There's nothing I can do about that now. But I'm here now and I'd like to compete, if that works for you. He didn't state it like a question, but the implication was there. He didn't want to be left out of the family tradition, even though he'd abandoned them all so long ago. He wasn't asking for a second chance, but instead, he was asking for some kind of leeway as he tried to find his place in the world. Again. Taken aback by Roman's confession in front of their parents, Taylor blinked as she pressed her lips tightly together. Not good enough. I'll be at the cafe in 3 days. Please, provide someone more suitable to compete with me. I'd hate to destroy the Wilson reputation simply because they sent the wrong guy. She turned on her heel and clicked sharply out the door and down the hall. Roman stared after her retreating form, continuing to stare long after the sound of her shoes disappeared into the sounds of chaos coming from beyond the small oasis Mr. Dean had acquired. He could have handled that so much better. Running his office, softened hands down his face, he sighed, turning back to the older matchmakers. I'm not sure what Taylor meant by partnering with me. This is a competition, right? Why would we be partnered? He couldn't work with Taylor. He couldn't even be in the same room with her without going crazy. Look at how he just acted. That wasn't because he was an uncouth jerk. No, It was because he'd wanted her for so long and they just weren't meant to be together. Wasn't that something he'd worked all that time accepting? They weren't meant for each other. Why torment either of them? Mr. Dean inclined his head. Yes, it's a competition, but the way it's won is by the main client choosing the perfect match. They only get two choices, the one the Deans choose and the one the Wilsons choose. If neither are picked, then the victory turns over to whoever had the most successful matches over the last year. Thus, the teams have to coordinate and make sure they aren't using the same applicants, and so forth. Plus, both sides have to interview the candidates to make sure the arrangements are appropriate and consensual. Similar to a match, sprint or a sprint date. Roman had run those multiple times. Got it. Pointing at his chest, he shot them both a determined look. I'm covering for the Wilsons. I've been in Europe long enough. I think I might have a few tricks up my sleeve. No matter what, he had to prove he had more to offer than just money. He was a matchmaker and he needed his family to see that. It wouldn't hurt if Taylor accepted it as well. Mr. Dean chuckled, shaking his head. I hope so. Taylor is our best. She knows things about women and what they want I never thought possible. Just when I think she couldn't possibly match a more ludicrous pairing, she pulls something together that at first seems doomed to fail and then proves to be a match made in heaven. She's really talented. So, I don't think I'm stretching when I say you have your work cut out for you. Roman recognized the heaven cliché for what it really was in the matchmaking world. A match made in heaven meant it was golden. It was a match you couldn't help from happening, even if the couple themselves started out hating each other. They were rare, which made them that much more valuable. And very few matchmakers pulled them off. They're Mr. Dean was trying to tell Roman at Taylor made matches like that all the time. What is Taylor's golden number? He didn't want to believe it, but he'd heard rumors about mistletoe all the way in Europe. There's no way there was actual fact behind the whisperings. And no way it was Taylor Dean. Mr. Dean looked up toward the ceiling and narrowed his eyes. I think she's at 62. 62. That's pretty good. 62 was a pretty good number. Roman had no idea how long she'd been matching, but 62 was a respectable number over almost 20 years. Well, that's for this year. Her overall number is well into the triple digits, but she doesn't count them. I try to stay on top of them, but she has multiple matches going all the time. Mr. Dean shook his head, dropping his gaze back to meet Roman's. Yeah, that's just this year. It was a slower year compared to last, though. Roman held his breath as he processed what Taylor's father had said rather nonchalantly. In 1 year she'd made 62 golden matches. She was the unicorn he'd heard rumors about. If that was true, then the myths about his hometown hadn't just followed him to France. They were true and gaining speed as they spread across the world. Mistletoe was the place to go if you wanted to find your happy ever after. That was going to be the place to invest most of his time and energies. Especially if he wanted to continue to build the matchmaking name of his family. If Roman could make the match against Taylor and win, he'd secure himself a reputation he would never be able to tarnish. If he lost, the Wilsons would stay in the Dean's shadows for even longer than was acceptable. Roman didn't lose. His pride demanded otherwise. His heart demanded he win. Losing wasn't going to be acceptable. Unfortunately, going against Taylor might make him decide between winning for himself and winning for her. As long as he remembered that he'd given up any shot at being with her long ago, he could go forward thinking of how to benefit his family. That's all he needed to do. Anything else was foolhardy and a waste of time. Roman pulled up to the Kringle Ranch. His parents had teasingly named it Santa's Retreat once a long time ago, but Kringle Ranch wasn't a name to be replaced when the more than 100,000-acre ranch was a predominant source of deer meat to the restaurants in Wyoming and Montana. He rubbed his eyes as he turned off the engine to his new truck. He hadn't been home in years, but nothing had really changed. White Christmas lights glowed on the trees leading up the drive to the house, giving it a magical ambience. If things really hadn't changed, those lights wouldn't come down at all throughout the year. One thing his family seemed to delight in was the Christmas spirit and stretching it out as long as possible. Usually December 25th through December 24th, every year. That holiday spirit could wear on a soul. Roman climbed from the rig and rounded to the front of the hood. It wasn't excruciatingly late, but the fall sun had already decided to set, casting the majority of the Kringle Ranch into shadow. Lights from the house lit up the drive and Roman climbed the steps to the wide wraparound deck, trailing his fingers along the handrails rising up each side. He moved slowly, unwilling to jump into the inevitable chaos of the house. He wanted to drag out the quiet moment of reuniting with his childhood home just a little longer. The log cabin-style exterior should have faded in all that time, but Roman's parents had always maintained their home with an eye to details. The wood glowed warmly under lights spilling onto the deck through open curtains from the living room and kitchen. Adirondack chairs were set at seemingly random places on the porch, while Roman knew nothing was random with his mother. Every other chair grouping was set with a nicely folded Sherpa throw for evening setting. In the corners of the deck, the patio extended out, leaving room for an inset bench to line the railings for more sitting. Those were all new since Roman had left. Off in the distance, an arena-sized red and white barn lorded over the nearby pasture and riding rings. If Roman went inside the large building, he would find a loft where he and Taylor had spent many summer nights talking about their dreams and plans. Plans he'd thrown away with his father's doubts. Roman approached the front door to the home, his dress shoes scuffing on the painted wood. Raising his hand, he awkwardly rapped his knuckles on the door panel. And waited. He hadn't been home in all that time. He didn't have the right to just walk in. He stood there and waited. 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 Finally, the door opened, revealing a well-muscled dark-haired man with a white and red apron tied around his neck and waist over jeans and a long-sleeved T-shirt. The man stared at Roman for a long moment and then blinked. Roman? Oh, my word, man, how are you? Brock said you were going to be here today. Flynn? Roman stared at one of his younger brothers in astonishment. When Roman had last seen him, he'd been 12 and nothing like the strapping young cowboy standing before him. We all grew up, brother. While Flynn's words could have been taken wrong, his easy-going affectation and wide grin suggested otherwise. He flexed his muscles and wiggled his eyebrows. I probably look the best though. Muscles will do that to you, you know. He winked and laughed out loud. Roman swallowed regret he hadn't realized he'd been harboring and nodded. I can see that. Is everyone here? He suddenly wanted to see all of his brothers more than he'd wanted to combined over the last 18 years. What had he missed out on? Flynn motioned for Roman to follow him inside. Nah, Colt, Austin, and Levi are riding the fence. One of the neighbors called and said a line fell. They don't trust the ranch hands to do this work. I guess last time, they set it up and didn't secure it. Flynn rolled his trademark Wilson blue eyes. Can't get good help these days, no matter how much you're willing to pay them. I agree. Roman removed his hat as he stepped inside, looking around the warm, inviting interior of his mother's home. You guys all live here still? Flynn shut the door, shrugging. Well, when Dad died, a bunch of us lived in town and stuff, worked at the office there and came out when we needed to help and stuff. That worked fine for a bit, but Brock said he didn't want Mom out here by herself with ranch hands in the barn. Rather than just one of us moving back, I think we all just decided to come back home. It just made sense. None of us are married, so, whatever, you know. Flynn led the way into the expansive kitchen ere he motioned at the chili slowly simmering on the stove. I've got dinner almost done. No one was here earlier, so this will be my second meal. He rubbed his stomach. Not that I'm complaining. Roman chuckled, already feeling the effects of being home working on his mood. He might be tired, but at least he was home. Flynn rested his hip on the counter and folded his arms while studying Roman with open curiosity. Mom called and said you're going to run the contest. Are you up for this? It isn't easy. He huffed, shaking his head. Roman sighed and shrugged his suit jacket off, hanging it on the back of the stool sitting at the island. Yeah, I think so. I've run the international branch all this time by myself. I think I've done pretty well. He'd taken the Wilson matchmaking name and turned it into a world-wide household brand. Yeah, it's just. Well, everyone thinks you'll mess up because of your history with the Deans. Flynn's candor was hard to get irritated with, even though his insinuation should have offended Roman. Instead, Roman grinned. You're blunt. I like that. Roman tapped his finger on the counter and then nodded. Yeah, I have some history with the Deans. I actually ran into them at the hospital and I was visiting Mom. Taylor, too. He had to say her name 1,000 more times before he could desensitize himself to it. Maybe more. Wow, what was that like? I mean, that's all I've heard about since I was 12 when you walked out. I can't imagine how awkward that must have been. Flynn pushed off the counter and moved to the stove, stirring the chili as he looked over his shoulder. Yeah, actually, I was madder and more on edge than I should have been. Roman ran both hands down his face. I definitely could have handled it better. But that's okay. We won't have to see each other that much. We can just get through this competition and move on. That was the plan. Don't see each other much and move on. Because if he had to see her too much, he might regret his decisions to leave even more, and he wasn't sure how much more regret he could handle. Flynn dropped the spoon in the pot and turned slowly around, his brow furrowed under his dark hair. Wait. Not see her as much? Didn't anyone tell you? We do the contest with a helicopter mentality now. They want both contestants working tightly together to make sure the integrity of the process isn't compromised. You'll see more of Taylor now than you probably did when you were dating. Was that possible? They'd been inseparable. Roman's heart couldn't take that much time with her. He already regretted everything from that fateful day. The last thing he needed was a daily dose of Taylor's addicting presence. What exactly had he gotten himself into? Chapter 6. Taylor. Tapping her finger on the edge of the fold-out seat, Taylor leaned over and searched the stage one more time for Roman. prepared for a large group and multiple people opening and closing the doors. The inside of the building had the heat up higher than it probably needed to be. The seating area was set for 500, but the crowd teeming around far surpassed that number. It would be well into standing room only, as well as whatever they could fit out the doors. Mistletoe hung from every light fixture, every doorway. Boughs of holly, some fake and some real, had been strewn about the walls and tacked to various fixtures in an attempt to be decorative for Christmas. Even an influx of fir limbs and evergreen branches are hung for a thicker green appearance. Taylor didn't see most of the decorations, since they were present year-round. The red velvety bows, the gold and silver garland, tinsel that she would never be able to ever completely get out of her clothing or furniture seemed to blend into the background. If she looked close enough, she could still identify the flocking from the year they wanted everything white. They'd never gone back to that. Even over time, the flocking remnants still popped up in the most unlikely of places, like the carpet, cracks of chairs, even in the bottom of boots when they were shaken out to check for mice or spiders. Flocking was not the smartest decision the town decoration committee had ever had. Craning her neck, Taylor couldn't find any sign of Roman or the other Wilsons. Even Elizabeth was a no-show, and the kickoff was supposed to start in the next 10 minutes. Why was Taylor the only one who was ever on time? 10 minutes early is already 5 minutes late in her book. Most people understood that about her, and when they agreed to work with her, they took on the timeline expectations. Even the committee had agreed to guarantee a prompt start. Taylor stole another peek at her watch. Only 30 seconds since the last check, which was actually better than the 15-second intervals she'd been running when she first got there 20 minutes earlier. There was nothing she could do about other people's lack of manners. She just wished she didn't care so much. Plus, it didn't help that one of the people she watched for was Roman Wilson. The man was definitely on her list of people to avoid, and yet there she was, waiting to see when exactly he was going to come through the doors. She'd never admit to it. To anyone. Waving her hands, Lily stood at the edge of the stage, staring up at Taylor. "You okay? You look like you're about to combust." Taylor rolled her eyes and laughed at the same time. "Really? I look that mad?" She wouldn't doubt it. She'd been on edge since leaving the hospital 3 days before, and she couldn't shake the way she'd felt. Of course, she was mad. Everything she'd ever wanted had walked out of her life without a word of explanation, and then waltzed back in with challenges and an apology Taylor didn't want to accept. She couldn't get over how graceless she'd been. And in front of people, at that. Whether he'd meant the apology or not had nothing to do with how she should have reacted. Instead of being mad, she should have smiled and said it was okay or something, anything, but what she did. In response, she'd been bombarded with sleepless nights, distracted days, and a lackluster appetite which combined had left her lethargic and irritable. The consequences were all brought on with the simple knowledge that Roman was back in town. No. It wasn't as simple as that. It actually had everything to do with the fact that he was in town and she had no idea what he was doing. Was he married and waiting for his wife to show up? She'd heard a rumor not that long ago that he'd gotten married, but anything regarding Roman was questionable considering the sources and what the family actually shared about him. Maybe he'd gotten married. Maybe he hadn't. But the hard truth was, he was back in town and they were at odds with each other. Why couldn't he have come back with his heart in his hands, begging for her forgiveness? That would have been so much more gratifying. Taylor shifted on the hard, plastic chair assigned to her. Thoughts about Roman had increasingly bugged her until she could feel her nerves tightly strung as if she were close to a fire and couldn't get away. If that's how it felt just thinking of him, What was it going to be like when he walked into the room or had to sit beside her on stage? Taylor took a deep breath and smiled at Lily's festive dress. I love your scarf. It's all, what was it? Glittery? Leave it to Lily to be well dressed. The girl was the model of the family with her long legs, height, and well-defined features. There wasn't a camera around that didn't love her. Glittery? You think it's glittery? Lily glanced down at her scarf and scrunched her nose. Yeah, I guess sparkly and glittery can mean the same thing. Either that or you're distracted. Is the time bugging you or something? The time is always bugging me. Where do you think the Wilsons are? It wasn't like it was hard to be on time. The Wilsons are right here. Roman's voice slid up her spine and gripped the base of her neck, setting her nerves to tingling. She couldn't handle much more pressure. If he did one thing that irritated her. Isn't it funny that you're still demanding everyone else fit into your schedule? As delicious as his voice was, that was the last straw. Taylor leapt from her chair, whirling to face Roman and a few of his brothers. Mrs. Wilson wasn't in attendance. The last Taylor had heard, she was still in the hospital. In mid-step, Taylor came up short at the sight of a raven-haired woman gripping Roman's arm. Her clothes were finely appointed with a subtle elegance Taylor definitely didn't feel as she stood there in her own cowboy boots. She definitely should have worn heels. Tugging on the cuffs of her slim suit jacket, Taylor refused to acknowledge the pain that seeing another woman on Roman's arm caused her. She smiled tightly and narrowed her eyes. Actually, this isn't my event, Mr. Wilson. This is put on by the town, as you know, and they determine the schedule and the starting times. She folded her arms over her chest and only allowed herself to glare at him. It would be far too easy to include the rest of the Wilson boys in attendance with her irritation. It wasn't their fault their brother was a brute. She couldn't blame everyone else forever. It just wasn't fair to do that, to them or to her. Roman spoke in amusement, his full bottom lip moving with attention, grabbing slowness. I've been here with the judges for an hour, thus I'm the early one. He smiled and walked the woman with him to the seating area usually reserved for the selected candidate. Taylor stared as the brothers passed by, arching their eyebrows, but otherwise ignoring her. The Wilson boys claimed their side of the aisle like they did every year. Like they had on the day of her wedding. Suddenly, looking out at her sisters who had shown up and taken their places on the dean's side of the auditorium and the Wilsons on theirs, Taylor was thrust back to that day when Roman hadn't shown up and she'd had to face the entire town, both families, and her own pain on her own. She'd had to face them all by herself. Right then, she couldn't help feeling like she was yet again, all by herself. Amanda, Tanya, and Carrie wiggled their fingers at her from their seats, glancing to the side as they stared at the Wilson boys and flicked their gaze back and forth between them and Taylor. She smiled tightly in their direction, determined not to let anyone see how bothered she was. Pust. Taylor, come here. Lily motioned to her from the spot she hadn't left. Taylor crossed to her sister, crouching down and leaning her head close. If this is going to be a problem, just let me know. I can try to do the contest. Lily's distaste for the whole idea was always readily apparent. She hated the capitalism involved in competing over a match. She was a firm believer that romance wasn't a race or a contest, it was something special that couldn't be faked. Normally, Taylor agreed with her. She glanced back over her shoulder, taking in the sight of the raven-haired beauty talking animatedly to Roman and Mr. Gentry, officiator of the contest and owner of the Mistletoe Pharmacy. Closing her eyes, Taylor turned back to Lily and then opened them, inhaling as if she could steady her nerves with one shaky breath. No, I'm good. I can do this. Plus, if I back out now, where's the pride in that? One thing they didn't do in Montana was ruin the family name. Some things had to be more important than one's own discomfort. Nodding reassuringly to Lily, Taylor stood and reclaimed her seat, taking to rubbing the tip of her thumb instead of glancing at her watch. Being in front of the crowd wasn't a big deal. She knew most of the people there. No, what was driving her nuts now was the fact that she had no idea what was actually happening. Why was Roman visiting with the contestant? He should be keeping himself impartial. That wasn't fair. If he got himself chummy with her, then he'd have a leg up in the contest. He could coerce her to choose his choice in partners just to win. Mr. Gentry approached Taylor from the group, his smile gentle as he extended his hand. Ms. Dean, it's always a pleasure. I see you're filling in for your father. Taylor stood, shaking the older man's hand and smiling. I am, thanks. His hip is still in recovery. Is there something I need to know? She glanced pointedly at the group he'd just left and then back at him. His eyes widened and he cocked his head while studying her. Mr. Wilson assured me you'd be fine with the contestant he chose. She's bringing in a high price tag. If she's matched, whichever family wins will get 5 more clients by the end of January, guaranteed. They've already signed up on that contingency. He inclined his head. I don't have to tell you how much that helps this town. The industriousness of the Dean and Wilson families have made this town thrive. We sure appreciate all of your efforts in including the town in your endeavors. Taylor held her smile in place, shooting another irritated gaze at Roman. He glanced up at that moment, catching her eye and smirking. He'd done it on purpose. He was going to win simply because he knew the woman. That just didn't seem fair. But what around Roman Wilson was ever fair? Taylor ignored the questions burning their way through her heart about how he knew the woman, to what extent their relationship was, and so on. Judging from the way the woman continued to look at Roman, she wanted far more than just to be matched by him. She most likely wanted to be matched to him. There was no way Taylor was going to explore how that made her feel. She didn't have the time to try to recover. Pulling herself back to the conversation at hand, she tilted her head to the side as she considered the older man. Of course, Mr. Gentry. This is a great opportunity. I hope I get the chance to thank Mr. Wilson myself on the great addition to the contest. Taylor nodded at Mr. Gentry as he smiled at her answer and moved to take his spot at the podium. She shot a peek at her watch, surreptitiously acknowledging that they were starting a few minutes late. Great. That wasn't the best way to start things off. Plus, she was already irritated. What else could go wrong? Olivia Jensen. Taylor tapped the pencil on the table with more force than was necessary with each syllable of the woman's name. Olivia Jensen. Taylor had to force herself to breathe in and out without passing out. Of course, Roman would bring the only daughter of the world's largest wine family in Italy to the contest. She dripped money. The woman's hair might have been black, but she could have made every strand of her head out of $100 bills and she'd still have more money than the Deans. Leaning back in the booth at the Mistletoe Cafe, Taylor stared at the contest planner she'd created a few years ago. She'd printed a fresh copy off a couple weeks ago to fill with her preparation and notes. Not to mention the extensive schedule the committee had laid out had needed to be inserted, and that was before the contestant was chosen. Wow, you're slowly losing it. What did that pencil ever do to you? Lily caught Taylor's attention, her carefully arched eyebrows raised toward her hairline as she stared at Taylor. Seriously, sis, you okay? Lily narrowed her eyes and then reached across the table to stop Taylor's nervous habit. Setting the pencil down, Taylor inhaled and then exhaled on a whoosh. No. I'm fine. There's a lot on my shoulders, you know? I'm worried I won't do as well as I'd like, and I don't know how Roman got that woman involved. She waved her hand and resettled into her seat, pressing her lips together and dropping her gaze to the planner. Yeah, I understand all of that. Let's not worry about what we can't control. I think just buckling down and doing our best is the only way we're going to succeed this year. Lily nodded, looking down at the dossier of the possible matches they had to go off of. The 8 we have to choose from aren't the best options. At least, I don't think so. Lily pointed at the board Taylor had brought, and glanced between the dossier and the vision board. 8 headshots of 8 men they'd selected from the pool had been glued beside their information. Looking at them at face value, I agree. They don't look like much when you're thinking about Olivia Jensen and her millions. Taylor twisted her lips to the side. Olivia was more woman than Taylor would claim to be. Billions. Lily didn't look away from the board of men as she commented. Cocking her head to the side, Taylor turned her gaze to her sister. Billions? What are you talking about? Olivia Jensen is a billionaire. She's almost as rich as that one wizarding author. There's a lot of money in wine and investing. Lily half shrugged, then readjusted her deep violet shawl as it tried slipping down her shoulders. Billionaire. Of course, she was. Taylor sighed and then decided to ignore the new information. Well, back to the men. I agree they don't seem like the best candidates, but they were the best we could come up with on such short notice. Not to mention, I have a good feeling about these guys. Normally, they had more time to work on the matches that they would announce, but everything about that season felt rushed. Taylor shook her head and leaned forward, pointing at the men as she spoke. It's not a big deal. I think I've got it narrowed down to these 3. What do you think? Then Taylor slid her list across the table to her sister and turned her gaze out the window to stare. Billionaire. And to top it all off, Olivia was gorgeous. Taylor didn't need to look at the list with Lily to know what her sister was reading. The 3 men Taylor had chosen for the contest were very different and yet not different enough for a woman who was from the other side of the world. The only things Taylor had to count on were her instincts and her experience. Someone like Olivia wasn't going to be out for money. No. She'd want someone to like her for her and have successes of their own. Lily pointed at a face. Really? An accountant for a billionairess? Come on, Taylor. This is ridiculous. A computer IT specialist? Oh my gosh, the sushi restaurant owner in Bozeman? Lily shoved the list from her and back into Taylor's vicinity, and shook her head. What is this? If I didn't know any better, I'd think you were coming up with a list for yourself. Taylor didn't say anything as she folded her hands together and shoved them between her knees. Was she that transparent? She couldn't help transferring some of the things that would work for her onto the guys she was matching. That's why she'd only narrowed the pool down and hadn't actually decided on one specific candidate just yet. She wasn't sure what was pushing her, her own need to find a match or the job. Lily narrowed her eyes. and leaned forward, her long blonde hair falling across her shoulder, in stark contrast with the violet of the shawl. "Seriously, Taylor, is that what this is? I thought you asked Dad to help you." Even though it was concern in her voice, it still grated on Taylor's nerves. Taylor shook her head, swallowing down her panic that she might be alone the rest of her life while everyone else passed her by with marriage, children, and a home life that was more than just TV dinners and rom-coms. She licked her lips and leaned forward to match Lily's motions. "No, Bryson, Lionel, and Stephen aren't for me. They're for Olivia Jensen. I think money doesn't matter and she needs someone to help her feel steady. Isn't that what we all want? I hope you know what you're doing. Winning this contest would mean a lot for us. I haven't met an attractive accountant yet." Lily laughed and sipped from her Diet Coke. "I hope that's not true. His picture actually makes him look really nice." That was an understatement. The 3 men Taylor had picked out were far from ugly. In fact, if she didn't have an expectation of good looks like Roman's, she'd easily assume any of the 3 men were models or movie stars. Unfortunately, everything society said was attractive paled in comparison to the rugged masculinity of Roman Wilson. It had always been like that for her. There was no doubt in her mind that she hadn't found a match since he'd left because part of what she did was compare the potential date to the memory of Roman. That wasn't fair for anyone. She had to get over the expectation that Roman was the ideal. She had to change her mindset. No way would Elizabeth or her dad match her to Roman. That wasn't an option any longer. Plus, just because she'd longed for him to return all those years, she had to accept that he hadn't. He just hadn't. That had to mean something. That had to tell her that she was spinning her wheels and not getting anywhere. Roman obviously didn't love her. He had never loved her. She had to leave that dream in the past. Truth be told, the way he treated her and acted was making it much easier than she'd expected to accept that Dad might be able to match her to someone soon. Someone not Roman. Well, maybe Olivia won't want them and I can pick one out. Taylor laughed, half serious as she picked up a French fry and dipped it in the Mistletoe famous fry sauce that had put the cafe and the town on the map. The milkshakes challenged the popularity of the fries as well, both of which Lily and Taylor had ordered and they'd gotten into the little cafe restaurant a little while ago. Playing with the straw in her cup, Lily stared at the board of options. "I hope you know what you're doing." Taylor laughed, but inside she was crying. She had the very distinct feeling that she actually had no idea what she was doing at all. Chapter 7. Roman. Olivia had dropped everything and flown across the Atlantic to be there for Roman. He needed as many advantages as he could get in the contest. Olivia used to be married to Roman's good friend, and they'd all stayed close after the amiable divorce. Why wouldn't they be happy? Olivia and her ex hadn't fought over money or anything else. They'd simply gone back to the lives they'd led before their fairy tale wedding as if nothing had happened. Roman couldn't say that had been the case with his relationship. His friend rested her long French, tipped fingers on Roman's arm and nodded toward the group of men the Wilsons and the Deans had invited to choose their candidates from. Her lips moved as she spoke, but for some reason, Roman couldn't grasp the words. He glanced distractedly at her fingers, at the men, and then back at her face, his brow furrowed as he tried to figure out what she'd said. "I'm sorry. I said, none of these men have money." Olivia discreetly murmured as she leaned closer to Roman's ear. Heat from her breath hit the skin of neck and it irritated him more than anything. Roman looked over the men again, narrowing his eyes. Not one of them looked like they had the kind of money he did or the kind Olivia would want, but that didn't mean they were bad candidates. Which didn't sit well with him. Not one of them was talking to Olivia. All 16 of them surrounded Taylor, asking her questions about the forestry they had on their ranch, questions about the stallion breeding program at the Dean Ranch, and a number of other things Roman couldn't hear. She was down to earth and easy to talk to. Of course, that's where the men were. Olivia sat in her seat at the table with her finely articulated eyebrow arched to the hairline as she studied them with a practiced air like she was Scarlet from Gone with the Wind. Every couple minutes, she would deign to speak to Roman, but only loud enough he could hear her if he leaned closer. If Roman didn't know she wasn't his type, he'd think she was interested in him. But that wasn't possible. They were friends. He didn't want the kind of drama that went along with a woman like Olivia. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for coming out today. Both teams studied your applications and profiles extensively. As you know, we only get to choose 2 each on this second round. The final round will be next weekend after we've had a chance to interview each of you. If you have any questions, Mr. Gentry is always around, or you can ask me or Mr. Wilson. Taylor motioned in Roman's general direction, but never looked his way. He might be dense about Olivia, but Roman could tell when Taylor was ignoring him. She was going out of her way to give him the silent treatment. He'd been through the ringer with her before. Funnily enough, some of their fights were some of his favorite memories. Like the time they'd gotten in a fight down by the bakery in the middle of December and Taylor had grabbed the head off of a snowman made to be a child. She'd hurtled the round ball of snow at Roman and he'd been too shocked to duck. Ice-cold snow had splattered all over his face, fallen down into his shirt and jacket and knocked his cowboy hat off his head. He'd burst out laughing, much to the horror of the other passers-by. In fact, Roman and Taylor had ended up in each other's arms, still laughing, their fight forgotten. That night, he'd proposed to her. Roman blinked, jerking his eyes from staring at Taylor. He glanced around the room, trying to get his head out of his past and into the present. Taylor was only in one. She could never be in his future. Olivia chose that moment to laugh like he'd said something hysterical. She threw her head back and shook her head. What was going on? Bewildered, Roman blinked at Olivia as she continued chuckling and placed her hand on his forearm. She did understand that she was supposed to be dating the other guys, right? Roman opened his mouth to ask her exactly that, but the sight of Taylor coming his way gave him pause. She approached, a soft smile on her face as she held out her hand to Olivia. Hi, Olivia, I'm Taylor Dean. I'll be on the other team matching you. I didn't get a chance to meet you at the announcement, but I wanted to make sure and introduce myself before we get started. Taylor continued, ignoring Roman. Olivia graciously took Taylor's hand in hers and inclined her head. Thank you, Taylor. It's nice to be here. Roman was just saying the funniest things. She shook her head and shot him an intimate look. Roman furrowed his brow and looked at her questioningly. He hadn't said anything funny. In fact, he hadn't said much of anything. Where was Olivia getting the humor from? Taylor reclaimed her hand from the woman beside Roman. She smiled politely. How do you know each other? Olivia wrapped both hands around Roman's upper bicep and she leaned in, pressing her cheek to his shoulder. Roman and I are longtime friends. We've been there for each other through a lot. Roman shifted uncomfortably on the bucket-style seat. What was Olivia getting at and why did it feel like she was trying to establish her territorial rights? None of what she was saying was completely accurate. They weren't close. They'd never been there for each other, and he couldn't figure out why she was leaning on him. Olivia's next words broke through Roman's thoughts. How do you know Roman? He's never mentioned you before. She scanned Taylor from head to foot and then blinked. I mean, I can see why. I'm just not sure I understand the connection. The insult seemed to roll off Taylor's back since she didn't even flinch. Roman didn't want Olivia focusing her negative attentions on Taylor. He placed his fingers over Olivia's on his arm and laughed. Taylor is a girl I grew up with. We were friends once upon a time. Even longer than you and me, Olivia. If Olivia had focused her eyes on Roman, there was no way she was going to leave Taylor alone, if she found out who Taylor was or used to be. He had to protect Taylor from the things Olivia could do and be. Olivia's tight grasp loosened and she laughed. Oh, you're a childhood friend. That's quaint. Olivia's phone buzzed and she pulled from Roman. Excuse me. She turned to the side, answering the call with a soft murmur. Roman glanced at Taylor and froze. Unadulterated pain created a small line between her eyebrows, and her green eyes had darkened to a deep jade from betrayal. She pressed her lips together into a thin line and her nostrils flared as she breathed. Roman leaned forward, his hands stretched out before him like he was going to be able to stop her from hurting. She shook her head, plastering a fake smile on her lips, even as her eyes accused him of so much more. Don't worry about it. Everything is very clear. She turned away, glancing at her clipboard clutched tightly in her hands. Taylor, do you want to sit with me? I have a spot open. We all had some more questions for you. A fairly good-looking guy with a name tag at Red Bryson placed his hand on Taylor's shoulder. He led her toward the group of guys again, shooting a questioning glance past her head and narrowing his eyes at Roman. There was no way Taylor would go for the type of guy Bryson was. Roman determinedly ignored the clean-cut, strong-jawed look Bryson had going on. Not to mention he seemed very respectful and even attentive to Taylor. Nah, that wasn't the type of guy any woman wanted. Except Roman knew that's exactly the type of guy most women wanted. But was Bryson the right one to win the competition? If nothing else, redirecting Bryson's attention onto Olivia would be a good move. That had to be a good thing for everyone involved. Another man moved to Taylor's other side, and in seconds she was absorbed back into the group of potential dates. For Olivia, Roman had the feeling that everyone there was missing the point on just who was getting matched to whom. Olivia finished her call and the meeting continued. Roman focused on the way the men acted around Olivia and Taylor and the stark differences. They seemed more comfortable around the curvy red head, whereas Olivia came across as unapproachable. She didn't even seem interested in the other 16 men who were supposed to be there for her. By the time the meet and greet wrapped up, Roman's irritation and frustration had reached an all-time high. Olivia left and the men left for a photo shoot to show the stage they were in for the contest, leaving Roman alone with Taylor. The long table they'd ended up at could have been a mile long for all the conversation they engaged in together. When in reality, Taylor was only 2 seats down from Roman on the opposite side. They were essentially sitting across from each other. She wrote furiously with a mechanical pencil, flipping pages on her clipboard and checking information on previous pages. Roman watched her for a moment, grateful she didn't see him staring. He couldn't help it. There was a spunky strength in the curve of her neck and in the way she held her shoulders. Even the tilt to her nose suggested she wasn't going to take anything sitting down. Taylor glanced at him, slowing the movement of her pencil as she blinked and caught him staring at her. What? Do I have something on my face? She lifted her hand with the pencil and felt around her cheeks and forehead while also trying not to write on herself. Roman shifted on his seat, shaking his head. No, not at all. I was just thinking you're putting in a lot of work for a contest you're going to lose. He'd meant to say it with a teasing tone, but his frustration with the men made him sound more serious than he'd intended. All emotions drained from her face and disappointment twisted her lips. Well, then I better get to work on losing, right? She sighed and grabbed a tote bag she'd stacked under her chair and pulled it onto her lap, shoving the clipboard inside. Roman blinked. He hadn't meant to be offensive or even call her out on anything. He was teasing, but how did he try to make her understand that? She was already standing to leave. She made it halfway to the door and then stopped, reaching up to wipe her cheeks. Was she crying? Had he hurt her again? Then she turned back to him, her face flushed. I don't know why you're back, honestly. Things are fine without you. We really take this competition seriously. You don't, and that's fine. But you need to be ready for our meetings and for the dates. I have on the schedule that we need to get together to discuss the dating schedule by this coming weekend. If you can't put your distaste and hatred for me aside, then send someone else. Roman's lips parted as he stared at her, and what she was saying sank in. He stood from the table, holding her challenging gaze with his as he rounded the end of the seating area and approached her. About 3 feet from her, he stopped and tucked his hands into his jeans pockets. I don't hate you, Taylor. She scoffed, looking to the side and then back at him. Look, it's not a big deal, Roman. I get it. You and I saw each other differently. That's fine. It's all in the past. I think we can agree that right now is important to both our families. If you want to fight, fine. We can, but I can tell you right now that this competition will be a lot easier on everyone involved if we can at least work together. So, suck up whatever it is you don't like about me and deal with it until Christmas. Okay? She lifted a hand and then dropped it back to her side. She shook her head and turned, not waiting for his reply as she strode from the building with surprisingly long legs for someone of her petite height. Roman stood there unsure what to do next for a few minutes. Once he snapped out of it, he got in his truck and returned to Kringle Ranch. Being back in Mistletoe was definitely not for the faint of heart. In the sitting room looking out over the back deck and pastures, Roman stared at the silhouettes of the mountains in the distance. He'd once believed he and Taylor would get married and climb around the cliffs looking for a place to make theirs, just theirs, so they never had to see anyone else. She was the only thing he'd ever wanted. The only person he ever wanted to be around. His dad had been a matchmaker, too. He'd worked with Roman's mother and they'd made a strong name for themselves. Where the Deans had matched Roman and Taylor from a very young age, Roman's father Simon had said from the beginning that Deans and Wilsons weren't a good match. Nothing good ever came from a match of matchmakers. The night before Roman was supposed to marry Taylor, his father had pulled him aside and said the best thing for the both of them was to take some time and explore the world. If they got married, they'd be divorced sooner rather than later, and the Wilson matchmaking name would be tarnished. Not to mention, Taylor would always blame Roman for making her miserable, and no one wanted that. Roman hadn't slept after that, tossing and turning all night. If his father didn't think they were a good match, then maybe they weren't. Simon was one of the most successful matchers in the history of the family. His match rate was over 95% and no one questioned him. Who was Roman to start rebelling or doubting the things his father said? Roman's dream of owning the mountains with Taylor had dissipated behind him as he'd run the other way, both to protect her and save her from a life filled with regret. Did you miss it? Brock's deep voice snapped through Roman's thoughts. He startled, shooting a look to his right toward his brother and adding a smile to his expression. Yeah, sure. But they aren't the only mountains in the world, you know. He'd never tell anyone that they were the only mountains that seemed both safe and dangerous at the same time, when he could have lost himself in them and found himself all at the same time. How's the competition going? Anything I can do? Brock moved forward, leaning his shoulder on the doorjamb of the slider, and folding his arms across his chest. He studied his older brother like they hadn't had an ocean between them for the last 2 decades. Roman sighed, running his fingers through his hair. Taylor is brutal. She said we're supposed to get together and plan things. I don't know why everyone is making this so hard about matching. Either you pick someone that is going to work or you don't. Brock shook his head. No. It isn't that simple with the competition. The rest of our matchmaking, and the deans as well, is like what you're saying, sure. We have to listen to our instincts, match who we think. But with the competition, we have to follow procedures. This is really hard on Taylor because she ignores all the rules for matchmaking. Not for anything else, of course. Brock chuckled and then waved a hand in front of him. Not that I'm commiserating with the enemy, but I do understand where she's coming from. If any of the rules aren't followed, that team forfeits. Brock considered Roman a moment and then continued. Are you going to be able to work with her, or is she going to be a distraction? A distraction? Roman turned from Brock and stared out at the mountains again. Everything about Mistletoe was a distraction. Wasn't that why he'd come back? But he knew what Brock was asking. No. I'm not interested in her like that anymore. He was lying, and there was nothing he could do about it. Maybe you could convince her otherwise. Maybe what you should do is distract her. Brock narrowed his eyes at Roman. I'm not going to cheat, man. Roman wasn't sure he could fake anything with Taylor besides the fact that he had to lie and act like his heart didn't scream for her every time they were around each other. He had to fake that. His pride demanded it. What are you saying? Roman turned to face Brock. I need you to spell it out for me. I think you need to try to distract her from the competition by being wrapped up in her again. I think it might be the best thing for our team. Brock widened his eyes meaningfully at Roman, his context clear. Wouldn't that be cheating? Roman narrowed his eyes. He wasn't amused that Brock had pretty much said Roman wasn't good enough to go against the Dean family in the contest. Add to that the expectation that Roman was going to need to cheat, and he was less than amused. I'm a solid matcher, Brock. I don't need to swing the competition to win against anyone. Hadn't he proven that over the years as he'd grown his branch of the business? Not necessarily. I mean, there are no rules that say contestants and even matchmakers can't fraternize. That's all I'm saying. Distract her. If you want to win, it might be what it takes, you know. Brock shrugged and shoved off the doorjamb. It's just an idea. Not a big deal. I'm sure you'll do fine either way. But Roman could hear it in his brother's words. What Brock didn't understand was just how dangerous it would be to pretend to be in love with Taylor Dean. His heart wouldn't recover when it found out he'd put himself in that kind of position again, only to tear himself away. There was no way he could have her back. But maybe mild flirtation to distract her would help secure the competition. Anything had to help. I'll think about it. Roman didn't add that he'd think about a lot of other ways to win the match as well. Chapter 8. Elizabeth. Elizabeth had missed the meet and greet as well as the kickoff. Her whole Christmas season was going to be off without attending those. Some people got into the holiday spirit with music, decorations, or even those ugly as sin Christmas sweaters. Not Elizabeth. She needed the competition to remind her that Christmas and the surrounding holidays were all about the ones you were with. Or more specifically, the one you were with. Her last phone call with Roman didn't sound optimistic with the contest, but that didn't mean all was lost. She picked up the phone where she sat on the couch in her living room. Before dialing David, she called out, "Is anyone in here?" The resounding silence reassured her no one was in earshot. Most of the boys were out working on some fence line along the northern border. The only reason she'd stayed on Kringle Ranch after Simon had died was because of the boys. They'd rallied around her, doing everything they could to help her with the ranch and staying there. No one had actually asked what she wanted. They'd all assumed she wanted to stay at the huge ranch in the middle of the huge mountains in a not so huge town. Not that she was complaining. On the contrary. Having the boys back home was like a dream come true, but at the same time, Elizabeth wasn't stupid. Women didn't want to marry a man who still lived with his mother, no matter how good-looking or rich they were. As much as she loved her boys, she wanted grandchildren, and she wasn't going to get them unless they got married. She had to take a role in their love lives, or so help her, she'd never have a grandbaby to hold. That just wasn't going to be acceptable. Pressing David's avatar on the contact list, Elizabeth waited for him to answer. He picked up on the third ring. "Elizabeth, what do I owe the pleasure?" His deep voice and good humor were easy to enjoy. The man never failed to disappoint her with an easy-going demeanor and polite mannerism. He wasn't too hard on the eyes either. Elizabeth cleared her throat, embarrassed at the direction her thoughts had taken. "David, I hope you're feeling better. We took on this matching business for your daughter, and I've been thinking a lot about it. I wanted to get your thoughts before I wrote up a proposal." Elizabeth didn't want to be blunt with David, but she found that was the best way to communicate with men. Subtlety didn't seem to be the way to get what you wanted. Directness was the name of the game. "I went over her profile, and I'm not going to lie, I didn't know most of that about my daughter. Were you aware that there are that many emotions associated with sadness?" David sighed as if he wasn't sure he could separate himself from the match and get his own biases away from the matching. "What are your thoughts?" Elizabeth looked out the window, taking in the long driveway lined with trees. At night it was magical, and by day, the trees promised protection from the winds as well as led the way to the beauty of Kringle Ranch. As much as she practiced directness, how did she say what she was really thinking? Just say it. She had to just say it. "Okay, David, I'm just going to say it." Watching Roman and Taylor together in the hospital, and then on the videos of them at the meet and greet and the kickoff. "I think we need to match them together." She rushed on, before he could argue. "I know. He's already blown his chance with her. I understand that. I want them back together. I don't know what happened, but I think we have a chance to right an egregious wrong that was committed." She fell silent. What was David thinking? He probably thought she had no right to suggest her son for his daughter after everything Roman had done. David exhaled on a whoosh, the sound surprisingly loud. "I'm so glad you said that." Elizabeth blinked in surprise, her lips falling partially open. You are? Yes, I was watching them, too. There's something there, even though on the surface, it looks like they hate each other. Is it too much to hope we can keep this match in-house? David coughed, but not too loud, and he muted it with his hand. I don't think it's too much to hope at all. Her heart pounded a little too hard. She would have to learn how to calm down. So, it's agreed? That's who we want for our match? Elizabeth's lips curved with excitement as she waited for his agreement. Yes. I think that will be the best thing for the families and for them. This stupid Dean and Wilson feud needs to end. If we can work together, I think Mistletoe will be that much stronger for it. David's tone was businesslike, but there was a smile in his voice. I agree. Elizabeth sighed in relief. The hardest part about working with someone on a match was agreeing on who the pairings would be. As long as David agreed with her, there was nothing they couldn't do. Taylor and Roman had no idea what was coming. Roman. Mom, how are you feeling? Roman claimed a seat on the settee across from his mother's quasi-permanent position while she recovered. The soft greens and pale mauves accented the cream foundation of the room, and Roman actually felt comfortable in the space. When he was growing up, the room had been his least favorite since he'd been so worried about breaking something or ruining things. But growing up and becoming as wealthy as he was, he'd quickly learned that most anything was replaceable. Even cream-colored carpeting. Roman, you sounded down on the phone. Is everything okay? His mother cocked her head to the side and studied him with motherly eyes. How did she know when things weren't right? Even when he'd lived in France, she'd known. The gift was uncanny. Still, he shook his head, denying anything wasn't exactly like he wanted it. Don't lie to me, Roman. What is going on? She folded her hands and rested them in her lap while she assumed her listening expression. Roman half grinned. Fine. The only reason I'm giving in is because I know you're more relentless than I am. He sighed. I don't want any of the candidates. We don't have enough time for me to call in someone who would actually be picked by Olivia. She isn't interested in an accountant or a newspaper owner. She won't care about the NASCAR racer or even about the car dealership owner that Brock said would make a good option. None of these guys have what I know Olivia would go for. She'd want someone with more money than her, or at least someone who wouldn't care if she had money. She'd want to be with someone who makes her feel smaller than she is. Olivia's height was always something she'd complained about, even though most women would kill for the extra inches Olivia had been blessed with. Have you talked about this with Taylor? Mom leaned to the side, pressing on her side with her fingers and minimally wincing as she listened for Roman's answer. No. She's the competition. Why would I compare notes with her? No one seemed to understand the concept of a contest in that town. His mom furrowed her brow and then brushed her hair from her shoulders. She sighed and studied him. Finally, she spoke. Look, Roman, I understand the importance of the competition. I really do. Usually the prizes and the publicity are second to none for more work throughout the year. But I don't only match for a living. We have multiple streams of income, and if the matchmaking disappeared, then we would still be fine. Taken aback, Roman blinked as he considered his mother. Almost all of his money came from matching or investing, which he did through matching. He was able to get the inside scoop on many businesses because he'd matched the people starting the businesses up. He genuinely wanted to know why else you would match. Then why do you match, Mom? I mean, I busted my butt overseas and worked to make that branch of the Wilson matchmaking company strong and productive. You're telling me all of that was in vain? He blinked at her, shocked that his efforts could be minimized that exponentially. What you've done has been far and away above the call of duty. I'm not undervaluing your efforts at all. What I'm saying is that the money part is not why Wilson's match. She waited for him to accept that statement, which he didn't want to initially. He had more money than he knew what to do with because of his efforts in the matchmaking industry and other financial investments. Could he really match for another reason? What are you saying then? Roman didn't understand why else you would match. Most of us match because love is what everyone sings about, talks about, pays for, and longs for. When you find your partner, nothing else should come in the way of that. That's why I match. That's what is more important here than the competition. Has your client been happily matched? If you can't answer that with a confident yes, then you've lost, even if you've technically won. Do you understand? She watched him with narrowed eyes. Was she saying that Roman needed to do whatever it took to make sure the client got what she wanted? If that was the case, Roman might as well sign himself up as the match. He nodded while his mom continued speaking, thinking over and over what his motivations were and why he needed to win. Was he trying to win to make a point? Of course. He wanted to prove to his family, the town, and the deans that he belonged in mistletoe matchmaking just as much as they did. Not only that he belonged, but that he was just as good as them. He still wanted to escape since Taylor was there, but he needed to come home when he was trying to recover from a divorce or something equally hard and not have to worry about fitting in. Do you think you're happy, Roman? His mom cut into his thoughts and he snapped his gaze to hers. He cleared his throat, sitting up higher in his seat. Of course, why wouldn't you think I'm happy? Maybe Brock had said something. His mother shook her head. I'm not suggesting you're not happy. I'm just asking if you are. I know things didn't work out with Melissa. I'm sorry. Why would his family be sorry for him about his failed marriage? He'd run away to Italy for a fast wedding, hoping that marrying that woman would erase Taylor once and for all from his head and heart. The problem was, scars never went away. They didn't even fully heal. Once Roman could accept that, he'd fit in better. Or maybe, just maybe, he didn't have to prove anything to anyone. But himself. Chapter 9. Taylor. Pride bruised, Taylor wasn't sure she wanted to continue with the competition. If nothing else, maybe she could hand the public portion off to one of her sisters. Even the time she was expected to spend with Roman would be better handed off to someone like Carrie or Lily. The rate she was going, Taylor wasn't going to be able to keep her emotions in check the next time she saw him, if he did anything out of the ordinary. Roman wasn't known for being consistent, though. Maybe it was better that he'd left her. She needed stability. She needed to be able to rely on someone, and Roman had proven time and again he wasn't that person. Her dad had always been adamant, though, they were a good match. That was the first time Taylor had questioned her father's matching skills. Her heart had never argued with him. She felt like she belonged with Roman, but after years of being alone, she realized she didn't need to believe in the one soulmate for everyone. Maybe that just wasn't the truth. Maybe you could be happy with whoever you were with at the time. It didn't matter. Taylor didn't need to worry about her beliefs in that department. At least, not when she had an important match to make. Clutching her planner close to her chest, Taylor picked at the hardcover corner as she scanned the room to take a measure of who and what to expect. A higher than normal amount of press had shown up. Probably because word leaked out at the kickoff that the client was Olivia Jensen. The suitor announcements were usually well attended, but this was more than even the kickoff had been. At least the committee had planned accordingly, and there was more than adequate sitting room for everyone. As soon as Roman entered the large auditorium, Taylor's entire body knew it. She could feel him in ways she couldn't explain. Unfortunately, that didn't make her feel better about her situation or anything else for that matter. How was she supposed to be able to start a life with someone else, whoever Dad and Elizabeth matched her with, if she couldn't think straight with Roman in the same room? That was counterproductive to what she was trying to achieve. She wanted marriage and babies and so much more than just arranging other people's ever-afters while she pined for happiness. Mr. Gentry took his spot at the podium while Roman sat on the other side, just outside of Taylor's line of view. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us today. We have had a terrific start to an exciting matchmaking holiday season. As you know, matchmaking in Mistletoe is a generations-long tradition that is spearheaded by the community's two longest-standing families, the Deans and the Wilsons. We are moving along, and today, our two matchmakers will be announcing the suitors they have chosen for the contestant. Remember, if you see the dating going on around town, please don't hesitate to mark it down on the app we have at Mistletoe Matchmaker. Org and post pictures up as well. Let's start with Taylor from the Dean Family Matchmakers and her announcement. Mr. Gentry stepped aside, clapping his hands as the rest of the attendees applauded politely. Taylor took a deep breath and rubbed her hands down her thighs as she stood up. Normally, the Deans announced last, but that didn't matter. It wasn't a big deal. She was ready to announce the guy she'd chosen for Olivia. She ignored the steady way Roman watched her walk to the podium. She pretended to herself that she didn't see him from the corner of her eyes, or that she knew when he leaned forward or adjusted himself in his seat. Staring out at the crowd, she refused to think about the way Roman's shoulders had looked in his nicely pressed blue button-up shirt and the way his jawline had been enhanced by the shape of his Stetson. Taylor inclined her head toward the flashing cameras and the waiting faces. Thank you, Mr. Gentry. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. After extensive time spent on getting to know details about Ms. Jensen, I feel like she and I could be a good match. Taylor laughed with the crowd at her joke and shook her head. But seriously, the person Olivia Jensen is will be very easy to match because of her sincere desire to find happiness. After my research and watching the interactions between the people, I've determined that Stephen Johnson is going to be the best match for Olivia. I'm sure Mr. Wilson has a different perspective, but I'm pretty sure I'm right. Taylor winked at the crowd as they laughed again at her friendly jibe. She cast a glance at Roman with a teasing smile on her lips for the benefit of the crowd, suddenly curious by the anticipation on Roman's face. The suitor she'd chosen moved from the crowd of 16 candidates into the seat beside where she'd been sitting and smiled, waving at the crowd. Thank you. Taylor nodded at the smiling faces below her and returned to her seat. Mr. Gentry laughed as he approached the microphone again and motioned toward Roman. And now, Roman will announce the Wilson family selection. He stepped back, giving Roman plenty of space to claim the podium. Roman stood slowly, adjusting his hat as he made his way to the stand. His jeans were well stacked over shiny dark brown cowboy boots with fine stitching. Taylor looked away before she got lost indexing all of her favorite things about him, things that had changed over the years, but only for good. She hated that she got lost in the attraction between them. She couldn't rely on that pull for a relationship, for commitment. Not when he'd proven himself to be nothing worth waiting for, or for crying over. Except, in her heart of hearts, Taylor had to admit they'd had more good times than bad. She'd honestly thought he was the one. The greatest mystery of her life was why he'd turned out to be so different than she'd believed him to be. Could you really fake who you were at 19? Well, I hate to steal what Ms. Dean claimed about being a good match for Ms. Jensen, but he turned and included Taylor in his encompassing gaze. The Wilson team has selected Roman Wilson as their candidate for suitor for Ms. Jensen this matchmaking season. He held his smile steady as the crowd erupted with murmurings and surprise. Taylor worked to hold her expression neutral as pain twisted in her stomach. He declared himself a perfect match for Olivia Jensen. Someone he'd brought into the contest. Someone he'd known previously. Could this be rigged? Could this be his way of getting a public proposal and adding to his international brand? Not to mention, was it in accordance with the rules? Taylor ducked her head as she pulled out the handbook of rules and expectations as well as calendars for the contest. Ignoring the hectic noise around her as it swelled from the crowd and the people on the stage, Taylor flipped through the pages, skimming to see where it was against the rules to be a contestant while also being a matchmaker. She couldn't find it. She flipped faster, standing from her seat. Stephen leaned over, tapping her shoulder. Taylor, what does this mean? Is he a guaranteed win? Stephen was worried, and he should be. A sushi restaurant owner, even one as good looking as Stephen, was no match for the charismatic Roman who had billions to his name and more on his side. Taylor leaned over as she stood fully. Don't worry. I'll get this figured out. It had to be against the rules of the contest. She strode the short distance to Mr. Gentry, who was also flipping through a similar green and red handbook. Did you find anything? I looked, but I feel like we need more time to be able to study this more fully. Taylor opened her booklet as well, glancing between the two books to see where Mr. Gentry had his open to. Maybe she'd looked in the wrong spot. I don't think it's against the rules, because it's never needed to be addressed. Mr. Gentry sighed, glancing up and then straightening. Mr. Wilson. This is completely unorthodox. I'm not sure we can allow this kind of a suitor announcement. You might need to go back and decide from a less invested group of men. I understand what you're saying, but I've had my lawyers scour the rules and the playouts of the contests in the past. There is nothing that says I can't be both suitor and matchmaker. In fact, I think this is a good thing for publicity, since it shows that even the matchmakers avail themselves of the services. Roman stood with his thumbs hooked in his rear pockets and an easy slant to his shoulders. He really wasn't worried about it. He wasn't lying. Taylor knew his tells, and he wasn't showing any of them. He might have figured out that running his hands through his hair, blinking rapidly, and even shifting his feet were all tells that he was lying. But while it was possible he had fixed one, maybe even two, the likelihood that he'd fixed all three wasn't high. Taylor sighed, chewing on the inner part of her cheek as Mr. Gentry continued flipping through the booklet. Staring at Roman, Taylor hoped he didn't see the hurt in her eyes or realize how disappointed and betrayed she felt. The last thing Roman had done and he'd last been in Mistletoe had been to run from marrying Taylor. The first thing he was doing now that he was back would match him to a woman who was nothing like Taylor. Could he be showing the world and Taylor that they'd never been a good match? She didn't care. She couldn't care. Did she really care if Roman nominated himself as the suitor? Not really. She was in the middle of her own matchmaking with Elizabeth and her father. She just had to get Roman out of her head. She dropped the booklet to her side, shaking her head. It's fine. Roman can be the matchmaker and the suitor. It's not against the rules. She eyed him and pointed the corner of the booklet at his chest. You'll be expected to attend all suitor functions as well as all matchmaker requirements. You'll essentially be working double duty, do you understand? She arched an eyebrow as if that would make him rethink the entire thing. He slowly nodded as he searched her face. Right. Got it. You really don't mind? Flashing a bright smile at both Mr. Gentry and Roman, Taylor shrugged with just one shoulder. Why would I mind? You're giving yourself more work. That's on you. She'd never admit how much he'd hurt her. She'd never admit how much she had hoped he would see her for what she'd become. Was it too much to hope he'd seen her and come to his senses? After 18 years, the answer to that question was a resounding yes. The shadow of his hat lent a darker glint to his eyes as he slowly nodded. Okay, I agree to all of the conditions. Taylor reached out and snagged the forearm of Roman's shirt before he'd fully turned back to his seat. She waited until he raised his eyes from her hand to her face before speaking. You can't change your mind halfway through. You have to follow through with your suitor of choice to the bitter or sweet end. No matter what happens. Do you understand? If Olivia chooses Stephen, which I fully intend her to do, then you have to accept that. Would he understand what she was saying? He couldn't rig the contest. He couldn't do anything else to ruin the integrity of the competition. He nodded slowly, dropping his gaze to her fingers again. She slowly lowered her hand from his arm, more than aware of the nearness of his body to hers and the line of electricity that wanted to zing between them. Maybe she was delusional, though. Maybe she was the only one attracted. It wouldn't be the first time she'd thought they were on the same page only to find out she'd been way off. As soon as the announcements were recorded and the crowd dispersed, Taylor ducked out the side door and all but ran to her SUV. She pulled out her phone and connected the Bluetooth as she called her dad, pulling from the parking spot and driving through town. He answered on the second ring. Taylor, honey, are you okay? I heard about what happened at the announcement. Of course, I'm fine. I agreed to it. It's not a big deal. She clenched her teeth together, slowing at the only stoplight in town. I was calling to see if you had come up with anyone for me to date. She couldn't sit back while Roman dated Olivia Jensen and Taylor tried to keep them apart. That just made her look desperate and stupid. Neither of which she was going to accept. We're looking. It's hard with Halloween right around the corner. No one is really looking at being matched for the holidays. Which was a blatant lie. The holiday season was the busiest for matching, because no one wanted to be alone during the holidays. Okay, thanks. Let me know what you find out, okay? Thanks, Dad. I'm heading to the office. They disconnected and Taylor parked the car in front of the Dean matchmaking house. They'd bought an older house with interesting gables, angles, and turrets because of the romanticism around the architecture of the structure. The whole Dean family had banded together and painted the siding a dusky gray, lavender and the trim a creamy, almost, white. A couple of the sisters had put violets, irises, and ferns in all the planter boxes and flower beds around the foundation of the house. She loved the home they'd taken on as the base of their business. Taylor climbed the steps and let herself inside, reveling in the quiet of the empty offices. Inside, she leaned back, letting her head fall against the door panel. They hadn't found a match for her. Not one. Was she really that bad that there was no one out there for her? Even the guy she'd once been matched to hadn't worked out for her. Her dad and Elizabeth, two of the best matchmakers in the world, still hadn't found a candidate for her. What did that say about her? Maybe everything she'd feared over the last 2 decades was actually fact. Maybe there was no one out there for her. Maybe she was going to be lonely for the rest of her life. Is anyone here? Taylor waited for the answering silence before she let herself give over to the moment. Instead of heading into the office, she sank to her rear end on the hardwood floor and folded her arms around her knees, leaning her forehead forward. She'd never admit to the sobs that racked her shoulders or the tears that soaked her cheeks. She was stronger than that. She had to be, if she was going to be alone the rest of her life. Chapter 10. Roman. Somehow Roman hadn't foreseen he'd hurt Taylor. And bad. But how? He'd double-checked with his lawyers to make sure it wasn't hindering any part of the competition. He couldn't help the declaration. He had to win. He needed his position in the family back, in the town back. Olivia knew him well enough. They could date and even be considered an item for a while after the contest, and then they'd go about their own lives. They wouldn't have to get married. There wouldn't be that expectation of forever or even a couple years. It was simply to win the contest. Declaring it, though, had been more nerve-wracking than he'd thought it would be. Standing in front of Taylor and the rest of Mistletoe, all who knew his past or would have heard of it when he returned to town, he'd suddenly been worried about what people would think. Especially Taylor. That ship had sailed, though. He'd walked away from any future with the Dean girl when he'd abandoned her on their wedding day. There was no going back from that. There wasn't enough forgiveness in the world to patch up that mistake. He could accept that. But for some reason, the pain in her eyes, and she'd agreed to the dual job he'd claimed, haunted him even as he sat at the desk in the back of the Wilson wedding coordinator's office in town. Brock had given him a key and shown him to the back office, the last empty one. Roman had been fine with the office, thinking he'd gotten away with the best location in the building until the first time someone had flushed a toilet. Pipes creaked and moaned in the walls around the office space, as well as the sound of rushing water spinning through the ceiling. The sensation wasn't the best one. In an office full of men, the toilet was constantly getting flushed. Roman tapped the end of a black fine-tipped pen on the surface of the heavy-duty oak desk. Wrinkling his forehead, Roman stared down at the calendar of events Mr. Gentry had given him in the matchmaker packet. He flipped the pages back and forth. October would be over before he knew it. Then there was November and December to get through, since the contest culminated on the day before Christmas Eve at the carnival. He had to somehow get Olivia to agree to choose him without telling her what he was doing or why he was doing it. Olivia's excitement that he had chosen to be her suitor was more than obvious in her text messages, constant calls, and even vague social media posts that were more than apparent they were about him. Seriously, what had he gotten himself into? He hadn't meant to hurt Taylor. At the same time, he'd hurt her the worst he could have when he left. There really couldn't be anything more he could do. Could he? Roman wasn't sure. He wasn't sure about anything except the fact that he needed to win that stupid contest. Offering himself up as the suitor was the only thing he could think of, short of actually telling Olivia he wanted her to choose his guy. That was definitely against the rules. That afternoon, he was supposed to meet with Taylor's suitor. In fact, looking through all of the scheduled meetings and the dates and the monitored time together, Roman was going to be spending more time with Taylor as the competitor's suitor and as the opposing matchmaker than he'd be spending with Olivia. That was both a benefit and a drawback. Being around Taylor that much wasn't going to help him get over her. Not that 18 years on the other side of the world had helped much either. Maybe seeing her would help him be more desensitized to her. If he wasn't allowed to touch her or be with her, then maybe he could convince himself he didn't care. He'd bet himself a stack of reindeer antlers he lied worse to himself than anyone else. Inputting the calendar of events into his phone took almost an hour. By the time he was finished, he had to hurry to make the scheduled meeting time with Steven Johnson, the suitor Taylor had chosen for Olivia. She'd picked him out. Did that mean she found him attractive? Was he the type of guy she was looking for herself? What did she want in a suitor? Roman had tried peeking into her file, but it wasn't in the computers. It had to mean something along those lines. Roman walked the short distance to the Mistletoe Cafe. He pushed through the door, leaving the chilly wind outside the double-entranced foyer. Scanning the restaurant, Roman narrowed his eyes at the sight of Steven already sitting in a booth by the windows. He had taken his hat off and set it on a hook provided on the wall beside the booth seat backs. The man was attractive, not that Roman was interested. He just couldn't help sizing Steven up as the competition as well as what kind of a guy would be around Taylor often. Roman plastered a wide smile on his mouth and strode toward the booth, taking his hat off as he got closer. "Steven Johnson, so nice to finally meet you and shake your hand." He held out his hand and clasped Steven's tightly. "Okay, a good grip." Roman had more respect for a guy with a good handshake. Steven's warm expression as he resettled into his seat didn't dim when Roman pulled out a pad of paper and a pen. Instead, if anything, his grin grew wider. "Please, don't tell me you're as into scheduling and list making as Taylor. Even if you are, I guarantee you're not as efficient as she is." Roman laughed, setting his pen on the paper pad. He shook his head. "Taylor and I grew up together, and that was one of the things that drove me nuts. Her insatiable need to be planned out to the second. The fact that she watched the clock more than she watched any event they were at had driven him absolutely insane. Yeah, I know how it can be annoying, but it's a control issue for her. She was telling me that her mom used to have bulimia and anorexia, and when Taylor didn't have control over time, she would slip into counting the calories of everything in the kitchen, on her plate, on the menus, everything. She'd watched her mom get sick repeatedly, and she didn't want that problem. So, she turned her need to fixate onto controlling how she spent her time." Steven spoke matter-of-factly. Probably because he'd been given a chance to know Taylor that Roman had never taken. Roman blinked, his lower lip falling open at the revealing statement that made so much sense, and also made him feel like a complete fool. He'd worried so much about what she was trying to control, he'd missed the why behind it. He cleared his throat and shifted on the vinyl booth. "That doesn't bother you?" He needed to hear it bugged Steven, oh the way Roman had felt when they were younger seemed more justified. Steven shook his head. "Nah, women have different needs than we do. Some need control, some need a protector, some want to provide, some want to stay home with the kids, while some want to work. You love them for who they are, all of it, or you don't really love them, you know." Steven leaned forward, steepling his fingers on the table. He motioned toward the menu and wrinkled his nose. "I hope you're okay with me not ordering anything. I'm particular about what I eat. My restaurants are pretty much the only places I'll go for food I don't prepare myself." Roman relaxed a little bit into the booth. So, the man did have a quirk. "No, that's good with me. You own a restaurant. You cook, too. Don't you have a chef who cooks for you?" "Oh, yeah, I have quite a few chefs. I started out as a cook at a ranch and then continued moving up in my career. I always put my dreams first, though. Now, I want a family. No point in having money and 12 restaurants if I can't share the goods with someone and kids, you know? He drank from the cup of coffee, judging by the smell emanating from the steam swirling upward from behind the brim. You own more than one restaurant? That's not on your sheet. Roman's surprise was as genuine as his admiration. The man had an opportunity to brag about himself and he'd gone with the humbler version. That wasn't something most men would do. Nah, that's not what is important. I don't want someone to want me for my money, you know. I'm still a cook. I still cook best over a campfire, no matter how many brick ovens I build or grills or woks. He offered a side grin and pointed at the note paper. Are you supposed to be asking me specific questions? Taylor is very methodical. Roman used to be cynical about how overly planned out and prepared Taylor was. Now, with just a little bit of a glimpse into why, he suddenly felt inadequate when compared to her. Yeah, I usually use this time to just get to know you a little bit. Plus, the normal questions I would ask, like what are you going to do for the dates and other ways to connect and make yourself stand out, don't seem very fair since I'm also the suitor, you know? Roman leaned back, resting his hand on the paper. He had to ask. It wasn't that he was trying to torture himself with information about Taylor, but he also couldn't help asking. Have you met Taylor's husband? Or her boyfriend? She had to have something like that. She was too gorgeous with too many positive traits to be single all that time. Stephen shook his head, sipping his coffee more and looking around the cafe. No. I thought that she would definitely be snatched up, too, but that isn't the case. She's been single since some guy left her at the altar when she was 18. He shook his head. I don't know which idiot that was, but I hope he's suffering wherever he is. She's not the kind of woman you walk away from. Stung at being called an idiot, even though it was in a passive manner, Roman took a deep breath and nodded in agreement. It sounds like you have a thing for Taylor, or are at least interested. He didn't phrase it as a question since he was more or less challenging Stephen to own the feelings that were more than obvious. Laughing, Stephen lowered his cup to the table and then brushed his fingers across his forehead, rearranging the hair falling over his eyes. Oh, I'm interested. I'm definitely interested. I was trying to ask her out when I first met her and she misunderstood me and I somehow applied for the contest. The only time I get to spend with her is when she's trying to match me to someone else. Stephen leaned over, his expression earnest as he arched his eyebrows. So, here's the thing. I'm not interested in Olivia at all. I'd really like it if you could layer on the attention and I'll just pale in comparison to you and then I can be left as unpicked and maybe then Taylor will notice me. What do you think? This way you'll win, I'll win, Olivia will win, and I can try to console Taylor on her loss, which might mean she would have won. Hope made him clutch his fingers together as he waited for Roman's answer. Roman blinked at Stephen, unsure what to say or even how he felt about the information that had just been dumped on him. Stephen wasn't even interested in Olivia. No, he wanted Taylor. He wanted to work with Roman to make sure Taylor lost so that he could be there for her. As much as Roman wanted to win, he didn't want to win when it seemed like everyone was working against Taylor. He wanted a fair fight. But then he stopped his mental defense of Taylor and himself. Did he really want a fair fight? If he did, he wouldn't have offered himself as a candidate. He wanted to win, no matter what. Stephen was giving him an out. All Roman had to do was agree to it. He took a deep breath and shook his head. You've got a solid plan, it sounds like. Thinking about everyone else getting what they wanted while Taylor lost made things really stand out for Roman. He'd wanted her to lose from the beginning, but honestly, maybe it was because he'd thought she would be fine since, in his mind, she had a husband and kids or something. In all honesty, he also wanted to get back at her for being happy and at home while he'd made one bad choice after another. Everything he'd done had messed up his personal life and given other people their dreams in his business life. She'd never married. She'd never been with anyone else since the jerk left her. The more Roman thought about it, the more he was able to separate himself from the guy who had left her so long ago. Yeah, I've been trying to date her for almost a year now. I could really use your help. Stephen thrummed his fingers on the table. I want to win, that's not a secret. I'm just surprised you're asking me for your help, is all. Well, it wasn't all, but it certainly made up a huge part of it and was easier to explain than what was running through Roman's head. Well, I figured you'd be up for it since you chose to be the suitor for Olivia. This way you can have Olivia and I can have Taylor. It's the perfect plan. Stephen's eagerness wasn't feigned. He seemed like a good guy and Roman could see all the benefits of going along with him. But he could also see the biggest problem with the plan. Roman didn't want Stephen to have Taylor. Roman didn't want Olivia. For some stupid reason, his jealousy reared its head and he realized he didn't want anyone else with her, if he couldn't have her. That unwelcome thought process was just enough to push him to taking control. Roman couldn't have Taylor. He might as well ensure he won the contest. He jerked his chin upward. Sounds like a good deal. I'm in. Checking the rules wasn't an option. He didn't care if it was legal or not. He was going for it. Stephen's eyes lit up. Perfect. I'll downplay my time with Olivia and you play yours. I'll focus on Taylor. This shouldn't be hard at all. Except. Roman had no doubt, if Taylor found out, it was going to be the hardest time of his life. She wouldn't tolerate that kind of betrayal. There would be no opportunity to finally be friends again. There would be no chance at anything. Nothing. All of that would be out the door. Roman leaned across and tapped the table in front of Stephen. This needs to stay between us. Do you understand? Stephen nodded. He would. Of course, he'd keep his mouth shut. He wanted a chance at a woman like Taylor. Well, she wasn't one you walked away from. Not if you ever wanted to find love in your life. Roman knew all about that. He'd been stupid once. He'd never get another chance like that again. Chapter 11. Taylor. Taylor set her laptop on the coffee table and stood from the couch. She'd been a big fan of most of her sisters staying with their dad at the ranch, but Taylor needed her own space, her own privacy, and her own timeline. No one else cared about being on time like she did. No one else cared if the house was spotless or arranged in a certain way. Taylor needed it. She craved it. Because what would happen if she let everything go? She walked into the kitchen and removed the softly whistling teapot from the gas stove burner. She'd already arranged her cup with a tea bag and a spoon. Pouring the boiling water into the cup, she dipped the bag down and up, then let it steep while she got down the honey from her dad's place. There was a richness in local honey you couldn't find in the store, bought variety. Taylor took a deep breath, grateful for the quiet of the later evening. According to the calendar, Roman was supposed to be out with Steven until 10 p.m. For some reason, that made her feel more secure. If Roman was out with Steven and getting to know that candidate, then he wasn't out with Olivia. As long as he wasn't out with Olivia, then he wasn't winning or falling in love. Both were things Taylor was fine with. She didn't want him to win, and she didn't want him to fall in love. Was that bad? Yes, of course, it was bad. Taylor wanted to fall in love. She wanted all the things that went along with a picket fence. She couldn't have those with Roman. Not anymore. Seeing him in real life only seemed to make that fact more apparent. She had to move on. He had. A knock at the door drew her attention. The green digital numbers on the stove display read 9:02 at night. Glancing at her phone, Taylor noticed she hadn't missed any calls or texts. Whoever was outside her place wasn't being very polite by giving her a heads up they were coming. She crossed to the door, already frustrated that someone would come so late without announcing themselves. For some reason, that slipped itself onto her list of pet peeves and had never really let go. She didn't even bother looking through the peephole or glancing through the windows. Swinging open the panel, she drew herself up short. Roman. Glancing behind him and finding no one with him, she looked back at his face and furrowed her brow. "I'm sorry. Is there an emergency or something? You're supposed to be at your meeting with Steven. Is everything okay?" She folded her arms over the white t-shirt she'd worn over gray leggings and suddenly wished she hadn't yet gotten into her comfortable clothing. Roman stared at her, quiet and thoughtful, while he watched her. He rested a hand on the railing to her porch, back a couple feet from the door. Taylor narrowed her eyes. "Roman, why are you here?" She softly shook her head and shifted her bare feet on the wood flooring of the entryway to her house. She didn't want to think of him at her house, in her space. He already took up too much of her thoughts. She couldn't afford to be able to picture him in her life. As much as she'd wanted him, she couldn't have him, and wishing was just begging for heartbreak. Yeah, he coughed, looking to the side as if the thick tortured willow tree to his right had the answers. Taylor waited and then couldn't wait any longer. "Is everything all right with Steven?" Her eyebrows drew together as she stared at him, waiting for his answer. That seemed to snap him out of whatever trance he'd been in. He stepped closer, his hat blocking the light from the porch lantern as he leaned over her. "Steven? Would you like him to come over here?" The distinct smell of alcohol pervaded the air directly around him. Taylor rolled her eyes and backed up, motioning for him to come inside. "Look, just come in and don't make a scene." The last thing she needed was her gossipy neighbors seeing the Wilson man drunk and standing on her porch. "Hurry up. If Mrs. Raddick sees you out there, we will be married with 3 kids by tomorrow." She'd been joking, but judging by the stiffening in his shoulders, it wasn't the right joke for him. "Forget it." "Again, Roman, what do you want?" Taylor shut the door and turned to face Roman as he perused the front rooms of her house. "You're supposed to be with Steven until 10. He'd never respected the importance of sticking to a schedule. He'd always run things with a high level of wing it that would have given her anxiety if she'd tried to do anything with that level of disregard. But she didn't. She controlled as much as she could with whatever she could. Her life was much easier because of it. Roman turned toward her, a gentling in his features Taylor hadn't seen since before their set wedding date. "Not everyone is as scheduled as you, Taylor." He studied her face with a soft gaze. Even though he hadn't necessarily meant his comment to be rude or antagonizing, Taylor couldn't help taking it that way. She closed her eyes and shut the door behind her. After a second, she pressed her fingers to her temples. Look, I don't feel like getting into this with you. I know, you always hated my planning and scheduling. Got it. It's a flaw of mine you couldn't handle. Is that why you came over? To remind me of how awful I am. She didn't need Roman's help in feeling bad about herself. What she needed was someone who actually liked things about her. Hey, I don't want to fight. That wasn't me being mean. I was trying to. He shook his head and moved closer, removing his hat and turning it over and over in his hands as he studied her. Taylor, you never got married? The question took her by surprise. He was also a little too close for comfort as heat warred inside her for something to hold on to. She stepped back until her shoulders pressed into the door panel. Being that close to him wasn't safe. There was nothing she could do if he touched her. She knew it. She'd be doomed. She'd have no pride left. Taylor folded her arms and then dropped them to hang limply by her sides. Even that didn't feel comfortable, and she shook her head. She cleared her throat and glared at Roman. Why didn't you ever get married? I did. He set his jaw and stepped back, his eyes full of something she couldn't identify, something she didn't want to. The sudden space between them acted like a vacuum, sucking the air out of her lungs in a whoosh. Roman had loved someone else enough to marry them. He hadn't run away. He'd married another woman. He must have gotten a divorce, or maybe she'd died or something, because he had to be single in order to be a suitor for the contest. So, what? Taylor could handle the fact that he'd married someone else. He'd replaced her. No, that wasn't even the truth. He'd married someone else that he had cared more for than her. Because what else could it have been? Why else would he have run away like he did? She closed her eyes and just focused on breathing in and out. At least she could control her breathing. Nothing else was manageable. What had she once told a client? You loved who you loved, and choice was a game you played as a kid. Something like that. And yet, it had never seemed more real than it did right then. Chapter 12. Roman. Roman tried to ignore how he'd just dropped the announcement into the air like a weighted gauntlet. It was there, plain and rude and blunt. I did. He hadn't meant to just announce that he'd gotten married. Of course, he'd assumed she'd known, but judging by the sudden jerk in her body as his words sank in, he'd been egotistical and more than a little narcissistic, thinking she'd known already. So many emotions crossed Taylor's face as he stared at her. Regret flooded through him even as pain and something close to hysterics again shadowed her expression. After a minute of studying each other, Taylor blinked at him and thrust her finger toward the floor. So, you were able to commit to someone else, but not to me. She didn't phrase it like a question, because it wasn't. Roman could see that. He could see so much in that moment, and he'd never wanted to ask himself just what he'd been thinking more. Taylor suddenly bent over and laughed, then straightened, slapping the top of her thigh and shaking her head. She turned to the counter and moved to the sink, pouring herself a glass of water and motioning toward it as if Roman might want one. She drank the water after he shook his head no. She blinked some more, still laughing. Then, as if out of the blue, she laughed hard again and plunked the glass on the counter. You couldn't commit to me, but you could someone else. Got it. Was she losing it? Roman took a deep breath. Things were getting out of hand quick. He moved to lean against the counter and into a position where he could see her more fully. What's so funny? Had he really said something that hilarious? Well, you were able to commit to someone else. Not me. The redundancy of the phrase only made him more confused. She stopped laughing and stood at the counter, resting her hand limply on the edge as she stared at him, her smile loose and unchecked. You said that already. 3 times so far. Roman couldn't contain his irritation. She kept saying it. Yeah, he got it. She'd been the one he couldn't commit to. He didn't even know how to explain that. He had a reason. If he'd committed to her, he wouldn't have gotten divorced from his ex-wife. Was that commitment then? Had he really committed to anyone, if he'd taken the first chance he had to get away? Taylor shook her head, inhaling deep and then slapping her hand on the counter. Well, I'm just trying to accept the fact that all this time, I thought the commitment issue was on your end. But maybe it's actually me. Something is wrong with me. That's fine, though, you know. I mean, you always complained about me over-scheduling. You always said I needed to be more spontaneous. That was just one thing, though. I mean, what else is it about me that people don't like? That makes me incompatible with others? She didn't seem mad, but more along the lines of genuinely confused. Incompatible? Who said that? Roman folded his arms and rested his forearms on the edge of the counter, watching her closely. He'd never claimed she was anything less than perfect, scheduling aside. Plus, after the things he'd learned from Stephen, he suddenly found he didn't mind the planning as much as he'd thought. Yeah, incompatible. Dad and Elizabeth can't find me a match. I thought maybe they were just being picky, but, she sighed, her humor fading as she furrowed her brow. Maybe, what's actually happening is they can't find a match for me because of me. You know? Actually me. I'm the problem. This is perfect. Her strong volume trailed off and she turned from the counter, facing away from him. Wait, Taylor, what are you saying? Too much was going on. She thought she wasn't worthy to be committed to. Had he made her think that? That couldn't be further from the truth. Are you saying you are having Mom and your dad match you? Why did that fill him with such anxiety? Why did he want to run to his mom and ask her to refuse? Why did Roman think Taylor shouldn't want to be with anyone else but him? That Bronco had ridden off years ago. There was no way it was a possibility any longer. Yeah. She turned back, throwing her hands in the air as she glared at him. Or they're trying to. Does that make you feel better, knowing I can't find anyone on my own? Maybe you made the right choice, you know? She folded her arms, staring at him with her jaw jutted to the side. The fact that she might actually feel that way about him, about her, about any of it, was enough to crush him. He shook his head, dropping his hands to his sides and slowly moving toward her. Taylor, no. That's not how I feel at all, actually. He studied her, searching her face for some semblance that she'd heard him and maybe believed him. Even if only a fraction of what he'd said. She shook her head, scoffing. Yeah, okay. Sorry, Roman, but I don't really want to hear it. Why aren't you still at the meeting with Stephen? As much as you hate the fact that I overschedule, there's a reason we're supposed to stick to the plans that Gentry and the committee give us. What was the truth? Stephen had been too aware of Taylor. Too aware of what exactly Roman had loved about her. She was all kinds of appealing in more ways than he could explain. He'd done her a disservice, not telling her why he'd left. He'd hurt a lot of people with his actions. As Roman looked around the two front rooms for a reason he'd left Stephen early instead of the truth, Roman half-heartedly accepted that he'd stepped into a space that screamed Taylor. From the subtle mint green accents to the even more rare, but equally beautiful dusky rose touches in the thin striping on the curtains, and the piping of the cream-colored couch, Roman could see that Taylor's tastes were still distinctly elegant. She kept a tidy house, and that was nothing of a surprise to Roman. He'd always envied her ability to maintain so much control over her surroundings with apparent effortlessness. She intimidated him while also making him extremely proud. Leaving her behind had been the hardest thing he'd ever done. Where he'd expected to make his father proud of him, Roman had in effect alienated himself from his family as well as divided the town he'd grown up in. Taylor's exasperation pulled him from his thoughts. She thrust her hands on her hips. Did you at least like Stephen? I mean, what did you think about him? You're here. You might as well fill me in. She sighed, waiting for him to answer. Roman didn't want to. He didn't want to say anything else that might hurt her. He was sick of causing her pain, which seemed to be inevitable when he spoke or did anything. All he wanted to do was take her in his arms and kiss her the way he should have kissed her at the altar. Leaving her to Stephen would probably be the best thing for Taylor. She needed someone who wouldn't betray her. Someone who wanted her from the beginning and was consistent. Wasn't that what Stephen was proving to be? He was the good guy. He was the guy that didn't want money or prestige. He just had pure appreciation for Taylor. Roman wanted Taylor to be happy. He just wasn't sure he wanted her to be happy with anyone but him. Wow, he really was as selfish as he'd been accused of being. He shook his head as he realized he still hadn't answered her questions about Stephen. She wasn't waiting for him to find self-actualization. Instead, she just wanted a reason for why he was there. Answering her wasn't possible right then. He wasn't sure what he was going to say, so rather than extol a lie he wasn't even sure he could make up, he readjusted his hat and moved toward the door. I have to get going. Thanks for answering my questions. Wait, just like that, and you're leaving? You didn't answer my question, Roman. Taylor followed him, her volume rising as she walked. He paused with his hand on the door knob as he turned back to look at her. It was the first time she'd said his name without sounding rehearsed or formal. She'd said it with passion and anger, and he wanted to hear her say it again. Selfish or not, he didn't want to roll the competition so that he won and Taylor lost. He didn't want to give that underhanded victory to Stephen. He didn't want to give Taylor a kind of a blow to her pride, and she so obviously needed something more from him. More. What else hadn't he given her in the past? One of them being steadfastness in the face of trials. He had to give her that. He could give her consistency. He had to do something to earn back her respect and trust which he'd lost. In this instance, losing would suck, but so would winning dishonestly. Roman had to admit that, and he had to get Stephen to agree to at least try. He didn't want to tell Taylor what he'd told Stephen he would do. Don't worry about it. I'll make sure I finish the scheduled meetings as they're laid out. Let me know if there's anything else I need to fix. I'm new to this competition, so there's a lot I'm trying to learn. Sorry for inconveniencing you. No, you're right. Taylor's eyes softened and she nodded. I'm sorry. I forgot this is the first time you've seen one up close and involved. It's not as easy as it looked when we were kids. She lifted her fingers and pressed her temple. Look, they want us to spend time with each other's candidates in case there's something we're missing. Like, if Steven actually is a serial killer or something. Then it's kind of a safety net for the client. She bit her lower lip as she studied him. Is Steven a serial killer? Did she want to know because she was worried about her suitor option, or because Steven was someone she was interested in herself? Knowing what he did about Steven, Roman wasn't sure how Taylor felt about her candidate. For some reason, he wanted to know, bad. He knitted his eyebrows as he turned more fully to her, dropping his hand back to his side from the doorknob. What do you know about Steven? Maybe she didn't know everything. Maybe she was just in it for the money and she thought he wasn't worth anything more than one restaurant. There were so many what-ifs. Taylor ambled closer to the front door, stopping beside the windows and staring out at the night. He's really sweet. He's looking for someone to marry and have kids with. He's always around, which is nice, but we're in the friend zone. She chuckled, glancing quickly at Roman. I mean, not that you and I should be talking about that. He's a really nice guy. I know he lied on his application because he didn't want the candidate to know about his actual position in society, but I don't blame him for that. He's a good guy, trying to find someone to love him. She shrugged and turned back to stare out the window, and then spoke a little under her breath. Aren't we all? Roman thought about what she'd said. She was being honest. She was just looking for someone to share her life with. Roman lost that chance. Did he really want to make her suffer in loneliness because he couldn't be decent? No. He didn't want her to be unhappy. If he couldn't be for her what she needed, then it was time he actually promoted her happiness. He stepped forward, the sole of his boots whispering on the tile as he did so. Roman gently placed his hand on Taylor's shoulder and turned her to face him. Steven is a really great guy. I think he'd be a great choice for Olivia, or anyone else who would be interested. But you're interested in Olivia, too, right? I mean, isn't that why you chose yourself as her suitor? For a brief moment, it felt like they were actually friends. Roman was being shunted to the friend zone. This had to be better than the enemy zone he'd lived in for so long. Roman laughed, glancing out the window and shaking his head. Nah, I like winning. I like competition. I'm not particular to anyone, to be honest. I just need to get my foot in the door here on a local level. Why not do it with a win? He'd shared too much, but wasn't that what he needed to do with her? Be honest? She nodded, shaking her head. In order to fully win, though, you have to be able to commit to her for at least 6 months. Can you do that? She wasn't being rude, which Roman would completely accept from her. Wouldn't it be justified at that point? 6 months? That's going to be longer than I think I want to do. He grinned and winked. No, I can handle it. Don't worry about it. Taylor nodded tightly. Yeah, 6 months isn't much. You can do it. She glanced pointedly at her watch and then back at him. I need to get to bed. Of course, she did. He'd come over unannounced and thrown a wrench into her plans. He knew what that did to her, caused anxiety and didn't help her stress level. Yet, there he'd gone and done it again. He inclined his head and backed up to the door, this time determined to leave. You're right. I'm sorry. That was rude of me. I'm working on being more mindful of others. He pulled his phone out of his back pocket. Do you think I could get your number so I can reach out next time I need to speak with you outside of the scheduled meetings? She watched him, like she weighed her options one way or the other. If she said no, he'd know there wasn't even a chance at being friends. But what if? Yeah. Here. She reached out, taking his phone from him and inputting her number into his contact list. Text me, so I can add you to my contacts. She smiled hesitantly, allowing the universe to shift just enough for Roman to feel like peace might be possible. What else was possible? Chapter 13. Taylor. Roman had been able to commit to someone else. Taylor couldn't stop that phrase from repeating over and over in her mind. After he left, she even said the line out loud a few more times. Did he have any idea how ridiculous that was? No matter what he'd said about his issues with commitment not being about her, his actions proved that wasn't true. He could commit to someone else, but not to her. That cut deeper, and Taylor needed right then. His rejection of her had everything to do with her. And the roughest part was he'd told her what he couldn't stand about her. He'd spelled it out for her. Told her over and over just how much he hated that she wasn't more spontaneous, that she was so scheduled, that she was so organized. He hadn't liked that trait of hers. He hadn't liked it and he'd left. So, what did that mean? Taylor couldn't be who she was if she wanted to find love? Did that mean she needed to change herself to find happiness? Did she believe that love was the only way to be happy? Taylor was a huge believer in the saying, the epitome of insanity was doing the same thing over and over and expecting different results. She was stuck in a hamster wheel and not going anywhere. She had to look at what she was doing and where there was room to improve. Roman had always claimed he had a problem with her scheduling. Honestly, Roman wasn't the only one who had expressed issues with her lack of spontaneity and the fact that she couldn't let go of the control with her planner. What if that really was a fault of hers? What if the only reason she couldn't find love was because she wasn't scheduling any into her life? Or letting anything happen because she was too scheduled as it was? If that's what the problem was, then Taylor wasn't too proud to look things over and come up with a solid plan. First thing she needed to do was acknowledge that there was a problem. Could she accept that about herself? She was the problem. Okay, she could do that. No matter how much it hurt. Since she accepted that planning was her problem, could she change? She had to. If nothing else, she could at least see if changing would help her in the areas she felt she lacked, like relationships. Staring at the wall wasn't changing anything. She had to act. Immediately. Pushing up from the couch, Taylor moved from the living room into her bedroom. She carried the bag she normally carried her planner and to-do list in with her. She sat on the bed and set the planner beside her on the comforter. Using a discus-style planner where the pages clicked in and out easily, Taylor was as comfortable with the planner as she was her pillow. The style made it easy to add pages or take them out without ruining the layout of the actual planner. Every year she added more months, weeks, and daily layouts, working in the details of her schedule, planned out from the moment she got up in the morning until the moment she went to bed. Even when she woke, if it was early, she made herself stay in bed until the time came for her to get up. She didn't know what she would do with her time before then. If it wasn't scheduled out, she didn't know what to do. The soft duvet underneath her gave when she leaned back, bracing herself on her hands as she stared at the flowered cover of her planner. She'd had it for 5 years. The hard, laminated cover withstood rain, spilled tea, and restaurant crayon when a 5-year-old had cried and she'd helped the mother out. Her planner was something like a friend, there for her with details of her life to come and the actual realities of her life in the past. What she was considering was painful, but unavoidable. She had to make the decision to cut herself completely clean from the way she ran things. Did she have the strength to break her habits? Her lifestyle? Without looking directly at her nightstand, Taylor reached over to her alarm clock and unplugged the cord from the wall. Her hand shook as she dropped the plug in with a plop to the ground and stared at the suddenly dark face of the clock. A sense of panic welled inside her. She needed to know what time it was. Maybe she needed to start the next day. She stared at the blank face of the clock some more. The digital device wasn't the only clock with alarms. Was Taylor doing the best thing for herself? She grabbed her phone. It wasn't yet 11. Carrie would be up still. She was a night owl and never planned anything out. Fingers still shaking, Taylor dialed her sister's number and then held her phone to her ear as she waited for Carrie to answer. "I don't know what you're doing with my sister's phone, but if you don't tell me where you are, I'm going to call the cops." Carrie's worry rang clearly over the connection. Taylor shook her head, staring unseeingly at her feet hanging off the bed. She drew her knee up and leaned back against the headboard. Carrie's comment didn't help with her nerves. "This is Taylor, Carrie. Sorry to worry you." A brief pause would have been appropriate, but Carrie was silent for almost 10 seconds before she replied. "Taylor, you don't sound like anything is wrong. What's going on? Are you okay? Is someone holding you hostage? You're always in bed by 10:15 every night." Curiosity didn't cover up her still present concern. Taylor's shoulders slumped in disappointment. She closed her eyes and leaned her head back. "So, it's true. You all make fun of me behind my back about my scheduling and planning, right?" Why did she think anything else was different? She didn't need people to actually say they laughed behind her back. What else would they do? She was an anomaly in her family of fun, loving, artistic, creative, and relaxed sisters. They normally teased her in person, but wasn't that just a polite way of telling you what they said behind your back? What? Not at all. No one makes fun of you. What's going on? Why would you say that? Genuine concern added a slight twang to the double-syllable words. "It's okay, Carrie. I just wanted to know what you do to stay on track with things, if you don't have a calendar or planner like I do." Taylor wiped the damp skin under her eyes. She wouldn't even sniff to give away the fact that she was crying. There was no reason to cry or be upset. She had already decided to change. She just needed to know how to do it successfully. "Okay," hesitant, Taylor's little sister thought for a minute and then her voice carried easily through the earpiece. "Well, if I have notices like something from the mail or a reminder card from the doctor about whatever I'm supposed to be doing, I tape them or stick them with magnets to the fridge. Sometimes I send myself an email. Other times I put the event into my phone, if it's one I really don't want to miss. There was this one app one used a while back that seemed pretty good, but I forgot to use it and eventually I just uninstalled it." Taylor furrowed her brow. "But you still track what you're doing? You just don't have one common method, right?" Why that didn't drive Carrie mad was beyond Taylor. She shook her head and inhaled deeply. "It sounds crazy and not very organized. How do you get anything done?" Carrie laughed. "Well, I'll admit I'm not as productive as you, but sometimes I'm okay with that. And I get to the things that are really important to me. If I'm supposed to be there, I'll make it. I don't like to be late, but I don't stress out about hitting a specific time on a clock. That was actually one of the things about Carrie that drove Taylor nuts. The general lack of planning. But her questions weren't about what drove her nuts. She was making the call to see how to change herself. Maybe she needed to celebrate Carrie's spontaneity instead of being bitter that it usually affected Taylor's plans. Finding gratitude in the different traits of others would probably help her a lot in her current situation. Was she overly picky about the men she'd come across in her life? She wrinkled her nose as she replied to Carrie. Okay, thanks. I'll see you tomorrow. Taylor glanced down at her hand resting on her planner suddenly opened to the next day, showing the brightly colored pen marks and the neon color post. It notes with instructions and other details she needed to know. When had she done that without realizing it? Okay, well let me know if you really are okay. We can talk whenever you want to. I'm here. Carrie didn't realize how much that bothered Taylor even more. Carrie shouldn't be that concerned with Taylor doing something outside of her normal, scheduled day. Taylor nodded despite her irritation and the fact that Carrie couldn't see her. Thanks, I appreciate it. They hung up. Leaning forward, Taylor rested her head in her hands while she took a steadying breath. She did appreciate Carrie's concern. But was it really that out of character to wonder how to do something? She stared at the planner, then shifted her gaze to study the clock again. Could she handle putting everything on her phone? There was no way she would be okay with getting rid of all of her information. Regardless what she wanted to do, she had to make a change. She had schedules and meetings in place for the next 6 months. Even though she took 2 hours to do so, Taylor inputted all of the information from her planner into her phone. Notes, numbers, dates and times. Everything she would need. Then, with shaking hands, she pulled a stainless steel pan that she used for soup season, which was coming up, from under the sink and she put it on the floor. Tossing the planner into the pot, she got a match. There was no way she was going to be able to light it since her fingers wouldn't stop shaking. She needed the planner. But did she? According to all of her self-realization and the triggers throughout the night, she actually didn't need the planner. She'd had it entirely too long. She'd relied on a planner far longer than she should have. She needed to let go of a tight timeline and just live life. Taylor had no idea what that looked like or even how to do it, but she was determined to be someone that people wanted to fall in love with. Spraying the planner with hairspray, Taylor finally got a match to keep its flame and then take hold on the planner's pages. She forced herself to step back as the flames licked at the edges and in minutes burned its way through her entire planner. The discs melted on the edges. The fire alarm in the hallway started beeping and Taylor grabbed a kitchen towel, waving it in front of the red blinking alarm set in her ceiling. Halfway there. On trembling legs, Taylor turned back to her room. She grabbed her watch, a simple but expensive leather band piece with an analog face, and tossed it into the garbage. Then paused, staring down at it sitting amongst the single dinner wrappers. Well, maybe she didn't need to throw it away. Maybe she could just tuck it somewhere and not allow herself to take it out. No reason in being wasteful. She pulled out the watch and stood on tiptoe before tossing it up onto the top of the cabinet above the fridge, well above where she could reach. If she wanted that watch, she'd need to get a ladder or climb on all the pieces of the counter she could reach and then some. Next, she needed to move the alarm clock to the living room. At least for now. No more alarms. No more schedules. She'd get where she needed to go and she'd do it when she was able to get to it. Just thinking the chaotic thought left her throat constricted and a hive-ish sensation crawling up the back of her neck. No. She could do it. Then, she needed to get some sleep. She was more tired and she thought a couple hours would make her. Changing an integral part of herself had sucked more energy than she'd realized she had. Rolling over to avoid the blinding sun pouring through the open curtains, Taylor groaned, stretching her legs in the comfortable bed. She blinked, yawning and rolling over again to peek blearily at the clock. But the clock was gone. Wait. Where was She flopped back on her pillow, staring up at the ceiling. No. She wasn't going to let herself get stressed out because she didn't know what time it was. She wasn't going to let it worry her that she had no idea where she should be and at what time. The night before, she'd even forced herself to leave her phone in Do Not Disturb mode on the counter in the kitchen. When she did something, she went all in. Taylor took her time taking a shower and then faced herself in the mirror. With her wet dark auburn curls hanging past her shoulders, she decided not to do anything else to her hair or makeup. She was going spontaneous. She didn't need any of it anyway. Grabbing a chapstick from the bathroom drawer, she swiped the stick across her lips and tucked it in her jeans. Jeans. She never wore denim to the office. If that's even where she was going. She had no idea. She still didn't even know what time it was. Leaving the bathroom, Taylor found herself standing at the counter, staring at her phone. 10 a.m. Okay. She could work with that. She swiped the phone screen and then took it off Do Not Disturb, noting with mild alarm that she had more texts, messages, and missed calls with voicemails than she normally had on any given day of the week. Ever. The text messages seemed the easiest to deal with in her state of mind. She pressed the message icon and scrolled through the messages from 4 of her sisters and her father, as well as one from Mr. Gentry and one from an unknown number that identified himself as Roman. She didn't want to answer him, but she did. Letting him know she got the message. That was all she did. Promise. She couldn't let him think his visit the night before had messed her up or made her change herself. That would be admitting to his having more power than she wanted him to have. Glancing at her schedule, Taylor pressed the information button for the lunch date she was supposed to supervise of Roman and Olivia. She had to go to the office first, judging by the still arriving text messages from Carrie and Lily. Taylor rolled her eyes. If nothing else, it just showed how much the world fell apart when she wasn't carrying her planner. They all didn't even realize how much they actually relied on her for keeping everyone running on time. At the office, Taylor pushed the door of her car open, relishing the relaxed feel of her cowboy boots, the jeans, and the button-up soft blue shirt she'd worn under her dark brown leather jacket. What are you doing? Aren't you supposed to be at the brunch? Lily rushed outside to catch Taylor, who hadn't yet decided just what she was going to be doing until the lunch date. It's a lunch. I have plenty of time. Taylor moved to go around her sister, but Lily grabbed her arms and yanked her back outside into the chilly wind. No, the schedule was changed last week to a brunch. You wrote this down in your calendar. What is going on? I watched you take the notes. Lily searched Taylor's bagless form. Where's your bag? Narrowing her eyes, Lily folded her arms and pursed her lips. Carrie said you were acting weird last night, calling her after hours and whatever else. What's going on? Shaking her head, Taylor dug back in her pocket to retrieve the keys she'd tucked on her right hand side. A brunch? She pulled out her phone and narrowed her eyes at the calendar entry. She'd typed brunch, but the time said 12, not 10. That was fine. Nodding at her sister, Taylor bounded down the steps. She glanced back over her shoulder as she rushed to the truck. Do you know where? Just the cafe. It's not like Mistletoe has a huge selection. Lily laughed, but continued looking at Taylor weird in the morning sunlight. Maybe she doubted that Taylor could get to the cafe in time. It's not like it was across the state. Even though the sun shone, the wind bit at any bare flesh, delighting in trying to make everyone stay inside. The cafe was close enough she could walk there, but, even though she was ready to let things go and not stress about being on time or whatever else she was doing, Taylor couldn't help driving the short distance to the cafe to save even scant minutes. She was only 10 minutes late, but by the time she blew into the restaurant, she was horribly embarrassed. Wasn't it rude to be late? Didn't she believe it was disrespectful of other people's time? Yes, and yes. But so many other people didn't care about being late. Why did Taylor care so much? Especially considering she'd have to sit and watch Olivia and Roman flirting on a date. Potentially their first date, although Taylor had never asked about their history together. Maybe she should. It wasn't approved questions or even recommended to question about the contestants' previous relationships, but did it count when it was about them? She wiggled her fingers at the cafe's white-haired owner who swirled black coffee in a glass pot and jerked her chin up as Taylor passed. The mid-morning was smack in the middle of two rush times, 8 a.m. breakfast and 12 noon for lunch. Most people did brunch on the weekends, which confused Taylor, but she pushed it aside. Maybe normal people didn't care when they got together and ate. Roman stood when he saw her approach, his eyes wide with concern as he studied her face. His dark eyes left her feeling breathless even though she knew he wasn't looking at her like that. At worst, they were enemies, trying to win a contest. Taylor had no right playing with everything stacked against her. At best, they were friends. She never wanted just a friendship with him, and the fact that that might be as good as it was going to get between them made her irrevocably sad. Yet, she smiled as she approached the couple in the booth. Reaching forward to shake Roman's hand, Taylor smiled brightly. "Morning, Mr. Wilson." She ignored the tingles his skin sent along her nerve endings. She turned to Olivia, determined to ignore the physical draw she had toward Roman. Right then wasn't the time or the place to address the way he made her feel. Olivia raised her eyes enough to see Taylor's extended hand, and then she looked at Roman. "Why is she here?" "She?" Taylor jerked back and then leaned forward until she was in the way of Olivia's gaze getting to Roman's. "She's here because it's an expectation of the contest. I'm supposed to observe the two of you in the dating environment, watch how you interact with each other, as well as get information from my contestant as to what you like and don't like. You could say, I'm studying you." If Taylor hadn't dealt with the matchmaking process more times than Olivia had applied the cat-eyed makeup she wore, she would have walked out at the rudeness in Olivia's tone. After the night she'd had and the fact that 99% of her security was wrapped up in the planner she'd set on fire the night before, Taylor just wanted to take a nap and cry and maybe eat, not necessarily in that order. Now, she had nowhere to write down her plans so she could avoid the draw that food had on her. One way or the other, she was going to survive leaving her planner behind. Even if that meant she had to take notes on a napkin as she suffered through watching Roman with another woman. Could she do it? She'd gone from not seeing him for years, decades even, to having to sit beside him while he dated a very beautiful, very rich bachelorette. who very obviously wanted him. How in the devil's britches was Taylor supposed to compete with that? Chapter 14. Roman. There was something distinctly different about Taylor as she grabbed a spare chair from a nearby table and swiveled it over to sit at the end of the table. She sank onto the seat and shifted her searching gaze from Olivia to Roman. Roman just stared at her. What was she doing? She was well over 20 minutes late and they'd already decided to just get started. Even though Olivia knew Taylor was coming, she acted as if she had no idea the other woman was coming. Olivia was obviously upset by the interruption, but Taylor didn't seem to care as she flipped her unrestrained auburn locks behind her shoulder and leaned back in the chair to motion for the waitress. "Can I get a coffee and a Danish, please? I saw Tom's here. He has the best Danish." She widened her eyes as she looked back at Olivia and Roman. "Do you guys want one? We already ordered." Olivia's curt tone wasn't necessary. Roman glanced sharply at her as if to rebuke her. She looked innocently at him as if she didn't know what the problem was. "Oh, right." Taylor looked back at the amused server. "Just for me, then. Oh, and maybe a plate of hash browns." "Thanks." She turned back to the couple, tapping her elegant oval-shaped fingernail on the surface of the table. "You look different. What happened? Did you cut your hair or something?" Roman didn't remember the last time he'd seen her with her hair down. Usually she wore it braided or up in some kind of a fun style. The soft waves framed her face with wispy side-swept bangs that curved gently around the shape of her cheek. She wore jeans. Jeans. Roman didn't know she owned a pair, at least when they were growing up. She'd always worn skirts, dresses, and slacks. For some reason, she'd said jeans didn't show the world she was serious about what she was doing. He'd always wondered what a 17-year-old could be serious about. Yet there she was, almost relaxed looking as she rested back against the chair back and folded her arms. "Okay, you two, what are you planning on doing for the next handful of dates? Would you like some suggestions?" She smiled at them, as if Roman had never shown up last night and thrown off her schedule, or upset her in any way. "That's none of your business, Tyler." Olivia leaned her elbow on the table and glared at her. She tapped her fingernail on the surface beside her elbow and then pointed from Roman to herself and back. "You'll just tell the other guy what we're doing so he'll try to win." "I don't want him to win." Roman blinked as he pulled back from the table to look more fully at Olivia. She'd never seemed spiteful or rude before. He opened his mouth to stick up for Taylor, but she beat him to it. Smiling and professional, despite the jeans and relaxed hairstyle, Taylor tilted her head to the side as she replied. "First off, my name is Taylor or Ms. Dean, Olivia. I get your name right. I'd appreciate the same courtesy. Second, I'm glad you're so happy with this specific suitor. I agree, he's a good match. However, the contest goes until December and you're obligated to give both suitors an equal chance. If you don't, you will be held liable for the entire cost of the contest on both sides as well as the cost to the town for hosting the event. Do you understand?" Olivia narrowed her eyes. "It's just money. Tell me how much and where to send the check." Taylor laughed, shaking her head. Her confidence was mesmerizing and Roman couldn't look away as she continued. "You're right. The money probably wouldn't bother you. But, just in case you're not aware, the entire world watches the matchmaking in Mistletoe. It's almost as big as the holiday shows on the Romance Channel. Everyone is hoping for their favorite suitor. Everyone is hoping happy things for the candidate. Most of the world knows both families. If you end this contest before it's even had a chance, you'll get to deal with that bad PR around the world. She stood, smiling tightly at Roman and Olivia. I'm going to let you think about it. I'm not sure when our next scheduled event is, but I hope to see you there. She moved from the table, leaving her chair in its spot at the end of the booth. Roman watched her as she stopped at the counter and spoke with the waitress, motioning toward Roman's table. Then she walked from the cafe with her items in a to-go bag with a lid on the drink. Roman turned back to Olivia, shaking his head. What just happened? Olivia shrugged, the silky shine to her cashmere sweater moving under the cafe lights. It got her to leave, didn't it? Olivia shook her head and fiddled with the silverware already in place on a paper napkin. Now, it's just you and me. She tossed him a look with a pout to her lips that was both practiced and out of turn. Completely unnecessary, since Roman didn't care. They weren't together. He didn't want to be with her. He just wanted to win the contest. Roman sighed and shook his head. Sliding from the table, he looked down at Olivia, who watched him in surprise. I asked you to come help me with this, because I need the publicity for the company. I want to fit in here, Olivia. I don't want to ostracize myself further by ending the contest early. You want to choose me, fine, but you need to go through the motions until the day we're supposed to do the announcement. Do you understand? My family needs this match. He studied her, watching as the realization of what she'd almost done sank in. Roman, I'm sorry. I wasn't thinking. I was just jealous because it seems like she's everywhere. I thought we were going to get some time to ourselves. I didn't know it was a requirement to the dating part of the contest. She batted her long lashes at him and coyly smiled. I was hoping it would just be us for some of it. It will be. But for now, I have to go make sure Taylor doesn't really think you're quitting and she's not setting things up for a forfeit. I'll have to catch you later. He didn't even care if he saw Olivia again that day, at the very least. Or the next week or month, if he was really honest with himself. Stopping at the counter, he spoke with the same waitress Taylor had. I'd like to pay for the meals at the table. Something came up and I need to run. He pulled out his wallet and waited for a ticket. The waitress shook her head. Ms. Dean took care of everything already. Thank you, though, Mr. Wilson. She patted the countertop and moved to talk to an older group of men who eyed Olivia with distrust and skepticism on their faces. For some reason, Roman couldn't help thinking they might know something he was starting to understand. He strode from the cafe, worried he'd put more stock in his friendship with Olivia and the Jensens than he should have. Maybe she wasn't interested in helping him so much as marrying him. Something Roman wasn't interested in at all. He'd done marriage. It wasn't for the faint of heart. Long steps carried him across the street as he looked for a sign as to where Taylor might have gone. He didn't even know what she drove anymore. Once upon a time, she'd borrowed her daddy's pickup when she wanted to go anywhere. That was just a scant year or two before her family had started raking in the money. Looking back, the Deans and Wilsons had both come into their fortunes around the same time, making more and more every year as they'd worked in tandem and in friendly competition with each other. Things had become less friendly, but no less paralleled over time. A bakery opened sign blinked in a neon orange glow. Roman glanced that direction and then narrowed his eyes as he looked more fully at the dark hair in the window. Was that auburn and he just couldn't see it very clearly because of the lighting inside clashing with the sunlight on the glass? The sun was out, but the autumn winds had more of a bite than he was prepared for, having lived in France for so long. He tucked his hands into his jeans pockets as he crossed the street, his stride relaxed. Looking both ways as he jaywalked, Roman tucked his head and used the brim of his hat to protect him from the wind and sun. Off in the distance, the mountain peaks of the Rockies were shadowy with white patches of snow already present. Autumn would give way to winter, and in just over 2 months, they'd be expected to announce the match for the contest. Hopefully, he'd be able to hold steadfast for that length of time. If Olivia continued showing her true colors, Roman would be forced to end the contest early, himself. He didn't want that either. Money aside, he was trying to prove he belonged with his family, that he belonged at home. Maybe not to anyone else, but he needed to convince himself. Across the street, he stepped up onto the curb and sidewalk and then pushed into the cafe doors. The cafe itself was new since he'd left. The quaint decorations were a bright cheery red, a crisp white and a subdued green. White was the overall base on the tiled tables, tiled floor, and tiled walls. The subway style of diagonal tiling gave the inside a fun feel without being disruptive to the environment. 2 glass cases lit up at the back of the front room. They displayed a rich selection of pastries and pies highlighted with incandescent lighting that gave a warm orange glow to the cases and the surrounding area. 2 other people were in a line, to which Roman followed suit. He wasn't even sure what he was doing there. Sure, he wanted to make sure Taylor was okay, but how was he going to do that without talking to her? What was he supposed to say to her when he was scheduled to be with Olivia until noon? It was most definitely not noon yet. After last night, Taylor would be even madder at him for messing with the schedule. Coming there had been a mistake. He continued shuffling forward with the rest of the line as he stared unseeingly at the array of treats. Was that German chocolate cake? Suddenly it was his turn and he didn't have a choice but to order. At least that's what he was going with. He had to order a piece of the German chocolate cake because it was his turn in line and he didn't know what else to order. With milk. Taking his plate and cup as well as a napkin and plastic fork, he walked toward Taylor's seat, which was a small booth designed for only 2 people, one across from the other. Sinking into the seat across from her, Roman blinked in surprise at the tears on Taylor's face. She looked up in surprise at his arrival and sniffed, wiping at her face and licking her lips. "What are you doing here?" "Hey, what's going on? You're not going to let someone like Olivia Jensen upset you, are you? She's nothing compared to you." Roman studied her, taking in the full lemon meringue pie sitting in front of her in a tin dish, beside a fork and small stack of napkins. She even had an ice water gathering droplets of condensation on the plastic cup. She huffed, picking up her fork and staring at the pie. "Yeah, okay, Roman. Someone like Olivia Jensen has no problem finding people to be with. I really don't want to talk about this with you." The added words stung and Roman took a deep breath, pushing his cake 2 inches from him as he leaned back in the seat and stared at her. "Yeah, I understand. You're stuck in an awful life, surrounded by horrible people, and you have no control over any of it." Taylor blinked at him, her full lips parting in surprise. "That was harsh, Roman. I don't. Where do you think you get off, talking to me like that?" Roman leaned forward, thrusting his finger into the center of the table for enunciation. "If you want something different, Taylor, you have to do something different. Get out of this town and go find whatever it is you're looking for. Change something. Like you did when you left." Taylor's challenge wasn't subtle. Her soft voice didn't lack any of the oomph of a slap across the face. I used to be able to talk to you about anything. I thought you felt the same way. But then. I mean, we were always friends, before we were anything else. Remember? She blinked back tears that tore at Roman's heart. He didn't want her to cry. He didn't want her to be unhappy. Yet it seemed like since he'd come home, that's all she'd been doing. Roman had no basis for comparison, but if she was unhappy and it was directly related to him, maybe coming home hadn't been the best decision he'd made. He sank back against the seat and stared at the pie sitting in front of her. Untouched. What if she was giving up because of him? Chapter 15. Taylor. You don't think we can be friends? Roman tilted his head to the side, the angle casting a longer shadow from the brim of his hat. He reached up, as if sensing she couldn't see his eyes clearly, and pulled his hat off and set it on the curve of his knee under the table. How? How can we be friends again after everything between us? You left me, Roman. And let's be honest, it's not like you lost out. She laughed, but the sound was offsetting, even to herself as hot tears streamed heavily down her cheeks. Taylor wiped at her wet skin, heat flushing upwards from her collar to her hairline. She blinked at the moisture still gathering behind her lids and pressed her lips together. I'm sorry. This is so embarrassing. Roman stared at her, his eyes intense and direct. I think we should be able to be friends. That's what we were before anything else passed between us. Could she do that? Could she let go of everything else and just be friends? Just thinking it made it sound so much simpler than it actually was. I think because we were such good friends, that's why this all hurts so much. Being honest was definitely easier with a whole lemon meringue pie in front of her. For some reason, she was strengthened by the presence of the food. Whereas she used to rely on her planner to bolster her courage, now she had nothing. Was she going to turn to food? She didn't want to, but she couldn't seem to help it. Even as she thought it, she stabbed the prongs of the fork into the smooth soft brown and white tips of the meringue topping of the pie. Right in the middle. Scooping out a huge bite, she closed her eyes as she wrapped her lips around it. She inhaled as she delighted in the sweet and tart flavors she'd missed for so long. What was she trying to do by leaving food behind? What was she thinking? You make eating that pie look almost religious. Roman's husky voice pulled Taylor from her daze. She sniffed and focused on him, her eyes still scratchy and wet feeling. I shouldn't be eating stuff like this. The sugar likes me a little too much. Even her admission wasn't enough to stop her from scooping another bite. She pointed at the large piece of cake sitting in front of Roman. That looks good. Why aren't you eating it? I'd rather watch you eat. Roman's eyes didn't waver as he continued watching her, studying her like he was getting ready for a test all about her. Uncomfortable from the heat in his gaze, Taylor shifted on her seat and swallowed another bite. She sipped from her glass of water and then rested her hand on the table as if making a point. You can't say stuff like that to me, Roman. We aren't together. We aren't even sure we can be friends. Remember? You aren't sure. I'm sure. I know we could be friends again. We could be really good friends again. I need a second chance. His eyes begged her for something she wasn't sure she could give him. She stared at him, stuck in disbelief that he would even ask. After a moment, she dropped her gaze to the table. What did she say to that? No. I'm too hurt by what you did to me. What kind of a person did that make her? She really didn't even want to talk about why it hurt so much. After a minute, she shook her head, setting her jaw. No. We can't be friends again. Roman slumped back, his expression close to looking like he'd been backhanded. Why? Taylor straightened her shoulders and lifted her chin, gripping her fork as she took a shuddering breath. You're not the only one who left. You just paved the way. You want to come back and I'm telling you no, because I can't handle more pain like that again. If I let you back in, Roman, you'll do exactly that. You'll destroy me. Who else left you? Was there someone else? He set his jaw and narrowed his eyes as he watched her. Taylor dropped her gaze to the table again. She tried blocking out the simplistic surroundings, the irritating pull of awareness that was always there when she was around Roman, the pain that seemed ever present anymore. My mom left my dad. She said it had nothing to do with us girls, but she won't answer phone calls, won't reply to texts or emails. Nothing. It's like we don't exist any longer. Heaven help her, Taylor had tried over and over. She wasn't sure what she expected, but the last email had been embarrassing as Taylor had begged for something, anything from her mom. She couldn't handle any more pain. Roman sighed, resting his hand on the table and then running his free hand through his thick hair. I'm sorry. I hadn't heard that about your mother. I guess I understand why you'd want to protect yourself. He stared at her, his gaze searching for something she wasn't sure he would find. He slid from the booth and grabbed a spare seat a couple tables over and then moved it to sit at the edge of their small table as he pushed himself closer to Taylor. She shifted on her seat but kept her eyes on him. What was he going to do? Why was he moving closer to her? She just told him to focus on Olivia. She shook her head, setting her fork on the table. People would see and they'd be in trouble. Taylor glanced around at the sparse customers. Roman, I'm serious. We aren't going to go anywhere. I don't want to be your friend. She was definitely going to burn in a warm southern climate for all the lies she was telling others as well as herself. I don't believe you. Roman leaned forward, staring at her, trapping her in the enigmatic depths of his eyes. Why not? I mean, Taylor cleared her throat. Why don't you believe me? Don't you think you hurt me? Because, trust me, you definitely hurt me. I have no doubt I hurt you. I hurt a lot of people. He studied her. Come here. I want to show you something. He glanced around, standing from the chair and holding out his hand. Was he looking for someone who was watching them? Watching him? He was a face in town, and not just because he was a Wilson, not because he was a contestant or a matchmaker, but also because he was a good-looking man who wasn't attached. He had appealed to a lot of women who came to Mistletoe, Montana looking for love. Taylor glanced at her pie and then back up at him. He offered a side smile. They'll still be here when we get back. I promise. He beckoned for her to follow him. Without too much hesitation, she stood, following him from the front of the cafe to the side hall that led to the employee area and bathrooms. The hallway was empty. Stopping and turning to face her, Roman rested his hands on her waist and stared down at her, taking her breath away. Let me be clear, Taylor. I didn't leave because of you. You're not the problem. I left because I have my own reasons, and they weren't you. If anything, you're the reason I stayed as long as I did. Do you understand? He studied her as he waited for an answer. She couldn't believe him. They were just words. He'd still left. But if it wasn't me, then why were you able to get married? It had to be me. Why didn't he understand what she was saying? He shook his head, his eyes darkening as his thumb moved up and down on her waist, distracting her from what they were talking about. You didn't ask why my marriage failed. I've never known anyone to make me feel the way you do, even from 10,000 miles away. My marriage failed because she wasn't you. I set our marriage up to fail because I think I wanted a reason to come back here and face you. He reached up and brushed her hair from her cheek, his touch electrifying with its simplicity. I was hoping you would be married and settled down with kids or something, so I could be justified in wallowing in my misery. But you're not. You're just as amazing as you've ever been, but you're so much more, too. He bent his head while curving his fingers around the back of her neck and pulling her close. Their lips connected and Taylor's entire body jolted awake as if waiting for that connection for 2 decades. And of course, that made sense that she was. She'd missed him. Everything about him. He broke the kiss before she could gather her wits about her and break things off herself. She licked her lips and stared up at him. Her chest heaved up and down as she tried to catch her breath. She wasn't that out of shape. Who did he think he was, causing a reaction like that? She swallowed again, trying to ignore the taste of him on her lips. I said we couldn't have a second chance, Roman. Stop. That was as good as it ever was, if not better. Imagine how it could be again. I know I had commitment issues before. But I'm over that. Come on, Taylor. Let's give it a shot. His hooded gaze mesmerized her and burned his chaps, if he wasn't trapping her where she stood. She stared at him, half doped up on his promises and assurances that everything would be okay. She was almost hypnotized into agreeing with him that they could try again, until she glanced past his shoulder and caught a glimpse of someone watching them. Taylor pulled away, shaking her head and taking a deep breath. No. We can't do this. You named yourself as a suitor for the contest. You did that. Not me. You have to follow through with what you set up. He shook his head. No, I can cancel it. I'll pay for everything. I don't care about the bad publicity. Taylor yanked her arms from his and folded her arms across her chest. No. You don't understand. This isn't just about you and your wallet. This isn't just about you and your reputation. There is an entire town counting on this contest. I told you from the beginning that whatever you did, you'd have to follow through with. You're going to finish this commitment. If he couldn't even finish the commitment for the contest, how would she ever be able to trust him that he was over his commitment issues? If I do this, then what? You'll give me a second chance? He furrowed his brow, the serious expression causing a slight dimple in the side of his cheek. Taylor looked at him. This is why I'm not sure I can trust you to be consistent and steady. You made this commitment to do this contest and now you're trying to get out of it because of what? One kiss? One momentary breakdown over dessert? No. If you really want to be with me, then you need to show some integrity and finish what you started. Just once. Because as of right now, I don't see anything but a quitter. I want more than that. I deserve more than that. Before he could argue or try to kiss her again, she turned and whirled down the hall, back to her booth, pie and drink. She grabbed anything that didn't belong to the bakery and flew from the front door. She should have packed up his cake and taken it, too. Seeing Roman again so soon after their kiss wasn't an option. She still was slightly out of breath. She hadn't been kissed like that in a long time. The things he'd said. The way he'd touched her. None of which was enough to erase the past, but it was a definite start to getting her heart ready for another beatdown. Taylor wasn't sure what else she should do, but giving up her planner had left her feeling more vulnerable than she'd ever felt before. As she made her way to the offices, she tried coming up with an excuse why she would have an entire pie in her hand with no wrapping, bag, or other container, and she couldn't come up with anything. She'd literally grabbed her pie and carried it from the bakery. She had to look amusing walking down the street. Climbing the steps to the front door, Taylor wasn't sure she cared if she had a reason to carry pie. Pushing the front door open, she glanced around the front rooms, well, lit with sunlight from the road. No one was in their rooms. She continued through the house, finally ending up in the kitchen where she cut a single slice and slid the piece onto a paper plate she pulled from a cupboard. Carrie kept the paper products available for in-office lunches and snacks. The rest of the pie Taylor left on the island. If no one else wanted some, she'd have the rest later. She needed to distract herself from the conundrum Roman had introduced. She wasn't ready to give him another chance, but what if he meant what he'd said? Wouldn't they be perfect together again? No. She honestly wasn't sure. She'd thought they were perfect together before he'd left. Everything she'd ever been confident in before had disappeared like smoke when he'd left. How could she honestly think they'd be perfect together now? How could he? Especially when Roman had been bent over an intimate lunch with the contestant moments before? No. They needed to stick to the game they were playing and stop bringing in roadblocks. What Roman didn't know yet was that the game brought in plenty of those on its own. Chapter 16. Roman. Roman didn't leave the hall for a full 3 minutes after Taylor left him there. Even the sounds of other customers in the front coming through the front door, as well as the phone ringing in the employees-only area, didn't penetrate his confusion. His head was reeling. Taylor had turned him down. After that kiss. How could he have ever believed there was any other option for his future and his dreams? Kissing her was as good as it had ever been. Better. Probably because he'd tasted loneliness and the bitterness of regret, and he desperately wanted to go back in time and slap the younger version of himself. He'd do more than slap him. He'd warn him of listening to his father or anyone else who would try to make him doubt who he really was and who he should be with. All the money in the world didn't matter when he was so painfully alone. Even his disappointing marriage had been an attempt at finding someone to help assuage the pangs of loneliness. Winning the Christmas matchmaking contest didn't seem so important anymore. He had more than enough money for himself, the Deans, his own family, and then some. He wasn't worried about what his decision to end the contest would do. He'd come home to Mistletoe believing he could recover from the stress of a broken marriage, and instead, he'd been forced to see just what it was he'd been chasing all those years. Honestly, the fact that someone else had seen Taylor for the wondrous woman she was had been the wake-up call Roman needed. He'd always assumed someone like her had gotten married, but the fact that she hadn't seemed to enforce the myth that Roman had never subscribed to, you only had one shot at soul-saving love in your life. Taylor was his. He could accept that. What he couldn't accept was her answer that he couldn't have a second chance. Roman wasn't a quitter. He slapped his hand on the wall of the hallway and followed her out to the table. But she was gone. pie and all. At least she'd left him his cake and milk. He slid back into the booth and picked up his fork. He had no idea how, but he was going to figure a way to get everyone what they wanted. Except Olivia wasn't going to get Roman. And Stephen couldn't have Taylor. Guess that meant not everyone was getting everything. Maybe instead, he had to look at it as Olivia was getting someone perfect for her, Stephen, and Stephen was getting someone who wasn't Taylor. Olivia. As far as Roman was concerned, that was good enough for him. Kissing Taylor after all those years was a rude awakening to what right felt like. He had to get back to that. He couldn't have anything else now that he'd reminded himself of that truth. In no time, Roman made his way back home to check in with his mom. The brothers had been taking turns off and on to make sure they were all getting good visits in with her and to make sure she was doing everything the doctor said. One very important thing the doctor advised was that Roman's mother not matchmake. The doc had claimed she got too involved and was too invested with the whole ordeal. Roman was the only one of the boys who knew she was doing a combined effort match with the Dean patriarch. He had to do everything he could to help alleviate the stress there, as well as see what he could do to sway their matching. There was no way Mom would pair Roman to Taylor, but maybe he could nose around and find out where the two elder matchmakers were at in the matching process. Was Taylor going to hear about a potential match soon? Would Roman be able to convince her otherwise? Regardless of what she said, she'd kissed him back. If there was no way he couldn't have a second chance, she never would have responded the way she did. Roman had to hold on to that with both hands. He parked the truck at the front of the ranch and climbed the steps to the house. He didn't need to knock since he was staying there for a while. He pushed the door open and called out, "Mom? You in here?" She better be in there since she wasn't supposed to leave her bed or couch for another few days. Her heart attack had been pretty sudden and terrifying from what his brothers had said. One more thing Roman had missed to add to his list of guilt inducers. "I'm in here. I was just thinking about you, Roman." Her voice sounded stronger, steadier. Was it okay for him to hope she was thinking of him as a match for Taylor? Roman let his air out on a whoosh. He hadn't realized how worried about his mom he'd been. The last few nights, he'd stayed late at the office and hadn't understood how much he'd needed to know she was going to be okay. He closed the distance to the living room and slowed down as he crossed the threshold into the well-lit area. Early afternoon sunlight filled the room, bouncing off the warm wooden accents around the furnishings with the cream foundation as the basis for the design. "Hey, you look better," he sighed. He wasn't lying. Her hair had been curled and left around her shoulders, and the tired look from the hospital she'd sported as shadows under her eyes and the lines around her mouth were almost gone. Things that disappeared with rest and good food. "I am better, thanks. Come in. Let me know what I'm missing. How's it going with the contest?" She patted the cushion next to her on the couch. Someone had helped her move from a bed in the living room to sitting upright on the couch and doing needlepoint as well as a laptop sitting open on the coffee table. Roman took the seat she indicated and removed his hat, setting it on the table by his knees while he folded his hands and rested his forearms on his thighs. "The contest is going fine. You probably heard I selected myself as our suitor." He glanced at her, nervous to hear his mother's reaction. That was part of the reason why he'd stayed away from the ranch until it was late enough. She'd be asleep. "Yes, I heard. I'm assuming you know what you're doing. I don't know any girl that would be able to turn you down." She reached out, patting his arm as she spoke. The gesture was both encouraging while feeling consoling. The dichotomy released the pressure inside him. Roman sighed, running his hands down his face. I don't know. I think I shot myself in the foot, Mom. What? Why would you say that? Roman's mom turned a little on the cushioned seat and faced him, her brow furrowed as she waited for his reply. I offered myself as a suitor, thinking winning was what I wanted. The more time I spend with Taylor, the more I realize winning doesn't matter to me. He glanced at his mother, aware that his honesty affected her with regards to the business, the contest, and her reputation. I'm going to assume you've talked to her about this? She didn't seem shocked or even disappointed. She didn't seem anything except curious. I kind of did. I mean, I kissed her. Heat flushed his face. She kissed me back, but then told me no because she said I chose to be a suitor and the town and both families are relying on the contest moving forward. Then she told me I had to commit to something before she'd even think about being friends with me again. His shoulders slumped forward. Can you believe that? I don't even want to be friends with her. The silence from his mom finally made Roman turn his head to look at her. Her expression was anything but supportive as she stared at him, as if waiting for him to be honest about all of it, not just a couple parts. He nodded, holding her gaze with his. Yeah, I know. The only thing I've truly committed to since Dad died was the international branch of the business. Even that was just to keep my head away from here. So, I guess the only true thing I've committed to was staying away from home. He sighed, his shame strong as he tried to accept the truth about himself. Roman, I'm going to be honest with you. I think Taylor is right. I think you need to do more to prove yourself to her or to any of us than just coming into town, taking over the contest, and then thinking you can kiss Taylor and fix everything. You haven't proven anything except that you're a bore. She folded her hands in her lap and waited for him to absorb what she'd said. One thing about Elizabeth Wilson, he didn't fluff things that needed to be told straight. Even if it hurt. Roman gritted his teeth. He looked away from her, and used to her straightforward attitude after years away. He cleared his throat. Geesh, Mom, don't sugarcoat it on my account. She lightly slapped his arm and then waited for him to look at her again. You think you deserve to have things softened for you? You left, little boy. You left a girl who was at the altar waiting for you. You left this family that was counting on you to help with the business on this end. You left a new family that was excited for their new son-in-law to join them and take care of their daughter. You left this town with no answers and nothing but questions. And you didn't leave for a week or a month. You left for almost 20 years. Go ahead and tell me why you think you deserve more than what you gave us. She shook her head and folded her arms, watching him. How dare you think, or expect, it to be easy for you? I love you, son, more than I know how to tell you. But you're going to need to work for whatever it is you think you deserve. Nothing is free. Especially trust once it's been broken. Do you understand? Leave it to his mother to take him to task and make him feel like a teenager once again. He hung his head in shame. After a second, he nodded and then looked at her. You're right. So, what do I do? Can I rename a different suitor? Is there any way out of this? Taylor had to be wrong. Maybe she'd been speaking out in anger or something. Anything had to be better than nothing. Mom shook her head, regret defining the lines around her eyes and forehead. No, Roman, I'm sorry. You can't change anything. Everything has to go forward as is. Remember, if you quit, this time, you're doing it with the knowledge that quitting never helped you in the past. Do you understand? He did and nodded, his voice raspy with humility. Yeah, I need some time to think through this. She'd cleared up the things he'd doubted, and she'd left little room to deny anything else. Well, think about it and let me know what you decide. If it's too much, we can have Brock do the matching, but unfortunately, you're set as the suitor and you need to follow through, if you decide to stick with it. I do hope you will. She patted his arm and looked down at the yarn sitting in her lap. Emotionally drained, Roman nodded as he stood and walked distractedly to the suite he'd taken over. One way or the other, he was going to deal with the consequences of 18 years ago, as well as the ones he'd made since he got back to Mistletoe. One way or the other he had to atone for the mistakes he'd made. He just wasn't sure that would be enough for anyone. Elizabeth. Her son had walked in just as she'd been about to message Taylor. Waiting until Roman's footsteps faded down the hallway, Elizabeth picked up her cell and texted the girl she hoped might once again be her future daughter-in-law. Elizabeth, we have a candidate for you. He's a really good match. Elizabeth bit her lip as she shot a glance in the direction Roman had disappeared. The only way she could get her son to do what he needed to was to put more pressure on him. If he really was ready to commit to Taylor, his family, and the town, he needed to make that decision when things looked like he wasn't going to get anything he wanted. Taylor, I really needed to hear that right now. Sounds good. Set up the time and I'll be there. Elizabeth cocked her head to the side. That didn't sound like Taylor. No, she was normally the type to say she was only available at certain times and how long she had available. Something wasn't right. She opened a new thread and texted David. Elizabeth. David, it's Elizabeth Wilson. Can you check on Taylor? I'm going to forward the text I just got from her. Elizabeth forwarded a screenshot of their conversation to David. Would he see what she saw? A minute passed before she got a reply. David, that doesn't sound like her. I'll find out. Set up the date and I'll have Lily monitor. I'm not ready to leave the house yet still. Hope you're feeling better. Elizabeth smiled softly at the sentiment in his text. If she wasn't a Wilson and he wasn't a Dean, they might have had a chance once upon a time, before she was a Wilson. In fact, he was the first one she'd met when she'd ridden into town, turned her head, but that was then. They were no longer an option. Instead, they needed to make sure their children were happy with families and careers. If the two most renowned matchmakers in U.S. history couldn't match their kids, who could? No one. The answer to that was no one. Far be it for Elizabeth to leave it to her children anymore. No, the time had come for her to step in and get involved. She wanted grandchildren and her heart attack had scared her in more ways than one. What if she died before any of her kids were married or had children? That wasn't going to be acceptable. She needed to cuddle a baby, and sooner rather than later. Swiping her message screen over to the thread with Taylor, Elizabeth pressed her lips into a thin line as she prepared to set Taylor up with the guy who was least likely to be her match. She just hoped Taylor didn't get stubborn and think she was supposed to be with the guy because she'd been matched to him. That would be the worst possible scenario. Elizabeth, okay, I'll set up something for this Friday. Keep your schedule open. She'd have to make sure Roman had something scheduled at the same place and same time. The last thing Elizabeth needed was to waste a perfectly good date. Chapter 17. Taylor. The date with the undisclosed suitor had been postponed 3 weeks, well into November because of a freak snowstorm that left the community feeling unprepared for winter, even though snowfall as early as September was always expected. The Indian summer had left everyone complacent. Even Taylor had been surprised that the temperatures, while cold, had only been in the 50s, then had suddenly dropped to stunning low teens, followed by a blizzard blowing in, covering many of the season's decorations along Main Street. Taylor had been in a weird state of limbo, not sure she should be excited that they'd found her a match, or frustrated that she wasn't able to get together with him until they set it up. She couldn't even call him. She didn't even know his name. Taylor swiveled in her chair, staring at her sisters as they discussed a matchmaking job she wasn't working on. She sighed, turning her attention to the window. Studying the dark dusky purple mountain range in the distance, she tapped her finger on the armrest of the office chair. No expense spared, as the Dean family had worked to make sure their offices were as professional and comfortable as possible. "Taylor? Are you going to join us?" Lily tossed a wadded up piece of paper, hitting Taylor's arm. Startled, Taylor turned back to the group, cocking an eyebrow. "This doesn't have anything to do with me or my case. You don't need me on this." Why was she even wasting her time there? She could be doing something else. She just wasn't sure what. Carrie huffed and then tossed her pink pen on the notepad in front of her. "Don't, Carrie. Just leave it." Amanda and Brooke both shook their heads, sighed, eyeing Taylor as if she could explode any moment. "No. Enough is enough." Carrie slapped her hand on the table beside her new spiral notebook. "Taylor, I'm going to speak for me, but I'm sure the rest of the family would agree. There's something wrong with you. You're missing most of your meetings. You're late more than half the time. I don't know what's going on with you, but I'm worried." Taylor raised her hand and shook her head. "I made it to this meeting, and you don't even need me. Maybe we have too many meetings scheduled." Carrie shook her head and rolled her eyes. "I'm not sure where your notes got to, but we set this meeting up 2 months ago and you were in charge of the correspondence plans for the client. This might not be your case, but you said you had room for it in your schedule. You penciled it in, and now here you sit saying you have nothing to do with it. We were all counting on you. And now, what? You're daydreaming out the window again?" She scoffed, and leaning back in her seat and swinging herself side to side as she glared at Taylor. Swallowing, Taylor glanced at the rest of her sisters around the table. She blinked as she realized that though some of them weren't looking directly at her, their expressions didn't reject the things Carrie had said. She took a deep breath and braced her hands on the table as she used it to help her stand. "Got it. But just so you know, I've heard the things you guys say behind my back about my planner, my scheduling, my over-preparing. You used to make comments about me being early to everything, making sure nothing was missed, how anal I was, and whatever else you said. Most of the time, I gritted my teeth and just blocked it out." She half shrugged, her shoulders lifting and falling in a short jerky motion. "Well, I changed. I burned the planner. Transferred everything to my phone, and now, I'm just making do. Like the rest of you have been." She folded her arms as she stared at each sister in turn around the table. They didn't say anything, just slowly met her gaze as if they absorbed her words like a sponge and weren't sure what to do with it. "Haven't you wondered why I haven't been texting you reminders? Or why you've all been left to handle your own timelines? Because I'm not your secretary. You rely on me to be on time, prepared, planned out, and responsible, but you make fun of me behind my back and sometimes to my face. Then, when I take steps to change what no one likes about me, You complain? That is ridiculous and selfish. I help all of you all of the time. Why can't you try to see how to help me? She bit her bottom lip and turned from the table. She wasn't going to sit around while she waited for her sisters to see what she'd been smothered under for so long. Taylor couldn't admit it to anyone, but her phone definitely did not work as a reliable planner. Whether it was the phone or the operator, Taylor sometimes was woken from a sound sleep at 2 in the morning for a meeting that wasn't supposed to happen until the following afternoon. Okay, fine. It was operator error. She preferred the reliability of a pencil and her handwriting. The easy erasing she could do, if she had to reschedule something versus trying to find the edit button on her phone. It was in a different spot on every screen. She pushed from the conference room, determined to find something to do before she lost her mind and reclaimed her life as an over-scheduler. Standing in her office, she stared at her desk with the large desk calendar in front of the computer. She just wanted to schedule and plan. But she couldn't let herself. And that self-discipline had shifted her willpower from making sure she was eating well to making sure she wasn't over-planning. Now, she ate whatever she wanted. She couldn't be strong against both. It just wasn't possible. She grabbed her coat from a hook on the wall and strode from the building. The last thing she needed was another run-in with her sisters. The wind bit at her cheeks and nose as she unbundled the scarf from the large pocket of her coat and wrapped it securely around her neck. Her phone buzzed and she pulled it out to glance at the screen. Elizabeth, your match has some time this afternoon. Can you make room in your schedule? I know it's short notice. Taylor, tell me when and where. Elizabeth, 3 at the stables north of town. Dress warm. You're going to be outside. The stables? Judging by the clock on her phone, she had an hour to get there. If they were meeting at the stables, they'd be outside like Elizabeth had said. That wasn't going to work with the clothes Taylor already had on. Plus, how weird to actually do something last minute. She still wasn't used to the spontaneity of not planning. Mostly, she wandered around aimlessly until she figured out what exactly she needed to do. There had to be something she could do that might be half planner and half not planner. Was that even possible? Taylor was starting to see that she was an all-in kind of girl. If she was planning, she planned everything down to the minute. If she was unplanned, she did nothing and had no idea what she was doing. If she was dieting, she tried to starve herself. If she wasn't, she had no control. Maybe she was the type of person who needed to have boundaries in place. Boundaries she could control. There was nothing wrong with that, was there? Taylor couldn't be sure. She didn't know what was an appropriate level of control that was acceptable, let alone what she could handle that wouldn't be the tipping point toward the extreme for her. If she knew, she wouldn't be in the situation she was in, lonely and longing for a man who wasn't available for her. Oh, Rocky Mountain oysters. She wasn't allowed to long for Roman. Not anymore. What was wrong with her? No. She wasn't that lonely. Okay, she could accept that she was lonely enough to ask her father to match her, but she couldn't be so desperate to crave a relationship with a man who wanted anything but. She couldn't. She wouldn't. No. Taylor tucked her hands into the pockets of her coat and finished walking the short distance to her in-town home, climbing the steps and letting herself inside. She would need jeans and maybe even some leggings underneath to help keep her warm for a date outside. In Montana, layers were the greatest thing ever invented. Layers and saddle horns. At least for Taylor. One more sign that she needed control in aspects of her life ere other people didn't. The saddle horn helped her stay on. Bareback wasn't an option. She changed from her work clothes into a layered outfit made up of flannels, long johns, a long sleeve t-shirt, and a fleece-lined jacket under a down alternative coat. She grabbed a fleece balaclava that covered her head and neck and could cover her lower face, if she needed it to. The outfit wasn't what she would prefer for her first date, but she wasn't going to stand there shivering in the cold if they were going to be outside like Elizabeth had said. Walking back to the office, Taylor grabbed her car and tore out of the parking lot. She wasn't in the mood to talk to her sisters again that day. There was nothing they could say that would make sense. She hadn't held anything back and she had nothing to apologize for, even if she did feel bad that she'd gone off on them. But wasn't what she'd said true? Wasn't she tired of the entire situation? The fact that Roman agreed with them insomuch that he had brought the flaw up so many times when they were together, it became the mantra for any fight they'd had only seemed to confirm what her sisters said. Taylor had nothing else to think she needed to change than her scheduling problem. The north side of Mistletoe was bordered by a remotely owned piece of property that spanned 2,000 acres across and served as a divide between the Dean and Wilson ranches. The depth of the acreage dove into the lines and heights of the mountains beyond, but also encompassed an abandoned town from the late 1800s. The stables belonged to the landowner, but was run locally by the same family for so long, most of the locals referred to the area as the Stanfords anyway. Parking in the fourth spot available from the main offices of the stables, Taylor left her keys in the ignition but turned off the car. She sat in the driver's seat for a long, drawn-out moment just staring at the light glowing through the windows. 3 p.m. and it was already starting to get dark. Not enough that the sun was down, but it had definitely slid through the sky throughout the day as if it couldn't wait to get to bed. Taking a deep breath, Taylor held it while she closed her eyes and then counted to 10. She had no idea what she was supposed to be thinking or feeling. She had no idea who she was meeting or who to look for. She hadn't even been given a clue, just that he'd be there at the stables and to dress warm. Rubbing her hands down the front thighs of her jeans, Taylor controlled her breathing as her nerves worked overtime with questions, insecurities, and doubts. What would she tell a client in that situation? She would tell them to have faith in her match and have fun. That's all she expected. She could do the same thing. Have faith and have fun. She climbed out of the car and licked her lips. She pushed through the door to the stables and came to a stop as she studied the man waiting by the main desk. Bryson Davis. Elizabeth and her father had matched her to Bryson Davis. Taylor actually could see that. He was a good-looking guy who didn't preen. His clothing was understated and he owned a business that focused on customer and IT support. He seemed respectful and gentlemanly. Exactly the types of things Taylor needed. Not to mention, he was always on time and never canceled at the last minute. All of that she'd gotten from his profile. He turned to look at her as she pulled off her gloves to straighten her hair. Taylor. I wasn't sure who I was getting matched to. Do you know? Is she coming soon? Are you going to be here to monitor it like the contest? Will there be cameras or anything? Wouldn't that be great, if I was like the alternate or something? Can you imagine? Olivia Jensen. He clapped his hands as he moved toward her, holding out his hand until she was able to take it and shake. He looked beyond her, craning his neck to see out the rectangle windows set in the door behind her. Overwhelmed with the deluge of questions, Taylor blinked and waited to make sure he was done speaking before answering. Actually, Bryson, I think it's me you were matched to. She'd never been on that end of the matchmaking process. It was awkward and there had to be a better way to do that part. Why were they matched like a blind date? She took a steadying breath and smiled at him. Bryson blinked at her. He reached up and adjusted the button of the collar of his shirt and stretched his chin to the side. Wait, I'm sorry. You were matched to me? I didn't know you were looking for someone. His expression went from professional friendliness to something more calculated and interested. He scanned her form from head to toe, his eyes narrowed. Yeah, I decided recently that I'm ready to start a family. She smiled and nodded toward the desk. Are we going for a ride or doing something else? Taylor just wanted to make him look at something instead of focusing on her with a look in his eye she hadn't had directed on her in, ever. She wasn't sure, but Bryson suddenly seemed off. She couldn't put her finger on it, but something didn't feel right. Yeah, actually, I thought we could go for a ride around the abandoned town. It shouldn't be too long of a ride and the weather is pretty clear. What do you think? He smiled at her and placed his hand on the small of her back with a possessiveness that left Taylor's skin crawling. She moved ahead of him, trying to maneuver herself to the side to get his hand off her. Did he think that the matching process meant he owned her? That wasn't the case, and if he didn't step back, Taylor would be forced to give him a piece of her mind. Callie Stanford smiled, sidling away from Bryson and leaning into Taylor. Hi, Ms. Dean. Are you ready for your horse? Mr. Dean arranged the ride and he said you'd prefer the sorrel mare. Does that sound good with you? She led Taylor toward the side stable and leaned over when they were out of earshot of Bryson. Watch yourself. There's something off about that guy. She nodded as she helped her up onto the already saddled horse. Your girl's name is Sandy. She's very docile and she knows her way back. If you get lost, just slacken the reins and she'll bring you right home. Callie pushed her dark blonde braid behind her back and patted the gorgeous horse's neck. Let's head out, Taylor. I'd like to get up there before nightfall. Bryson's demanding tone set Taylor's hackles on edge. Great. She'd been matched to someone she'd thought would be a good candidate for someone else based on the things she liked about him, and on paper, he was appealing, even his picture and mannerisms, but in person, there was something predatory about him that Taylor never would have seen if she hadn't been on the receiving end of his attentions. She tapped her heel to Sandy's rear flank and wheeled her toward the back door, which was being held open by another staff member. She wasn't sure what Bryson was up to, but for some reason she'd never longed more for something to come up and rescue her from having to follow him. Chapter 18. Taylor. The warmth of the horse was hard to feel through the thick leather of the saddle. Taylor took a deep breath, having pulled up the lower part of her balaclava to cover her mouth and nose as she followed behind Bryson's horse. He hadn't even bothered to wear anything more than a sweatshirt and a baseball hat. The lack of respect for the weather left Taylor even more resigned against him. He most likely wasn't from Montana, even though his profile declared him to be a lifelong resident, considering he wasn't dressed appropriately in the middle of November for a horse ride. She shook her head as he wheeled the horse to the side and then kicked his flank toward the ruins just up ahead. Was he trying to show off? There was no good way to show off on a horse unless it involved being kind, careful, and conscientious. None of which Bryson displayed. What was she doing out there? She didn't really want to be there anymore. Not so gently, Taylor mentally chided herself. What had she expected? There wasn't a perfect match out there. She'd looked. But there was a perfect opportunity to be happy, and if that involved a match, then so be it. Plus, Dad wouldn't match her to just anyone. They both promised they would help the best they could. Matching her to Bryson had to be because they saw something promising there. Wasn't that how Taylor worked? She took the most unlikely of matches, and they thrived. Her issues had to stem from nerves. She wanted to compare Bryson to Roman, where he came up short in all of the aspects except the history part of things. She didn't have a bad history with Bryson as she did with Roman. Surprisingly, that carried more weight than Bryson's creep factor to make her choose to continue with the date. "Hey, Bryson, how long do you want to go?" Taylor called after Bryson. For all of her mental bravado, Taylor was already ready to go home. She clenched her teeth as Sandy broke into a jumbly trot as she transitioned from the smooth trail to the rocky, brushy overgrown trail Bryson had taken as a shortcut. He was too far ahead of her to hear what she'd asked. Wasn't that rude? Already Bryson was on her nerves. That didn't bode well for a man she was supposed to be a good match to marry. Sighing, Taylor gripped the reins with both hands and leaned over the horse's neck as they turned into the wind. What in the devil was she doing out there? Was she really that desperate for a date? "Hurry up, Taylor. If I'd known you weren't good on horses, I would have picked something else for us to do." Bryson angled his horse to the side, looking more uncomfortable on the horse than Taylor was on the date. She set her jaw to the side and narrowed her eyes at him as she passed by. She was raised on horses, and that man, that computer man, had the audacity to suggest that she wasn't good on horses? If she was a markswoman, she'd suggest he go out in the field and hold an apple on his head for her. She half snorted at her own mental joke. Maybe she should suggest it because she wasn't a markswoman. From behind her, a commotion and yelling drew her attention. She turned. Her horse responded to the body commands she gave subconsciously, and they faced back toward Bryson. A collection of bones or something must have startled Bryson, and his reaction to finding them scared the horse. The mare reared, not once, not twice, but 3 times, moving around in a frantic circle as it tried to shake Bryson from its back. Hard whinnying mingled with Bryson's shrieking. He saw it on the reins, pulling and yanking. The horse's eyes rolled, showing white edges around the irises. It bared its teeth, nostrils flaring. Hot breath from both Bryson and his horse fogged in the air around them as they continued freaking out. Taylor stared, unsure what to do to help. Suddenly, from the side of the building, by Bryson, a rider came out of the shadows and grabbed the newly fallen reins from Bryson's horse. "Whoa, it's okay. You're fine." Taylor would recognize that husky low tone anywhere. Until that moment, she'd been passively bored, but with his arrival, Roman had turned up the awareness of her nerves. As if cognizant of the tingling sensations over Taylor's skin, Sandy sighed, stepped, moving and adjusting as if she, too, was nervously excited. Holding the reins to Bryson's horse, Roman adjusted his grip and slid from his own horse, which stayed in its position by the building, protected from the wind. Roman steadied the horse, patting her face and head as he soothed it with nonsensical words and sounds. After the horse settled down, he studied Bryson from under the brim of a black Stetson. "You city boys should know better than to come out this far without a proper escort." His long dark brown leather duster flapped around his legs as he continued steadying the horse. He had no idea what kind of a figure he struck with the light fading fast. "What are you doing out here, anyway?" Taylor's horse shifted again, softly nickering and bringing Roman's attention toward her. He blinked in the wind, narrowing his eyes as he took in her appearance. "Taylor? Are you here with him?" Roman jerked his head toward Bryson, whose face had turned ruddier with embarrassment. Taylor pressed her lips together, nodding as her expression was protected behind the balaclava. She didn't want Roman to know she was there with a pansy. Bryson had no idea what he was doing, and Taylor wasn't sure she wanted anyone to know she'd been matched to him. What did that say about her? Taylor needed Roman to think she was with a good contestant. Someone that might be able to make her happy. Even if she severely doubted Bryson's ability to walk without peacocking. Roman flicked his gaze between Taylor and Bryson. Well, let's take this date back to town. This isn't the best place to make good impressions. Forget it. I don't need this from you. Or you. Bryson swung his leg to the side and stumbled as he fell from the horse. He landed with his hands on the ground and his knees almost touching the cold rocks. He stood, lifting his chin and staring down his nose. You can watch her, or don't. I could care less. She's your problem now. Bryson dusted his hands together as if to say he washed his hands of Taylor as a problem and he no longer wanted to deal with her. Shame flooded through Taylor. She hadn't done anything wrong, but there he was blaming her. Before Taylor could stick up for herself, Bryson stomped from the small town limits, swinging his arms as he stormed away. Roman watched him go, continuing to hold Bryson's horse reins. Taylor moved her horse closer to where Roman stood. She stepped down from her horse, sighing as she claimed a seat on a weather-worn wrought iron bench. She slumped back against the back of the seat and looked up at the sky. She wasn't going to cry. She wasn't. She couldn't. No. Not right then, in front of Roman. She just couldn't. Had she really been matched to a control freak like Bryson? How was that possible? How wasn't it possible? She'd found him attractive as a candidate herself. Maybe her tastes were off. Maybe she didn't really know anything about what made a good option and what didn't. How many women had Taylor matched to a jerk like Bryson because they looked good on paper? What am I doing? She shook her head, blinking back tears. As she blotted the tears from her cheeks, she pulled at her balaclava, releasing her hair to fall around her shoulders as she leaned forward, bracing herself on her elbows. Great. I just have to have this happen in front of you. Perfect. She laughed while crying, closing her eyes and huffing as she shook her head. How ironic that she couldn't get a date and then the one she was finally able to get was with a man she had to be rescued from. Not just rescued from either, but saved by Roman himself. What kind of a twisted game had her dating life turned into? She'd almost prefer going back to being single and alone than being with anyone like Bryson. Roman bent, grabbing for the reins of his own horse before moving to claim a seat beside Taylor, letting the horses stand for a minute. I don't think you need to be embarrassed about anything. His being a jerk doesn't mean it reflected badly on you or even our parents. He just turned out that way. He leaned over, nudging Taylor with his shoulder. If I wanted to be in a situation like this with anyone, it's you. You're safe. I hope you feel the same way about me. She shook her head. How are you safe, Roman? Yeah, you protected Bryson from the horse rearing, but you being safe to me is you turning around and not seeing me cry. Or worse, being nice to me, making me feel even more like a loser. She shook her head, the weight of failure crushing around her. You know, I always thought that if I could just get you out of my head, I wouldn't have any problem dating. Maybe even had a reason to hate you. But I could never do that completely. Now that you're back and I'm all kinds of mad at you, I still can't get you out of my head, and that's driving me nuts. I can't move on. She stood up, pacing back and forth, hysteria rising inside her. I can't move on. I can't get you out of my head, and I need you to clear out. I need to see you with someone else, be with someone else, so I can get you out of my head. Do you understand? Did she even know what she was saying? Not really, but it made sense as she tried to work through what she needed to happen to survive him being home. With no planner, she had no idea what worked and what didn't, what would make her happy and what wouldn't. The chaos of her life had spilled over into her problem-solving logic ere she was neither finding solutions nor being logical. She whimpered under her breath and stopped walking. I'm sorry. This is not your fault or your problem. Yet he'd stayed. He'd stayed there for her, when someone who'd been matched to her had abandoned her. She cleared her throat. You stayed. Thank you for staying with me. I feel like I'm all over the place lately. I can't even figure out who I really am. She sighed and approached Sandy, who hadn't gone from where she'd been left. Roman stood, his hands tucked into the deep pockets of his duster. He moved up to stand beside Taylor and her horse, watching Taylor as if she might lose it again. I know I left you once. But I want you to think about all the other times I didn't leave you. All the times I stayed. All the times I was there for you. This isn't anything abnormal on my part, Taylor. I've always been there for you. I will always be there for you. Don't let the one time I slipped up be the one time that defines how you think of me. Of us. Taylor raised her gaze to his face, her heart heavy as she tried considering his words. You're right, Roman. You always were there. Always. When it mattered and when it didn't. When you left, though, you didn't come back. You stayed away. That's the part that I can't get over. You're back now, saying you want things, but I don't think you really know what you want. This place, Taylor shook her head. It's hypnotic. I can see what the magic does to clients. It's captivating and endearing. You're getting wrapped up in it again. You're thinking of the good old days when we were together and everything was idyllic. She climbed onto the bench, her boots clicking as they hit the metal. Swinging herself back into the saddle, she looked down at him from her perch. You're going to wake up someday soon and realize this isn't what you want, and then you'll leave again, leaving the rest of us in your wake. Roman's jaw ticked and he nodded curtly, moving to return to his horse's saddle. Once he was in place and held the lead on the other horse, he glanced at Taylor, his expression neutral. Are you ready? Taylor furrowed her brow. Wait, what are you doing out here, anyway? Why would he be clear out there on that cold day? Why was anyone out there? Taylor had seriously questioned Bryson's mental state, and now she might have to ask the same thing about Roman. I thought, never mind. It doesn't matter. Go ahead and follow me in. It's starting to get dark. He turned the horses and led the way out of the buildings and to the well-traveled trail back. Taylor let the horses' movements lull the anxiety from her muscles. What she'd said wasn't fair. It wasn't even how she felt, actually. He'd stayed for her more times than she could count, like when she'd been sick, when she'd lost her favorite cat and then her dog, when she'd won homecoming queen, when she'd lost prom queen, and even when she'd started having problems with her mother. Roman had been there through so much and he'd never judged her. Yet there she was, taking one moment in their past to say how he was as a person then and saying that had to be how he was now. She wasn't fair. She could do better. She owed it to him as a friend, which she wanted to have him as, to do better. They reached the stables and Taylor called out, "Roman, wait." He looked back as he handed the reins of the rented horse to the worker who stood beside the door. He backed the horse up that he rode and rested both hands on the saddle horn. "Yeah?" His expression hadn't changed from the neutral version he'd presented her since she'd chewed him out at the small town. Taylor licked her lips, nervous but determined to apologize. He deserved better. "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that. I wasn't. I'm not very good at this and lately things have been crazy and I can't seem to control any of it. I'm trying, but," she inhaled and then looked him square in the eye. "I'd like to be friends. If I want to be friends, that means I need to let things go." "You're right. You were there for me so many more times than you weren't. I won't bring it up again." She offered a soft smile. As if she'd given him a bouquet of flowers, a slow smile spread across his masculinely defined lips. Neutrality was gone. "Well, just in case I haven't apologized properly, I'm sorry. I know that doesn't make up for what I did, but I've regretted it every day since. I wish," he glanced down at his gloved hands and then back at Taylor. "Never mind. I hope we can be friends, too." He smiled at her, nodding so his hat covered his face for a moment and then came back up. "Night." He rode off into the disappearing light. Callie appeared beside Taylor, who stared after Roman, feeling more hopeful and peaceful than she had in a while. "He's a good guy." Callie nodded in the direction Roman had gone and held the reins while Taylor dismounted. "You know him?" Taylor turned to face Callie, accepting the help to climb down and get resituated as she climbed down the dismounting blocks. "Well, not well. He came in right after you guys and said he was there to check on a date or something. I told him what I thought about Bryson. I didn't tell him you were with Bryson, just that he'd taken a date out to the abandoned town and that I was worried about the girl he'd taken out there." Roman didn't wait. He just tore out of here on his horse, determined to help. It was really quite amazing. She sighed as she handed Sandy off to another ranch hand and walked in beside Taylor. "I need a guy like that. Except, I'm not a fan of the Wilson family or anyone with that kind of money, to be honest." "I completely understand. You'll need to let me match you sometime, Callie. You'd be a perfect client." Taylor patted the woman's hand. "I might take you up on that. Don't work too hard." Callie winked as they parted and Taylor made her way to her car. There was too much to take in as Taylor had to accept that maybe time had changed more than just Taylor and Roman. Maybe time had altered more in that town than she'd assumed. Chapter 19. Roman. "Hey, Mom. Have you noticed Taylor Dean seems a little off lately?" Roman pulled his hat off and hung it on the hook by the front door as he called out to his mom in the next room. He shed his duster, hanging it under the hat as he rubbed his hands together in the warmth of the home. Rounding the corner into the large living room, he stopped, narrowing his eyes at the sight of Mr. Dean sitting in a recliner near his mother. Nodding, Roman paused before walking more fully into the furniture setting. "Mr. Dean, I didn't realize we had company. I didn't see your car. In other words, what are you doing here with my mother?" The head of the Dean family waved his hand, smiling good-naturedly. "I had Lily drop me by to discuss some things with Elizabeth, here. We don't just have the competition as mutual interests. His glance in Elizabeth's direction confused Roman, which he didn't like in the least. Roman shifted, folding his arms. Was it the both of you that matched Taylor to Bryson Davis? He let his anger out, frustrated with the eldest Dean's presence and the fact that he couldn't really talk about what was bothering him about Taylor. They glanced between them again, but it was Roman's mom who answered with a questioning smile. We did. How did their date go? Is it over already? Already? He took her on a horse ride out to the abandoned town. In this weather. Then, he left her after I calmed his horse down from trying to buck him. Roman shook his head, tucking his thumbs in the front pockets of his jeans. Is that what you noticed is wrong with her? Mr. Dean folded his hands and leaned forward, waiting intently for Roman's answer. The return to his original question startled Roman, and he blinked as he searched David's face. The guy was in Roman's family's home. He'd refer to him by his first name. At least in the privacy of his own thoughts. I know what you're thinking. David rubbed his hands together and glanced at Roman's mom. You do? How did the man know anything about Roman? And I agree. It's probably not our place to match Taylor. I know for me it's a conflict of interest since she's my daughter, and honestly, Elizabeth probably shouldn't either since she has a history with her as well. David took a deep breath and nodded as if answering a question he'd asked himself. The problem is, Roman, she asked us because we're the best and she wants the best to help her find happiness. Roman stared at the two as they stared back. I get that she asked you, but Bryson isn't her match. If you guys could mess that one up, then maybe you shouldn't be matching her. He didn't have to know the Davis guy well to understand he wasn't the one for Taylor. Instead of being offended, David cocked an eyebrow. Really? So, we got the first match wrong. I admit a last-minute date wasn't the best idea. But it's good to know. From your experience, what did we do wrong? Roman warmed to the topic quickly. He started pacing, moving back and forth between the grandfather clock on the far side of the room and the end of the couch beside David's seat. You should have checked on what they were doing for a date. Being outside in this type of weather is what an idiot would choose to do for a first date. You should have checked out his hobbies. Did you know he plays video games? Taylor doesn't like that type of guy. She's an outdoorsy girl when she has time. Even when she goes outside, though, she's got a planner and she's prepared. For everything. He stopped and stared at the wall, snapping his fingers. That's what's wrong with her. What? What's wrong with her? Elizabeth scooted to the edge of her seat. Her planner. I haven't seen her with it in a while. She's been late to more things than she's even been at. I think she lost her planner or something happened to it. That was the only explanation for why she would be late or why she would agree to a last-minute date like that. She did not do spontaneous. The last few times I've seen her, she hasn't had her planner or calendar with her. She hasn't taken notes, and she hasn't been on time. I'm not sure what's going on, but I think that's the main part of why she's so different. Roman nodded, crossing his arms over his chest. The realization didn't make him feel better about things. For some reason, Taylor had changed and it wasn't necessarily for the better. We only have 4 weeks left until the announcement. Is she fulfilling her responsibilities as our matchmaker for the contest? David stood slowly, putting a large amount of weight on a knobby walking stick he'd had leaning against his seat. Roman thought carefully. She hadn't been at the last few dates he'd been on with Olivia, and that had left the evenings and lunches rather tedious for Roman. I'm not sure if she's been going to the dates with her suitor. Roman paused. He wanted to be honest and get the elder matchmakers' help. They were more experienced and they had all of the information that they needed and probably some he needed. Roman took a deep breath, running his hands through his hair as he sank into the seat closest to where he'd stood. I need to tell someone, but I'm not sure who or even what to do about it. Do about what, Roman? His mother's voice reassured him he could tell her, and David sat back down, studying Roman as if the greatest mysteries in the universe were going to be revealed. Roman spoke haltingly. The problem is, the dean option for the suitor is Stephen Johnson. Yeah, we know that. I approved him that morning before she announced him. He's a good guy. I really like him. David furrowed his brow, as if the facts he had might not match up with Roman's, and that worried him. He is a great guy. I would have chosen him, myself, if I hadn't picked, well, myself. Roman swallowed and leaned forward, bracing his elbows on his knees. The thing is, Stephen doesn't want to win the contest. He only signed up because he wanted a shot at Taylor. He couldn't care less about Olivia or her money. He doesn't even care if Taylor wins the contest. In fact, he asked me to help him swing it so she would lose. Mom and David leaned back in their seats slowly, as if in tandem as they stared at Roman. You guys are throwing the competition? David blinked at Roman, his skin turning redder and redder. Roman held up his hands, shaking his head. No. Not at all. Actually, the thing is, I honestly have no idea how to say this or even if I want to admit to it. He lifted his chin. He'd face it like a man. He couldn't back down from his truth. Not anymore. Mom, David, I don't want to win. I don't want to be with Olivia. I want to be with, he couldn't finish his sentence. How did he admit that he'd made the worst decision of his life? Taylor. You want to be with Taylor, right? David cut through the excess tension. Roman snapped his gaze up to David, searching his face for some form of teasing or lightheartedness, like he didn't believe Roman. When he saw only sincerity on David's face, Roman sliced his gaze to his mom. Had she told him what they'd talked about? She shook her head, anticipating what he was thinking. No. I didn't say anything. It's obvious you two still have feelings for each other. Since we're being honest, David took a deep breath, peeking at Roman's mom and then back at Roman when she nodded. We actually aren't matching her with Bryson or anyone else. We are just trying to make you step up your own game. Roman blinked at David, slowly slumping backwards into the seat and staring between the two. What? If Taylor got rid of her planner, then something really is wrong. We can't continue with our plan as if everything is normal. David looked at Mom and pressed his lips into a fine line. This is a deep-seated issue we aren't going to be able to fix on our own. She's not being herself, which means she isn't going to react to things the way that we planned. Shaking his head as he stared at the carpet, David raised his gaze to Roman, regret on his features. You'll need to follow through with the contest and date Olivia. I know it's less than ideal, but it's what we need you to do until we can figure out what's wrong with Taylor. The fact that she's not scheduling or planning is a sign that whatever is wrong with her, David sighed, rubbing at his eyes. David, she's going to be fine. She's got a lot on her plate between your surgery, taking on the contest, Roman's return, and unknown pressure from Stephen. If she's trying to stop planning, then she's really increased the pressure she's under. Roman's mother reached across the short distance between them and patted David's arm. Why would Taylor stop planning? Was it something Roman had said? So, what do we do? You guys know now what I'm up against. What do we do? Roman was desperate. He'd do whatever it took to make sure things were fixed for Taylor, even if that meant he had to back off. David looked between the two Wilsons, and Roman couldn't help worrying he'd pushed Taylor too far. I think we need to make sure Taylor doesn't find out that Stephen wants to throw the contest, or that you even considered it, or that we want to match her with you. Elizabeth sighed, shaking her head. I don't think she would appreciate anything resembling interference. Roman nodded. He wasn't sure what he could do to make things easier for Taylor. He didn't like that he had returned and rediscovered his feelings for her, not that he'd ever really forgotten. But suppressed emotions had more control and power than anything he could have wallowed over. Let me ask you a question, Roman. David tapped the armrest of the chair he sat in, his eyes narrowed. Elizabeth and Roman focused their attention on him. He spoke softly but with great intensity. Do you want us to match you with Taylor? Do you want us to continue moving forward with our plan? Or do you want to have the freedom associated with dating Olivia, winning the contest, and being able to go about your life? The things he wasn't saying included: was Roman ready to fully commit? Was he going to scare easily, or was he ready to be there for Taylor, the town, and the rest of the families? What Roman hadn't had a chance to really explain to anyone was what he'd believed when he'd been getting ready to marry Taylor. His father had convinced him to run, and Roman had never looked back, except for every day since. He swallowed past the constricting tightness in his throat and cleared his throat. You need to be aware that Dad said Taylor and I weren't a good match, and that I was dooming her to a life of unhappiness if I were to go through with the marriage. Roman didn't know if he believed it anymore, but even then his dad had a way of affecting the things Roman thought. Roman ignored the look of alarm that passed between Elizabeth and David. A tingle of fear that things with Taylor wouldn't work shivered through Roman. His father's words echoed in his head and his heart. But Roman wanted Taylor back more than he wanted to give into the worry that she wouldn't want him again, that they weren't meant for each other. He wasn't going to dwell on something he couldn't know for sure. He had to hope she missed him as much as he missed her. As if David's question haunted him as much as his father's matchmaking prognosis, Roman slowly nodded, ready to turn things over to the experienced matchmakers. I really just want Taylor happy. I want to be the one to do that for her, but I'll step aside if that's what she needs as well. Tell me what to do. A slow smile spread across their faces, and David nodded. Okay, buckle in, because we're ready to make this happen. She's stubborn, but we're more so. Remember, with everything off kilter because of the planner, we have a tougher job ahead of us. Roman set his jaw. He'd do what they told him. He had nothing left to lose. Except a contest his family needed to win, and who knew what he needed for his reputation. But maybe none of that mattered. Or maybe that's all that mattered. Chapter 20. Roman. Taylor wasn't using her planner or scheduling anything. What could have possibly affected her that badly that she would stop altogether? Had his comments triggered a change like that? Guilt twisted in his gut as he considered what Stephen had told him about her need to control something, anything. If Roman had taken that from her, he'd never forgive himself. They didn't have much time before the contest was over. Thanksgiving was the next week, and Roman hadn't figured out a way to offload Stephen and Olivia. He couldn't escape his guilt. A few days after the meeting with his mother and Mr. Dean, Roman cleared his desk and stared at the large surface calendar. In Paris, he'd had a secretary and assistant for his appointments. They'd pointed him in the directions he needed to go so that he could focus on the other things he was working on, like the design of the matchmaking program and algorithms that he used for matching, or the networking and matching that he did. He sold multiple computer programs to software companies that used similar algorithms to match a customer with their ideal product they didn't even know they were looking for, and even some programs that matched people with their ideal way of eating for better health. There in Mistletoe, Roman didn't have access to any assistants or secretaries. Brock had claimed they didn't believe in that impersonal of a connection with the clients. They were all expected to meet and greet whoever came in the door. Roman had picked up the art of scheduling, and judging by his scribbling cursive on the daily squares, he was getting the hang of it. He'd never tell another soul, but he was slowly starting to enjoy the activity of sitting at the end of the day and reviewing what he'd accomplished and setting things up for the next day. He felt more productive and more accomplished doing so. Who did he think he was to be so hard on Taylor? He had teased her mercilessly about planning, and they'd even gotten in fights about it back when they'd been together. He hadn't understood why she needed to do it. He'd even brushed it off as unimportant. But now, knowing what he knew, Roman stood, pushing the chair back from the desk and striding around the edge. He grabbed his coat and hat from the hooks by his office door and strode from the building, taking in the general Christmas tone of the surrounding offices he'd all but ignored when he'd arrived in town. Little gingerbread men-shaped paper cutouts lined the inside of the windows of the Wilson offices. At night, when they left and shut off the lights, the Christmas lights would come on, lighting up the night with holiday cheer. Roman opened the door, shutting it behind him and turning at the soft thud of the wreath filled with holly and mistletoe hitting the door as it returned to its spot. A light dusting of snow flocked the small town in white. Roman tucked his hands into the pockets of his coat and listened to the soft crunch of his boots in the snow as he strode toward Taylor's home on the west side of town. She lived in one of those great small town neighborhoods you only seem to find on television movies anymore. Her white picket fence was bedecked in holly boughs, and the pillars of her covered porch were wrapped in a spiral of mixed greens of holly, mistletoe, and pine. The sun would set soon. Early afternoon in the winter is more like a precursor to twilight than evening. Lights glowed from her front windows, and Roman opened and closed the gate before climbing the steps to her place. Funny how he continually found himself at her house, around her, even though when he'd first gotten into town, he hadn't wanted anything to do with her. He knocked on the door, finding it ajar. He pushed the door open, concern pushing him further inside. It was below freezing outside. What was her door doing partially open? Not to mention she was a single woman all by herself. Roman closed the door behind him and followed the sounds of water running coming from the kitchen. He walked quietly so he didn't scare Taylor, but in all honesty, he was a little worried himself. What if something had happened to her? At the kitchen door, he paused and watched her as she stood at the sink and stared out the window, the water running in front of her. She wasn't moving and the faucet wasn't dumping water out for any specific purpose. At least that Roman could see. He took the moment to visually check her and found himself appreciating the line of her neck revealed with the high knot bun at the crown of her head. Soft tendrils had escaped the rubber band holding her thick red hair in place, only softening the look. She wore a fuzzy soft green sweater and a pair of worn-looking jeans that hugged her curves in all the right places. What was she staring at out the window? A cup overfilled in the sink and toppled, grabbing her attention with the clink of glass on the ceramic base. Taylor blinked, turning off the water and dropping her gaze to the cup. She sighed, shaking her head and turning around. When she saw Roman, her body jolted, and then she jerked back. "What are you doing here?" Roman strode all the way into the kitchen. breaking his own transfixion with Taylor's appealing appearance. I came because I'm worried. I noticed you've been late more and missing things. I think you've stopped planning. He pulled his hat off and set it on the counter. Are you okay? I never took you for one to sit and stare out the window. You always had too much to do. He'd never missed an opportunity to point it out to her either. She was never free to just sit and be with him, and she never had a moment to just spontaneously go for a walk or anything else he wanted to do. But that wasn't her fault. Just like it wasn't his. But, now that he knew about the problem and why she did what she did, he could be more understanding and see it for what it was. Taylor leaned forward, resting her hands on the edge of the counter. She dropped her gaze and shook her head, which turned into a nod. Yeah, she straightened and shrugged. I burned my planner after I transferred everything to my phone. She sighed. Phones aren't the best option to keep track of everything. Do you like being so loosely scheduled? How could she when she'd always been in control of her time? Roman's curiosity struggled for information even as he just wanted to tell her to stop. She was perfect as she was. Taylor blinked and sniffed, shaking her head. No, but I'm also sad and lonely, you know. So, I stopped planning. Roman folded his arms and studied her. But why did you decide to stop doing something that makes you so happy? He really wanted to know. No. He really needed to know. Because does it make me happy? Taylor threw her hands in the air, letting them fall to her sides to slap the outside lines of her thighs. I'm lonely. Judging by the things you've said and the things my friends and family have said over the years, my one main flaw is my scheduling. My planning. So, since I asked Dad and your mom to match me, I thought it would be appropriate to change me to a more marketable me. She laughed at herself, the sound self-deprecating and rough. You can't understand. You found someone. True, you aren't together anymore, but at least you were able to find someone who wasn't me. Roman blinked at her, unsure if she was joking or pretending to be ignorant of her appeal. He decided that both options were possible. Do you have any idea what you're talking about? Please, tell me you're joking, right now. Joking? Why would I joke about this? She shoved off the counter and started pacing between the fridge and the end of the counter on the opposite side of the kitchen. I think it's ridiculous that you stopped planning simply because I've made comments about it. So what? Who am I? Why do you care what I think? Roman shook his head and watched her as pink flushed her cheeks, and she shook her head while he spoke. I cared because I loved you, Roman. Then I realized that you didn't love me because you left, right? The only thing you ever told me that you didn't like about me was my inability to be spontaneous. So, I broke everything down. I did a logical comparison, and the only thing I can figure is that's why I'm not able to find anyone else to love me. It seems to be a common complaint from everyone. I'm too organized. I'm too planned out. If that's what the people who love me have an issue with, then maybe I need to get rid of that. It's not hard to understand. She folded her arms and glared at him as if he were to blame for the need to change. Which, in part, he was. You think you have to change yourself to find love? Roman couldn't get his head wrapped around what she was saying. She honestly had no idea of her appeal to men. That was enough to drive him insane. Taylor glanced at the clock on the stove and reached out, grabbing the red and white checkered kitchen towel and wiping her hands. You can't be here. You need to leave. Roman followed her from the kitchen, his hat in his hands. Why? What are you doing? Are you going somewhere? Taylor moved ahead of him, bustling around the house and picking random things up or straightening them where they were. She shook her head. No, Steven's coming over to talk about the contest and the direction he thinks we should go with the dating. I have some suggestions, but we thought a fast meeting this afternoon would be a good place to get ahead of the weekend. She glanced over her shoulder at Roman. He's a nice guy, isn't he? He's very attentive. I hope Olivia sees his potential and you're not overshadowing him. She grinned, moving toward the front door and gripping the handle. She was going to usher him out of her house in favor of Steven, who wasn't even there yet. The last thing Roman was going to allow was being replaced by someone like Steven. Roman shook his head. You don't think anyone can have feelings for you, but did he do it? Did he share what he knew? Why not? At that point, what did he have to lose? Steven likes you. He's been trying to date you for a year now, and you won't give him the time of day. He's doing the contest just so you'll see him. Taylor reared back, her eyes widening as she stared at him. After a minute, she relaxed and refolded her arms, letting go of the doorknob to do so. I don't know why you're saying these things. He's not interested in me. We're friends. You zoned him and he's doing everything he can to get himself out of there. You zoned me, too, without even knowing it. Roman couldn't believe she had no idea just what kind of power she had over men. She was unaffected and kind, and she was naturally beautiful in any situation. Her shoulders slouched forward as she curled into herself. She shook her head, biting her lip as she stared at him. No. I didn't put you in any zone. I hate to keep reminding you, since I said I'd forget it, but you left. Now you're back and, what? Demanding that I consider a relationship with you again? No. I find it interesting that you're only saying that I'm appealing after I got rid of the planner. There goes your theory that men like me as I am. Right? You only do because I'm more spontaneous now, or whatever you said were problems with me. I got rid of the planner, and you're interested. Yet, are you? I mean, you're here complaining about my lack of a schedule now. I've said it before. You don't know what you want. That may be, but I'm going to tell you something no one else knows. He leaned in close, inhaling her soft cinnamon scent that hadn't changed in all those years. I didn't leave because of you. I wanted to stay because of you. I left because of things between my dad and me. I couldn't take you with me, because he made some points I couldn't argue with. You were never the problem. I feel terrible that you've blamed yourself all these years. It was my pride, my ego, and my ambitions that kept me away. I wasn't avoiding you and your scheduling at all. He pulled back and strode the rest of the way to the door, curling his fingers around the doorknob. He looked back at her. And just so you know, I haven't met a woman yet who holds a candle to you, planning or spontaneous. Don't change you because you think people don't care. Too many care. That's the problem. He tore open the door and stormed from the porch, passing by a startled Steven as he did so. Roman ignored the brisk chill of the air as it bit at his cheeks. As long as he stayed in Mistletoe, he could focus on Taylor. Even if all they ever were friends. Pulling out his phone, he called Brock. Hey, I need the name of that realtor Austin was using. The longer he was in Mistletoe, the clearer his needs and wants became. And Taylor was at the top of his list. He just had to make her see she wasn't a temporary addiction. Chapter 21. Taylor. Taylor waved Stephen up the walkway, smiling as she shut the door behind him. She could ignore what had just happened. She didn't want to focus on the things Roman had said. Roman had just picked that fight on purpose anyway. She had to keep that in mind. But the things he'd said wouldn't leave her alone. Hey, thanks for seeing me on such short notice. Stephen leaned in as if to kiss her, but then adjusted his arms and awkwardly patted her on the back in a weird friendly hug that seemed out of place. Maybe there was more truth to Roman's warnings than Taylor had originally given. Of course. Stephen? She pulled away and stared up at him, all seriousness in her expression and body language. He nodded, watching her intently, as if he could anticipate her question. Yeah. He didn't pull completely away either, and that left her feeling even more awkward. Rubbing her lips together, Taylor shivered from the draft of the door being open and then closed. She didn't want to say anything, but she wasn't going to be able to get out of it. Not if it was leading Stephen on. I need to make sure you understand we're just friends. I think you're one of the nicest guys I've ever known, and, in any other life, I would love to date you, but in this life, I can't. Before she could take time to judge his reaction, she took another deep breath. I know a lot of people don't trust the process of matchmaking, but I'm good at what I do. I know who would be a good match for you and who wouldn't. I want you to give Olivia a try. An honest try, do you understand? She didn't mean to come across as if she was talking to a child, but she didn't want to hurt his feelings either. Stephen shot a nervous glance out the window of the front door and then glanced back down at Taylor. Why would you say that? Did Roman say something? Taylor didn't want to throw Roman under the bus, but at the same time, she didn't want to lie. Roman mentioned something. I was hoping he wouldn't think I would cheat in the contest to throw it so you and I could be together. I want to make sure you understand where I'm coming from before you set all of your hopes on me and miss out on the one person I think would make you a really good match. She folded her arms over her chest and bit the inside of her cheek. Stephen glanced at his watch. His cheeks red, but it might have just been from coming outside, and not embarrassment like Taylor suspected. You know, I just remembered I have a previous engagement. Do you mind if I rain-check this? He nodded at Taylor, pulling the door open as he stepped outside without waiting for her answer. Taylor stood there, staring at the spot Stephen had been moments before. What just happened? She asked the empty room. He'd left like she had the plague, and all because she'd been honest with him. Had she been rude? She didn't think so. Setting her jaw to the side, she pulled out her phone and texted Lily. Her sister was her go-to for emotional support. Taylor definitely needed support right then. Taylor, can I come over? Lily, see you when you get here. Taylor grabbed her jacket and climbed in her car. She didn't need to sit at home and dwell on the things she'd done wrong, the things she'd said that she couldn't take back or rephrase by herself. No, instead, she was going to go to her dad's place and rehash everything with Lily. Plus, she hadn't really spoken with anyone since she'd blown up at her sisters over her planner and their comments. She was fast feeling more isolated than normal. Parking along the side of the ranch-style home, Taylor trekked her way through the deeper snow lining the driveway and the walkway to the front porch. She didn't want to face her sisters, but she also didn't want to dwell alone on the things she should have done differently, including the things she'd said to them. For some reason, Taylor felt like she needed to knock on the door. The first time in almost 36 years she felt like she wouldn't be welcome in her parents' home. Lily opened the door, tucking her chin and staring at her sister with confusion in her eyes. "What are you doing out here?" "I just got tea on in the kitchen." "I've been waiting for you." Taylor swallowed, opening the screen door and following Lily inside. I don't know. I guess I feel weird since the meeting." Lily turned around when she reached the stove and picked up the red tea kettle. Glancing over her shoulder, she poured hot water into 2 brightly colored mugs with horse silhouettes lining the rim. "Yeah, that seemed to come out of nowhere, but after you left, the rest have talked about it and we figured it was a long time coming. We haven't been really fair about how you schedule things out." Taylor shook her head, perching on the stool at the end of the counter. "How often does this happen? You guys talking about me?" She didn't want to know, honestly, but at the same time it was like a bad car wreck she couldn't drive past without watching. Lily turned around and folded her arms. "Stop. Taylor, just stop." "What?" "I'm not the one talking about you guys." Taylor set her jaw. The visit was a bad idea. Why hadn't she just listened to her gut and stayed home, taken a hot bath, and ignored the world outside? Lily shook her head, slicing her hand through the air and crossing the distance to the counter where Taylor sat. Bracing her arms on the surface, Lily narrowed her eyes. "This, right here, is not something we're doing to you. It wasn't bad what we were saying, but your first thing is to immediately think everything has to do with you. It doesn't. We weren't talking about you exactly, but more along the lines of what had we done and what could we do to better. We never said anything to you to be mean. Do you understand?" Lily studied Taylor and must not have seen what she wanted to because she continued speaking, standing from the counter. "All of us took your organization for granted. It wasn't until you stopped that we realized just how lazy we'd gotten. I have a planner, now. Carrie, Tanya, and Brooke all have new planners. We feel terrible that you didn't feel appreciated. We look up to you so much and we need you to continue teaching us how to do better at everything." Taylor sniffed, refusing to cry. She'd received too much overwhelming information that day. Roman's secrets, Stephen's unconfirmed affections, and the slow realization that she'd dropped one of the most important parts of who she was and messed up a lot of her life. "Then why do you tease me about it so much? It hurts. Roman, he used to fight with me about it and then today he told me he liked it. Everyone is so confusing." She heaved a hard breath as her chest constricted. She didn't want to cry, but she couldn't help it. "What do I do? I don't know what to do about any of this." Taylor hiccuped, a sure sign that she was moments away from losing it or had already lost it. "You get your head on straight. I'm not sure why you would let anyone convince you to stop being you. Your planning and organization are a part of you. If someone doesn't like it, wave them on their way." Lily tucked her chin and eyed Taylor with determination. "Even if it's your sisters. Now, come on. You're the oldest. You know better than this. We tease you because we can. If you take away the fun parts of being sisters, I don't know why we would stick it out with each other, do you?" She grinned and studied Taylor, as if there was anything left to say. Taylor nodded, working to contain the tightness in her throat. "I just feel like no one can love me. Or no one does love me." She wiped under her eyes, unable to keep her sadness inside her. "I love you." Your other annoying sisters love you. Dad loves you. More people love you than you know. But I'm the only one that matters. Lily winked as she turned back to the mugs and added in dark red tea bags with strings and a colored square of paper on the end. Here, this always makes everyone feel better. I found this new tea. It's chocolate red velvet cake and every bit as decadent as it sounds. Taylor gratefully accepted the cup of tea and sugar that Lily set in front of her. She could accept that she'd gone from one extreme to the next, planning every breath to barely breathing. Now all she needed to do was step up and figure out how she was going to get control back without losing her control in that area of her life. She stared down at the swirling liquid and rising steam from her mug. After a second, she heaved a sigh and raised her gaze to Lily. What do you think I should do? The question was full of different connotations. Honestly, I think you need to get a planner and figure out how you can be organized without being anal. Find your happy medium of control without locking yourself into using the restroom at 2 a.m. every night. She wagged her finger at her sister as she stirred her drink. I know you did it. I saw your planner once. Taylor laughed. Leave it to Lily to bring a measure of levity to any situation. It helped keep things from getting too depressing. You know what Roman told me? Taylor blew into her tea to cool it down a bit before she could drink it. Hard telling with that man. Although, I have to interject really quick, wow. If that's what happens when you go away for a few years and immerse yourself in the European culture, I'm on board. Think Europe would send me an exchange student my age? She arched an eyebrow, only a little bit teasing. Yeah, he only got better looking, didn't he? Which wasn't fair in the slightest considering the Wilson boys all had access to very attractive genes and they all were easy on the eyes. Too bad they're annoying as all get out, you know? Lily rolled her eyes and tapped the face of her watch. You're running out of time to get a new planner. I would say just go get your old one out, but I have a feeling the only reason you made it this long is because you somehow destroyed the one you've had for years. She studied Taylor, sympathy in the green of her eyes. Yeah, that's one thing you do well. You do everything all in. There is no halfway with you. Halfway wasn't an option for Taylor. Sipping her almost cooled enough drink, Taylor nodded and glanced at the digital numbers on the microwave. You're right. I need to get my head on straight. Thanks for the chat, Lily. I appreciate it. Anytime. Let me know if you need help with anything. My schedule is pretty open. Lily pulled a magazine closer to her and flipped the pages with a practiced air of boredom. Actually, you can help me. Taylor continued when Lily glanced up with interest. I'll let you know which meetings I need your help with, but I kind of got in a fight with Roman and I don't want to be around him right now. Do you think you could go to a couple of the meetings for me? We have a couple dates left and 2 planning sessions, as well as the final reveal rehearsal. If what he said is true, we won't have a normal reveal, but who knows what is real and what's not. She slid from the stool and then rinsed her cup in the sink. Yeah, sure. Can you text me the dates and times and I'll input them into the journal? Lily pulled a discus-style planner from the pocket of a large tote. Taylor paused and moved back to stand beside her sister. Ugh, look at that. You even have the water-proof cover. Don't you love yours? Taylor flipped the cover open and then felt the pages between her fingertips. Oh, this is a nice one. Touching the planner stirred something inside her. She straightened from looking over Lily's and grinned. Thanks. I needed this. I'm going to go get me a new planner, right now. I'm actually excited, to be honest. Good. Go get your own. You're not having mine. I'm getting addicted. Lily winked and raised her cup to sip, waving her sister from the house. Taylor didn't need that big of a nudge as she climbed in her car and drove toward a bigger town west of Mistletoe. She needed a new planner, a new set of pens, a planning session, and a new attitude. Now all she had to do was figure out how to find the happy balance between planned and spontaneous. Maybe instead of worrying about what other people thought about her, she needed to start worrying about how she thought about herself. Chapter 22. Brock. Brock had more than enough to think about and worry over as he went downstairs to check on his mom. The simple fact was the matchmaking business was in trouble. Maybe not in Paris, France, where Roman had created a virtually new market where he didn't have any competition but online dating sites. In Mistletoe, Montana, that wasn't the case. Not only did the Wilsons have to compete with the Deans, but the clients present in the wilds of the northern states weren't as prolific as they were in Europe. People went to Paris specifically to find romance. They went to Montana to find the perfect stud horse for their mares or hunt. Things were changing, but not fast enough. Brock didn't want to admit it, but they needed to win that year's competition, desperately. At the same time, though, he didn't want to see the Deans fail either. The only reason they even had problems with the other family was because of choices Roman made. Somehow Roman had left and messed things up for the rest of them, and he'd still succeeded where he should have been struck by karma or something. But Brock refused to harbor any resentment. Or he was trying his best to. Roman jerked his chin at Brock from his position at the table as he sat with his back facing the large wall, ceiling windows. Winter was in full force outside, with snow swirling around the dark green trees in the distance and creating a softly muting blanket of weather between there and the house. Roman's hat sat beside him on the chair and he was bent over a calendar or notebook. Whether he'd been sitting there with Roman for an hour or 20 seconds, he didn't know how to broach the topic. It was now or never. Brock took a deep breath, glancing toward the living room as if his mom might overhear what he was about to say. Is Mom asleep? No, she's in the bathroom doing her hair. She's not going anywhere, and yet she's doing her hair. I'll never understand women. Roman sat back, resting his arm on the table and loosely holding the pencil in his fingers. After a second of silently studying his younger brother, Roman arched an eyebrow. You look like you have a lot on your mind, Brock. What's going on? Anything I can help with? Brock moved more fully into the dining area. He swallowed, uncertain how to proceed without upsetting his brother. The last thing he wanted was to make Roman mad and send him halfway around the world again. And yet, he needed to get his thoughts off his chest. Brock pulled out the chair across from Roman and folded his hands together and set them on the table in front of his chest. Yeah, actually. I think you can help. He paused. It was now or never. He wouldn't get another chance. The thing is, I overheard the conversation you had with David and Mom the other night. He let that sink in. Roman blinked, pressing his lips into a thin line as he considered Brock. He tilted his head slightly forward. Go on. The thing is, Okay, I'm just going to ask it. What are you doing, Roman? I mean, I don't want you to get hurt and go running back to France for another 20 years, but at the same time. What are you doing? Brock gritted his teeth together, staring his brother down in case Brock decided to change his mind. Roman held up a hand and shook his head. Okay, first of all, but hurt? I didn't get mad at anyone or have my feelings hurt by anyone to make me leave, Brock. Dad had pointed some things out and I realized I had to leave if Taylor was ever going to get a chance at real happiness. Dad didn't think we'd be a good match. Before Brock could mull over that revelation, Roman continued. Second, what do you mean, what am I doing? I'm sitting here working out my schedule for the rest of the month. Is that okay with you? A hard glint in Roman's blue eyes warned Brock to tread lightly. I'm not sure why Dad would say that, but he's not here now. I'm wondering what you're doing to Taylor. I almost had her for a sister. We all loved her and then, what you did ripped the family apart. The entire town divided itself based on whose side they were on. Either you sided with the Deans and Taylor's broken heart, or you sided with the Wilsons, whose son went on to do great things for Mistletoe even though he never came back. Brock cocked his head to the side and folded his arms over his chest, leaning back in the chair. See what I mean, now? What does that have to do with now? Brock dropped his hand to his thigh and tapped out a rhythmless beat with his fingers on the denim of his jeans. The whisper of touch on material split through the silence as the brothers watched each other. It pertains to now because I still care about her. I had to be a big brother from afar and throw off anyone who wasn't good enough for her. I had to make sure she didn't get mixed up with the wrong guys, and let me tell you, there have been a lot who were interested. I don't have to tell you, she's a beautiful woman that anyone would be lucky to call their own. Plenty have wanted to. I scared them all off. Brock shook his head. I have no problem running you off, too. I don't care if Mom and David think you belong together. I don't believe in the magic of matchmaking like it's the end, all be, all. We all have the freedom to choose and I don't think you're making any good choices. You don't get to hurt her again. Or the rest of us. Brock's chest rose and fell. He hadn't realized how invested he was in the topic until right then. I'm not planning on hurting her. Roman swiped his hands down his face, sighing as he leaned back and stared at the ceiling. You want to know the worst part of all of this? I can't have her, if I want to win. I'm not sure I do want to win that bad, you know? Brock shot up to a standing position. He shook his head, thrusting his finger at the table. You stay away from her, Roman. I'm serious. You have to win this competition. We need the work and it's guaranteed 5 more clients, if you do. I know you have enough money to roll around in, but the rest of us don't. What are you talking about? You have a portion of whatever I brought in. My software program sales are all reinvested into the business. Roman tucked his jaw as he narrowed his eyes at his brother. Brock shook his head, huffing as he did so. No. That's where you didn't do your due diligence. You left, right? I don't know how I could forget. It keeps getting crammed down my throat. What does that have to do with any of this? Roman's anger was evident in the squaring of his shoulders and the clenching of his hands. When you left, Dad refused to include your earnings in with the business overall growth and income. There's a bank account with you and him on it and we can't touch it. Even Mom can't. All of your clients, everything, is off limits to us. So, while you've been growing the international part of the business exponentially, we're not benefiting from it unless you mention Mistletoe, Montana in your media or publicity spots. Roman's lips parted and he sat back down, shock slackening his strong jawline. He shook his head. No. That money, those resources, were all for the family and the business. There are some great things in there that could have turned things around here. I thought you guys just didn't want to grow. He shifted his gaze from Brock's face to somewhere overhead. He really taught me a lesson, didn't he? What? Why would Dad split you and Taylor up, if he was just going to cut you out of the family and the business? I don't understand. Brock leaned forward. He needed to understand. He had to. Roman turned from the table, spinning the chair to face away from Brock as he stared out the window. Dad. He didn't want the families linked with marriage. He hinted at something that happened before he married Mom, and he didn't want me to marry Taylor. I think he lied and told me I wasn't a good match for Taylor and I was going to ruin her life if I stuck around and married her. He was so convincing. I was so scared. I didn't want to hurt her, but I also didn't know how to break it off in person. How did I tell her we couldn't be together and then have to see her every day? I would have had to be here and watch her marry someone else. He raised his hand to his temple and leaned forward, bracing his elbows on his knees as he hung his head. I couldn't do it. I wasn't strong enough for that. I can do a lot of things that most people can't, but that? I couldn't do it. I still can't. If I win the contest, I'm stuck with Olivia for at least 6 months. If I lose, you're saying, the family business suffers more than I thought. You're the one who offered to be a suitor. You didn't even ask any of us. We know the ins and outs of this lifestyle in a small town. You can't expect to do everything yourself. We work together here. You don't even come to the meetings once a week. We work together. You would know that, if you were really trying to fit in here. Brock sagged back into the chair, defeated with fatigue. He'd been so worked up about everything for so long, he wasn't sure how he should feel after sharing the problems with the man causing the issues. How Roman took the information would determine how things worked out. I understand things haven't been easier because of me. I thought I was helping, but it sounds like I didn't do anyone any favors. Roman stood, moving to the side of the table where Brock had set up camp. Roman leaned down, clapping his hand on Brock's shoulder and waiting for Brock to raise his eyes to meet Roman's gaze. I'm sorry, Brock. I thought I was doing more than I was. I'll try harder. Brock lunged from his seat, catapulting himself into Roman's arms. He clapped Roman on the back with both hands, patting him and relishing the strength of his brother. It's good to have you back, Roman. Just in case no one has told you. We're glad you're back more than anything else. They finally let go of each other. Eyes bright, Roman nodded cautiously. I came home to recover from my divorce, but I think deep down I knew I'd left things a mess and I had to fix them before I could try to recover from anything. Well, let's get to fixing things. I hate to break it to you, but you're stuck with Olivia, unless she chooses Steven. We need those clients, so I'm rooting for a Wilson win. Brock shook his head again and moved to stand beside Roman. What if I could get more clients of that same caliber for next year? Would that help with the need to win so bad? Roman furrowed his brow. Brock nodded, slowly. Yeah, I'm just not sure why anyone would want to work with losers, though. Our upcoming fiscal year is usually easy to predict based on if we win or not. Not to mention how Austin's mood would be for the first 6 months of the year. Okay, I get it. I'll see what I can do. Roman nodded at Brock, his expression serious and unrelenting. That's what the family needed. Someone to step in and lead. Someone who could take over with a willingness to change and adapt for the betterment of the family. Would Roman be able to let go of Taylor and pull through for the family? Or was he going to be selfish and throw everything away because he had his own success? Hopefully, Brock could count on his brother. He needed to rely on someone. There was no one else left. Chapter 23. Taylor. The planner was like a missing appendage Taylor had cut off herself and then was lucky enough to have sewn back on. Like a romance, without two players, just one pining for the other. She gripped the edges of the hard-covered planner she'd purchased and pieced together. She strode toward the front doors of the Wilson matchmaking offices. A week. It had taken her a week to get back on track with everything: planning, scheduling, eating, exercising, everything. She could actually sleep again now. What was she thinking when she dropped her planning? Probably the same thing she always thought: it was either or. It wasn't relax a little bit on the planning, it was completely cut herself off from it or immerse herself completely. She had to figure out how to find the happy medium instead of giving up all of who she was. The well-built building was nestled on the commercial side of town, and since Mistletoe wasn't more than a few roads wide, the Wilson offices were just a couple streets east from Taylor's house. There seemed to be a lull in the Montana storms that usually took hold in early December and didn't let go until well into March. The sun shone from a low point in the sky and stretched its bright rays across the chilly blue sky. With sleep under her belt and a little more control at her fingertips, Taylor didn't see why she'd been so upset with Roman. He'd been honest. Or tried to be. He couldn't know that Stephen wasn't interested in her at all. It wasn't Roman's fault. He might have some kind of melancholic sentiments around her since coming home. He wasn't really interested in her again. He was just wrapped up in the feelings that Mistletoe evoked. She pulled her courage more around her and lifted her chin as she strode up to the door to the offices. Brock Wilson saw her through the window and approached from inside, opening the door for her and ushering her inside. Taylor, wow. I'm surprised you're here. Normally, the meetings are at the diner or library. He looked closer at her, his brow furrowed like she might be sick. She waved her hand and shook her head. I know. The library is being inundated with elementary-aged children for a read along, and the diner is hosting a tea time for the Mistletoe Mothers of Montana group. I opted out. She smirked and hiked her tote bag higher on her shoulder. I texted Roman and asked if we could just meet here, since I'm not sure my sisters are ready to welcome him just yet. Ah, that makes sense. Brock motioned for her to come inside, and then closed the door behind her. Well, I'm sure he's back in the office or in the conference room. Let's check there first, shall we? Brock moved ahead of her, his broad shoulders and good look standard to the Wilson family. One more reason Taylor thought it was best the two families stayed away from each other. Every guy there could snag one of her sister's hearts. Hadn't Taylor proved that wasn't the best option for anyone? Brock pushed the door open, letting her into a cozy conference room complete with mahogany table, high wing-backed leather chairs, thick carpeting, beverages and refreshment table on the side, as well as a pen holder with multiple ballpoint pens bearing the Wilson matchmaking logo. Oh, that would be a good investment for the Dean family to get. Go ahead and make yourself comfortable. I'll find Roman and let him know you're here. Brock moved back to the doorway. Thanks. No rush. I'm about 10 minutes early. She smiled and claimed a seat on the opposite side of the table from the door. She opened her planner, glad that this time around she'd added in a notes section to eliminate the need to carry around a notebook. The door opened and Roman stood there, staring at Taylor with confusion on his face. "Taylor? What are you doing here?" Taylor glanced at her calendar and then back at him and then back down, placing her finger on that day's column in the weekly planner section. "It says here we have a meeting. Remember? We texted about it?" She licked her lips, more cognizant than ever about the lines of his jaw, the way his bangs hung down across his forehead, and the crystalline depths of his blue eyes. Dang, why was she there again? She blinked, glancing down at the planner and struggled to refocus. "Okay, so, right. We need to plan out the announcement and then we need to discuss the follow-up interviews. I'm pretty sure I'm not too early. Is that right?" She wasn't sure with much since she couldn't think completely normally around him. She'd been so discombobulated with her planner cut out of her life that she'd been less confused around Roman than just feeling like she was on the edge of chaos. Now, though, with Roman in the room and Taylor back to feeling more like herself, his magnetism was more overwhelming, more intoxicating. Taylor wasn't sure she was happy with the way he was making her feel. Roman closed the door, his shirt pulling taut across the muscles of his chest and showcasing the trim lines of his waist. Maybe she needed to go back to the confused state she'd been in when she didn't know what was going on. Roman glanced from her face to the top of the table, his eyes darkening as he took in the presence of her planner. "You found your planner. What now?" Taylor cleared her throat and folded her hands on the table as she refused to balk from the accusatory look in his eyes. "Yeah, I actually didn't find it per se. I had to go out and purchase another one." She shrugged. "How have you been?" What else would she say? She didn't know what to say. She didn't even know how to act exactly. She reached up, brushing her hair off her forehead. "Look, I'm sorry for what happened last time. I wasn't trying to be mean. I saw Steven and I asked him about it. He didn't even reply really. But I just don't think it's possible. He didn't seem interested when I confronted him." Taylor had felt ridiculous saying it, too. Roman sat across from her, leaning back, his collar falling open and showing the strong slope of his neck as his chest disappeared beneath the crisp white of his shirt. "So that's it? You got your planner and everything's back to normal and nothing has happened? What is going on with you?" Taylor blinked, reaching down and playing with the corner of the planner for some courage. "You said we could be friends, right?" She didn't wait for his answer as she plowed forward. "The thing is, Roman, I thought I had to change how I was because no one cared about me, no one liked me, but that's just not the case. I didn't like me. I was having problems finding happiness with myself and I thought I could fix things by changing a huge part of who I was. But that's not how this works." Roman didn't say anything as he stared at her. The silence stretched from a pause into an uncomfortable minute and then 3. Taylor scooted forward, looking down at the calendar and staring blankly at the list of topics she'd written down to talk about with Roman. I feel pretty good about how this is going. I think the dates have been good. I haven't had a chance to really go on the ones I was supposed to supervise." She laughed nervously. "Okay, actually, it wasn't that I didn't have the chance. It's that I didn't take the chance and I shirked my responsibility. I'm sorry. I usually do better. Do you know why I came here? Why I came back to Mistletoe?" Roman didn't move much as he continued piercing Taylor with his gaze. She blinked, trying to swallow a noticeably dry mouth. "No. I mean, I assume it had something to do with your mom, but I wasn't told anything different. Roman leaned forward, a waft of his cologne slipping its way over the table and curling around Taylor's senses. I came back to recover from my divorce and to face the things I've done in my past. I just wanted to win, more than anything. I was willing to do whatever it took, you know. He searched her face as if he might find absolution in her features. I understand. I want to win, too. Taylor nodded gently at him. She found it easier to be magnanimous with the control of her life at her fingertips. No, you don't. Stephen, Roman dropped his gaze to his hands. Taylor took the opportunity to shake her head. He doesn't care about me, Roman. I think it was just a misunderstanding. It's okay. I spoke with him about it. It's not a big deal. It is a big deal. He asked me to help him throw the competition. He wanted you to lose so he could have a shot at you, consoling you after you lost. I agreed. I said I would get Olivia to choose me. And I can. All I have to do is tell her to choose me, and it's final. She wants to marry me and my money, anyway. I'm not sure the contest is even viable at this point. I don't want to be with Olivia, but I still have to try to win for my family. At the same time, I want to lose, because I want a shot with you. Roman lifted his serious gaze to Taylor. He wasn't lying. He wasn't making it up. Slumping back against the rear of the chair, Taylor blinked back tears. You were going to cheat. She didn't understand. But my family needs the win, too. It's not just you. It's not just your family. The whole town needs this, Roman. This is a huge reason why Mistletoe is one of the last towns in 4 states that hasn't been taken over by commercialism, factories, or been abandoned when things got hard. Everything about this place ties into this contest. Everything about our livelihoods is centered around our matchmaking. You're treating it like a game. Like you can come in and out of this place and do whatever you want. She pressed the backs of her hands to the damp skin under her eyes and took a deep breath. No. You don't get to do this to us. She stood, shaking her head and gathering her things together. We only have 3 weeks left, but let me tell you. I'm not backing down. You better up your game or you're going to lose. There's a reason I picked Stephen out, and it's not because he's a good match for me. It's because I know how to match. All of my experience, all of my instinct is telling me Stephen is perfect for Olivia. I never second-guess my gut. I suggest you get your head in the game and work on making Olivia choose you, because everything in me is saying you're not good for her. Who does your heart tell you is a good match for you? Roman stared at her, challenging her with his blue gaze and the set to his masculine lips. That's none of your business. Taylor finished packing her things and she moved to the door. It's my business, if it's me. Roman called after her and Taylor stopped. She slowly turned on her heel, her eyes narrowed as she stared him down. Let me be clear. You're not my match. Not anymore. Before he could say another word, Taylor stormed from the conference room, flinging the door shut behind her. It didn't matter that her heart screamed for her to accept that her match was Roman. It had always been Roman. She had to accept that she wasn't going to win if she lost, and she wasn't going to win if she won. No matter what, Taylor was up a creek without a horse to ride out on. No, What mattered was that she was getting control of her life again, and she had proven to herself that she could survive Roman's presence. Even if she needed to escape to somewhere private to recover every time she came across him. Dang the man and her heart. If Taylor wanted to survive living in that town, she needed to buck up and figure out a way to keep as much distance between them as possible. Or she wasn't going to be able to keep her heart intact. Chapter 24. Roman. I don't mean, but Roman was too late. Taylor ducked out of sight, walking out of the offices before Roman could stop her. Taylor was gone and Roman didn't have it in him to chase after her. Brock ducked his head in, not so subtly checking his watch and arching an eyebrow. Don't forget, tonight you're supervising the contestants' date. You'll need to get ready and over there by 5. Got it. Thanks. After Brock closed the door again, Roman hung his head and nodded, slowly. He'd forgotten about the date. Things couldn't be more awkward. He was dating Olivia, supposedly, while also showing up during her dates with Steven. That wouldn't feel like a third wheel situation at all. He glanced at his own watch, wincing at the later hour. He only had a couple hours before he would have to go on the date. He had a list of tasks to do before he went. One of which, he had to figure out the sliding scale for how the date rating went. Brock had handled the last 2 dates for Roman, but he had to do the final one based on the rules of the contest. He could do it. Except now, he not only had the pressures of the date ahead of him, he also had to deal with the gnawing pit of worry in his stomach about Taylor. She knew, and the look on her face had been full of disappointment. How many times was Roman going to disappoint Taylor before they both learned just how toxic he really was for her? Just before the time for the date arrived, Roman straightened his cowboy hat and glanced back over his desk and the rest of his office. He wasn't forgetting anything, yet he couldn't help thinking something wasn't right. Probably the fact that he wasn't happy with how things had ended with Taylor. He'd wanted to be honest with her, but he hadn't done things the way he would have originally planned, if he'd even planned out that kind of a thing. Sighing, Roman closed the office door and waved at Austin standing by the vending machine they brought in for the holidays. Free drinks and treats were always fun for clients and staff alike. It didn't matter that the only staff they had was each other. Climbing into his rig, Roman clenched his fingers around the steering wheel and shook his head. What was he doing? He had to admit, at least to himself, that he hadn't been thinking clearly to offer himself as a suitor. Sure, at the time, it had seemed brilliant. He'd win, prove he was important to the town, prove that he could do what they needed him to do, and that would be that. But now, after talking with Brock, his mom, David, and Taylor, he couldn't help but feel like he was the dumbest one in the room. Snowflakes as large as nickels fell from the sky, drifting to clutch onto his truck and windshield. The sun had set minutes before. Roman started the engine, deciding not to wait for the rig to warm up completely before backing out of his spot and roaring down Main Street. The date was 3 blocks over at the diner. Apparently, no one wanted the contestants to take their dates outside of town, which made sense considering the whole point of the matchmaking contest was to get attention on the town. All of the bed and breakfasts, hotels, dude ranches, and vacation rentals by owner were booked out starting that weekend until after New Year's. Both families were doing their job for the economy. Roman hadn't realized how much he'd let his family down and the town. How much damage had he done to the matchmaking family's names by walking away from a marriage? He wasn't convinced he was the best thing for Taylor, but he didn't have that confidence anymore that they weren't right for each other. He'd been so determined to protect her from him, that he'd missed the point that they could grow together, become successful together, make each other happy. Parking the rig, He climbed out, taking in the full size of the diner in the small town. Bright lights warmly welcomed the patrons, and Roman realized he'd missed this Montana cafe feel in the restaurants he'd gone to in France and other parts of Europe. There was something to be said about bright colors, loud ranch hands, and waitresses yelling out orders sprinkled with colorful terms describing the food. Olivia hated it. Roman couldn't love it more. He strode through the front door of the diner, scanning the crowded restaurant as he pulled off his hat. Olivia and Stephen sat in a booth on the far side. Olivia threw her head back and laughed, the sound genuine and full of mirth. Roman had never heard her laugh like that before. Furrowing his brow, he approached the booth with a professional smile on his face. Stephen had dressed like a businessman with a charcoal suit over a white button-up shirt. Shiny black dress shoes completed the ensemble. Olivia wore a lavender sheath dress with beading around the collar and hem that fell below her knees. Her hair had been plaited into a French braid with flowers woven in. Roman felt severely underdressed in his jeans and mint green button-up shirt. He pulled a chair over from the extra stack by the kitchen door and grinned as he sat on the end of the booth. "How's it going, you two?" Olivia's wide smile shifted to one of politeness as she flicked her gaze from Stephen to Roman and back again. "I was just about to excuse myself to the ladies' room." She offered a smile as she slid from the booth and skirted around Roman. She peeked at Stephen from under her eyelashes and then disappeared toward the restrooms. Roman turned his attention to Stephen, who watched Olivia walk away. Then Stephen leaned over the corner of the table and dropped his gaze to Roman's face. "Look, man, we need to rethink our strategy." Roman sat back, folding his arms while studying Stephen. "What do you mean, our strategy?" Stephen shot a nervous glance in the direction Olivia had disappeared. "I got a flat-out no from Taylor, which, if I'm being honest, I'm not surprised about." "Hurt, sure, surprised, no." He sighed and nodded. "So, I've been giving Olivia a little bit of a chance, and I have to be honest. Now, I want to win." He paused for dramatic effect, then continued. "I know that messes with your plans, but I really don't want to miss out on my chance with someone I might actually be clicking with. I don't want to make you unhappy, but I was hoping there might be a chance you'd want to cancel our agreement." "Best man wins?" He arched his eyebrows high, questions rich in his expression. Best man for Olivia would win. Roman wasn't sure he wanted anything to do with the contest anymore. If he lost because Olivia wanted Stephen, then so many people would win. Not his family, but maybe he could do something about that still. And most likely, not Taylor now. She would think he'd gone and swung the contest the other way at that point. Once a cheater, always a cheater. Wasn't that how people thought? He didn't want to dump those problems on Stephen, though, so he nodded, patting the table. "Got it. Olivia is just a friend of mine. Let me talk to her to make sure she's on board with everything." "Sound good?" Stephen didn't answer as his eyes widened and focused on something behind Roman. "Olivia, are you ready to order?" Stephen stood until the table created an obstacle on his legs. He sat back down, but held his gaze on Olivia, who stopped beside Roman's arm. "Actually, Stephen, I think I left my wrap in the car. Would you mind?" Stephen slid from the booth without question and nodded. "Of course. I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere." He laughed at his own joke and darted from the diner. Olivia reclaimed her seat, leaning toward Roman and glancing past his shoulder. Roman wanted to ask if he was in some kind of déjà vu play or they mirrored each other's actions, but he kept his mouth shut. Okay, so, I know I agreed to choose you at the end of this game or whatever it is, but, Olivia turned her eyes on Roman and tilted her head. I just don't think you and I would be a good fit, and I don't want to miss out on something that might actually be right for me. What are you saying? Roman needed to hear it clearly from her lips, what she meant before he started making plans to lose the contest. A lot of people would be affected one way or the other. He'd need to prepare for the loss by putting things into place for the rest of his brothers and the business. Steven's going to be back in a second. Olivia waved her hand. No. The wrap isn't out there. I just needed a minute to talk to you. She reached out, resting her fingers gently on Roman's forearm. Look, I love you, but only as a friend. I don't want to date you anymore, fake or not. I'm really hitting it off with Steven. He gets me. I know he doesn't make much money and he only has the one restaurant, but I don't care. He pays attention to me and sees me for me. She shook her head. I'm probably being stupid, but I just don't think he cares about my money, and that makes me feel really good. He pays for everything. He drives me everywhere. I mean, she shrugged, a goofy smile on her lips. Roman's own confusion disappeared. You know what? I just want you happy, Olivia. If he's going to make you feel happy, then I'm all for it. He sincerely felt that way. But what about the contest? Olivia drew her eyebrows together as she studied him. I know it means a lot to you. Roman nodded, dropping his hands to his lap. You know what? I know all the people you want to bring in for the matchmaking. I'll see if the deans want to split them. Or I can just get more people to come this way. I can think of a few socialites who would love a chance at a Montana cowboy. Can't you? Olivia's eyes widened and her mouth formed an O. I can think of about 30 without even really trying. Is that what you're thinking? Pushing the cowboy factor? Because if so, I think you're brilliant. She tapped the table in front of her with a nail painted to match her dress. Those are my thoughts exactly. Roman quirked a side smile at his long-time friend. Honestly, I'm glad you chose him and not me. But we do have to keep up appearances. I need you to appear indecisive until the contest is complete. You can announce him. You can even tell him in secret that he's the one you want, but you can't tell anyone else. Do you understand? I'm already in trouble for a lot of things. I'd hate to lose any other ground I might get with this. I completely understand. She smiled as Steven slipped into the seat. I'm so sorry. I couldn't find it. Can I buy you another one? His earnestness was endearing, even to Roman. It's my fault, Steven. I thought I'd left it outside, and I had it the whole time. Thank you. Olivia stared at him with large eyes. It was almost as if Roman had disappeared. The sensation was odd and not one he was used to feeling. He patted the table and stood. Well, guys, if it's okay with you, I'm going to call it a night. I'll see you both at the next event. Olivia, we have a date tomorrow night, but do you think we can push it off until next week? I haven't been feeling great lately. Does that work for you? He almost chuckled as Olivia nodded but didn't look his way. They were oblivious to him and Roman was completely fine with it. He just hoped he could get his family's forgiveness when everything fell down on announcement day. Brock had made it clear that the family needed to win. Taylor had made it clear she wasn't happy with his cheating. There was only so much he could do before he made someone unhappy. He just wasn't sure who that would be and how. Chapter 25. Taylor. Taylor didn't know how long she was going to be angry. She tried to breathe through it, went home and attempted to do some yoga or meditation or anything that might clear her mind, but instead, she just ended up staring into space as she went over and over the information Roman had given her. He claimed other men liked her. That was a crock. He didn't know the first thing about other men or her. Taylor couldn't focus. That night she couldn't focus. She put her soup spoon in her water cup and then tried using her phone to turn off the television. She went through her schedule for the next day and cleared things enough in the morning she could go and talk to her dad. She had to be able to get things off her chest. What was Roman thinking to be cheating like that? He was cheating and she was going to lose because of it. In more ways than one. At her dad's place the next morning, Taylor knocked before storming inside, her anger growing again as the chance to vent grew closer. Shutting the door behind her, Taylor walked through the front room and into the sitting room in the back of the house. Dad? What are you doing? Where are you? Back here, Tay. You okay? Dad's voice pulled her further into the house, toward the sunroom, past the large game room. We're back here. We? Who was we? Great. She had to get the issues off her chest and she didn't want any of her sisters to hear her. Taylor gritted her teeth and strode to the sunroom anyway. She might not want to complain to anyone else, but she needed to get her frustration out. She had too much to do and her anger was getting in the way. The sunroom was well lit, even with the cloudy sky overhead. UV lights had been set up and insert light inlets in the corners of the room. They made you feel like you were getting a good dose of sun and vitamin D even in the middle of a snowstorm. Taylor's father sat on the love seat beneath the large bay window while Elizabeth Wilson rocked gently back and forth in the recliner not far from Dad's spot. They both smiled at Taylor's appearance. She pressed her lips together. How did she feel about finding them together? There wasn't any real reason they would be together except for her. They were probably talking about her lack of matches. Just what she needed. More bad news. Wait, when had she started being so negative? When Roman had come back home. She had to stop letting her opinion of their lack of relationship get her down. She wasn't negative. She had to stop being that way. Taking a deep breath, she grimaced, knowing full well it wasn't enough to pass as a smile. Well, since you're both here, I guess I should start with questions on my matching. How is everything going? She flopped onto the couch, folding her feet up under her. She waited for their reply. Elizabeth glanced at David and then leaned forward, folding her hands as she braced her elbows on her knees. The thing is, Taylor, we know who you should be matched with, we just aren't sure how to tell you. Taylor tilted her head to the side as she considered Elizabeth. She bit her inner cheek and took another steadying breath. I don't mean any disrespect, but I'm starting to wonder if you actually do know. Bryson was a complete flop. He didn't know anything about me and, to be honest, he's a complete misogynist. I don't need that. I don't know any woman who does. She shook her head. What did she need to do to get a match around here? She turned her gaze away from them and asked in a monotone. Who do you think it is this time? Actually, it isn't this time, per se. We actually have known this is your match for quite a while. We knew Bryson wasn't your match. Elizabeth spoke softly, the tone designed to keep Taylor calm, but she wasn't as successful as she hoped. Then why make me go out with him? That was humiliating and unnecessary. He took me out in the snow and cold. We could have gotten hurt, or the horses could have. She shook her head. The entire situation had been an ordeal, all the way down to being rescued by Roman. What were you coming in here to tell me? Her father deflected the direction of the conversation. Taylor narrowed her eyes and dropped her gaze back to split between them. She knew he was just changing the subject, but she honestly didn't care. She needed to vent about that just as much as she wanted to know who they thought she'd match up with. Well, I guess it applies to Elizabeth as well as you, Dad. I just came over here to tell you what was happening with the contest and with Roman. Taylor paused, her breathing speeding up as she thought about what Roman had told her. Go on. Elizabeth leaned back in her seat, concentration in the lines of her forehead and around her eyes. The thing is, Roman made a deal with Stephen to throw the contest. I'm going to lose. She blinked back, more tears. Who would have thought she would be back to crying all the time over Roman? She thought she'd gotten over that years ago. Apparently, that wasn't the case. He was cheating. Elizabeth furrowed her brow. I don't understand. Taylor dropped her feet and sat straight. He admitted that his friend, Olivia, the woman who is the main client for the contest, is planning on picking Roman. The Wilsons will win. That's all there is to it. He said Stephen, my suitor, asked him to throw the contest so that Stephen could ask me out. I don't know why that would happen, but I told Stephen no. I was up front with him. I want to win this contest. Why? Her dad narrowed his eyes at her and folded his arms. Why what? Taylor blinked at the question. Why do you want to win? You used to tell me the contest was just a farce and I shouldn't care if I won or not. Why do you feel so strongly this time? Why does it matter to you so much? He stared at her like the answer would solve all their problems. I want to win because our family needs the publicity. She didn't really believe that, though. Holy smokes. She wanted to win the contest and not because of any altruistic reasoning. Because if she won, then Stephen would be with Olivia and that would leave Roman fair game. Not that she could declare any affection for the man who had left her at the altar, but she couldn't deny the fact that she didn't like thinking of Roman with anyone else. It hurt. Like deep down hurt, and she didn't want to suffer through that. Again. So, you want Roman to do what? Elizabeth glanced between Taylor's dad and Taylor. I mean, he's already stuck finishing the contest as the suitor. He knows he made a stupid mistake in declaring that spot as himself. What do you want him to do? I want him to not cheat in the first place. Taylor pushed herself from the couch, striding around the room, randomly picking up small trinkets and then putting them back on the shelf she'd picked them up from. Okay, but that's over. He can't take it back. I'm sure he would, if he could. So, what do you want him to do now? Elizabeth wasn't letting up. Taylor didn't know. She hated that she didn't know. She swallowed past the tightness in her throat. I don't know. I want the contest to go forward in all fairness. If Olivia chooses Roman because she actually likes him more than Stephen, so be it. But if not, then, I want to have a fair shot. She folded her arms and turned, studying her dad and Elizabeth in turn. Neither of them seemed surprised or even shocked. Why? Taylor had just dropped on them that Roman was cheating. That was a big deal, and they were speaking about a contest that affected so many people. Why don't you guys seem more surprised about this? She suspected, though. We already knew. He was explaining things to us the other day. Dad twisted his lips to the side, rueful even when admitting he'd known. You've known. Taylor blinked as she tried to process what they were saying. How many people were against her? The contest, the town, the matches, everything seemed to be against her. Whether it was or not, she couldn't help the way she felt. She sagged against the wall, letting her shoulder blades press against the paneling. You all knew about this? You've all been laughing at me? You can't find a match for me. I've been working so hard on this match, and this whole time it was rigged anyway. Against me. She closed her eyes and pressed her fingertips to her forehead. How had she been so stupid? No one is laughing at you, Taylor. Roman's deep voice burst through her confusion, creating a chaotic burst of emotion that split through her anger. Why was he there? He was there when she needed him to be anywhere else. You're not laughing at me? Are you joking right now? Taylor pushed off the wall and faced him, squared up with her chin lifted and her shoulders back. Then what do you call it? And why are you here? Her arms akimbo, she stared at him in confusion. Roman stepped into the room, his expression calm as he held his hands out like he approached a skittish horse. No, just a second. 1. I'm not laughing at anyone. No one is. I know this because you wouldn't be the one they're laughing at. I would be. I would be the reason they wouldn't win or the reason they win unfairly. Not you. I'm the one who arrogantly put himself up as suitor, placing himself as the prize. Could I get cockier than that? I don't know. All I know is I put myself in this position and now I have to somehow get myself out. He hadn't removed his hat and the brim barely protected his eyes from the UV rays from the light bulbs. Taylor searched his face, sadness curling around the hope she'd had with the matchmaking and the contest. She'd wanted so badly to have a chance to prove herself. She really had thought Stephen and Olivia would make a good couple. But how was that possible, when Olivia couldn't see Stephen through the charismatic man that Roman was? Why would any woman choose anyone else over Roman? She couldn't see it happening. And because of that, she was going to lose. Look, we just want to help. I want to make it right. I don't want to make it worse. Roman set his hat further back on his head to try to see her better. She'd done it herself with hats before. She blinked, her chest rising and falling as she tried to breathe normally. None of them could know the panic spreading through her. Well, it might sound petty, but I don't want your help. I don't want special treatment because you feel sorry for me, or whatever this is. I honestly just want you to do what you promised you would, what you agreed to do. You know? I just want things to be fair. But they'd never be fair. Not with anything around Roman and love. Taylor shook her head and brushed past Roman, ignoring their parents sitting there. I can't believe I thought we could be friends. I can't be friends with someone I can't trust. And I can't trust you. Before storming out, Taylor turned back to her father. Who? I want to know who my match is. Her dad looked at Roman and then back at Taylor. Roman is your match. Taylor snorted. Dad, you're Anne, too. I'm not sure I should have asked you for help. She turned and blinked back tears. How could she have been so out of touch that she thought she could be matched? She wasn't matchable, and the sooner she accepted that, the sooner she could move on with her life. Outside of Montana. Chapter 26. Roman. Roman was Taylor's match. How was that possible? His dad had been adamant that Roman and Taylor weren't right for each other. Not then. Could matches change? But then that went against everything he'd ever been taught in a family of matchmakers. None of that mattered. He had to brush it off. Taylor didn't want anything to do with him. Nothing. That hurt more than the fact that even if he wanted to, he wouldn't be chosen for the contest and therefore he wasn't going to win. His competitive edge aside, his family wasn't going to win. Roman could tell in the way Olivia talked to Stephen, the way she looked at him, and the way she sweetly brushed her hand on his. Olivia hadn't even treated her first husband that way. 2 weeks to go. Christmas was right around the corner. Excitement and anticipation rode the air like children on a roller coaster. Emotions were up with the announcement of Santa coming to the Christmas carnival, and then down when children found out there wasn't going to be enough snow for a snow sculpture contest, and then back up when a blizzard hit and dropped close to 18 inches of snow overnight. Not only did they get their snow, they also got a day off from school. Roman was on highs and lows as well. On the schedule, he was supposed to go on a supervised date. Olivia would be there, but then again, so would Taylor. He would get a chance to see her and she wouldn't be able to ignore him because there would be other people around. If nothing else, she would have to keep up appearances. Roman would exploit everything he could to get her to give him a chance to speak to her. That's all he needed. He would beg for her forgiveness, tell her all the ways he loved her. And he loved her. He'd always loved her. How could he let anyone else get in the way of that? Whether it was him or his father or anyone else, he should have known better than to let anything get between them. He had to tell her that. He had to make her see how foolish he'd been. With his anticipation high to see her, he'd sat across from Olivia at an appetizer bar, glancing every few seconds toward the door. Olivia wasn't even paying attention to him as she constantly checked her phone, randomly texting someone and then giggling at the response. Roman shot a glance her way and furrowed his brow. You and Stephen texting? Olivia rolled her eyes and nodded, a teasing smile on her lips. Yes, he's so funny. He's talking to someone about a deal. It sounds like he might try to buy another restaurant. I don't know. I tried warning him against getting in over his head. I just don't want him to be stressed out, you know? What's one more when he already runs 12? I mean, it's just one more. He'll be fine. Roman looked toward the door distracted by the expected impending arrival of Taylor. Would it be rude of him to ask to speak to Taylor alone? Everyone needed to keep up appearances, not just Taylor. Silence from Olivia's side of the table dragged Roman's attention from the front of the restaurant. She had leaned back against the bench seat, staring at him with her mouth slightly agape. What are you talking about, 12? I said restaurants, Roman. Olivia stared at him like he might be going crazy. Roman swallowed. He was in too far. If he lied, he would just make things worse. He opted to shrug it off. How many did you think he had? 1. That's all I understood that he had. You mean he has 12? Olivia must have seen the truth on Roman's face. She pressed her fingertips to her forehead, leaving her palm down and covering her eyes. Oh, my word. All this time I've been acting like he doesn't understand business that much and that he doesn't have any money. 12 restaurants is a huge amount. That's amazing. I can't believe I treated him like that. Why didn't you warn me? She lowered her hand. He probably thinks I'm completely dense. I didn't realize you'd treat him differently based on what type of assets he has. But that was a lie. Of course, Roman knew how she would react. She'd be interested in Stephen as a businessman and not as a potential love interest. Take the money out of the equation for her and things were able to bloom organically. Roman? Olivia? Sorry, I'm late. Have you already started? The soft voice wasn't the voice Roman had been waiting for. He turned, finding Lily Dean standing at the table, smiling at the two sitting. Her thick dark hair had been twisted back into a professional-looking braid and her large green eyes had a tinge of dusky mint around the edges. So similar to Taylor's, but so different at the same time. Roman stood, pulling a chair over from a nearby empty table and watching Lily sit with a pad of paper in her arms. She looked from one to the other and smiled. How is everything going? Roman reclaimed his seat and beckoned between Olivia and himself. Things are good, right, Liv? He rarely called her Liv, but the pet name might keep people thinking they were holding their end of the deal. Roman waited for Olivia to nod in agreement before he turned back to Lily and folded his hands on the table. Where's Taylor? I thought she was running this. Had she slipped back into not scheduling anything anymore? Lily lamely waved her fingers toward the door and shook her head, avoiding Roman's gaze. She's not feeling very well. I told her I'd cover for her. Is that okay? Lily opened the notebook like she wasn't going to wait for a reply. Roman doubted Taylor wasn't feeling well. She just didn't want to be around him. He didn't blame her. He wasn't happy with the way things were turning out either. But denying him the chance to apologize only stung, and he wanted to make things better. Could he make things better though? Or were things so far under the bridge, there was no coming back? Roman cleared his throat and met Olivia's gaze. Something in the depths of her eyes agreed with what he was about to say. He nodded at Lily, a warm smile taking over. Of course, we were just talking about family life and what kind of a family we want. Did you want us to catch you up so you can take notes, or can we keep going? The last thing he needed was for Taylor to think Roman was trying to swing the contest in either direction. She already thought the worst of him. Why add more fuel to the fire? Only 3 hours later, Roman found himself standing on the steps to Taylor's house. With the green shutters and the brightly lit Christmas lights, her home could have passed as a gingerbread display like the ones in the center of town. He didn't want to go inside and feel her disdain like cold water splashing over him. But at the same time, he needed to be around her. Since coming back to Mistletoe, he didn't really feel like he was home without being around Taylor. Had she felt the same way he did when he'd left? Like a fish out of water or a horse away from his herd? Nothing felt right unless Roman was within view of Taylor. Even when they were fighting, things felt more right than when they weren't. He had to be around her. He had to know if she'd ever forgive him. That's all he wanted and needed. Was there a chance? He climbed the cement stairs to the porch, the soles of his boots crunching on the unshoveled snow. She needed someone to take care of her. She hadn't shoveled her walkway. He could do that for her. Or pay someone to do that for her, rather. Either way, he just wanted to take care of her. Would she ever think about letting him do that? Knocking on the door, Roman tried ignoring the crisp chill in the air on his bare skin. He wore a warm jacket, but had left his gloves at the ranch. Not the smartest in the bitter December weather. After a solid minute the door opened and Taylor jolted to a stop, pausing as she pulled her dark brown coat on. Roman. She glanced behind him like he was there to carol or something for her. What are you doing here? Don't you have a date? She didn't ask it with bitterness or even any hint that they'd fought a week ago. In fact, she acted like he didn't mean anything more than a stranger selling encyclopedias on the front stoop. Roman tilted his head, nodding to the woman he couldn't stop thinking about. She pushed past him before he could answer her. Excuse me. Sorry, I'm running late. I just need to talk to you for a minute. I'll make it fast. Roman fell into step beside her and then drew up short. Hey, wait. I thought you were sick. He didn't ask the question she had to know was there. If she was sick, then where was she going so late in the afternoon? The doctor's office would be closed. What was she doing? Taylor paused, sighing. The white fog of her breath puffing out in front of her and rising above her head, highlighted by the dark sky. After a minute, she turned, shaking her head and motioning her hands between Roman and herself. I'm sick of the fighting. I'm sick of a lot of things. So, I asked Lily to go for me. Carrie will be at the last one. Then I don't have to see you with Olivia. She pulled her jacket sleeve back and peeked at her watch. I'm sorry. I really do need to get going. Roman matched his steps with hers, walking alongside her as she clipped along at a fast pace, her cowboy boots slicking on the cement in the patches that were clear of snow and ice. Be careful, the walkways haven't been iced yet. As Roman spoke, Taylor slipped. Her feet flew out to the side and she threw her arms out to grab onto something. She grabbed onto Roman's arm and hung on for dear life. Roman didn't let her down. He clutched her around the back and held her for a minute, reveling in the feel of having her in his arms, if even for a moment. She pushed herself from him, straightening her jacket and brushing her hands down her sides. Thank you. She cleared her throat. If you'd like to come with me, that's fine, but I really can't be late. I have to be there in 10 minutes. She carefully turned and started walking again, this time less briskly and more with her hands out at her sides. Roman didn't hesitate. He matched her again, but this time, he took her hand and hooked it onto his forearm. He had no doubt he wouldn't slip. He could handle ice and snow with his eyes closed. Taylor peeked at him from under her eyelashes, but didn't pull away. Roman would count it as a victory. No matter how small. What did you want to talk about? Taylor's voice was small and unsure, but she asked anyway. I really don't want to fight, Roman. I don't want to fight either. I was thinking we could talk about the announcement of the contest. There are some logistics I'm a little confused about, and I thought maybe you could help me figure them out. He cleared his throat and watched the sidewalk where they stepped. We'll make the announcements at the carnival. I think we usually do it right before the Santa event with the children. The suitor and the candidate will start the event with a kiss under the year's best batch of mistletoe. Mrs. Klepson is certain her bush will win this year. I'm not sure, though. Mr. Gentry has been working on his green thumb skills as well. She spoke as if he wasn't a suitor. As if her family and his family weren't relying on the winnings to further their next year's fiscal line. As if they hadn't been engaged once upon a time. Where are we going? Roman looked up, staring at the high school gym Taylor was leading the way to. We aren't going anywhere. I'm going into the gym to help sort things that will be handed out around Clearwater County tomorrow. We run a clothing and coat drive all year to help with the foster children and orphans, as well as the seniors and anyone else that might be in need. You'd be surprised how many veterans are left out in the cold as well. She stopped under the door, glancing in and then seemingly relaxing as she waved at whoever she saw. She turned back to Roman and shook her head. You don't need to come in here. It's not a big deal. I've been planning on this all year. It's one of my favorite things to do. Was there anything else you wanted to cover? She looked at him politely, her expression almost cold as she left out any personalizing touches that he'd loved when they were together and had hoped to see again. Maybe she really had moved on from him. Nothing else that she'd said or done pointed in that direction. He shook his head. No. That was it. Thank you for your time. He waited, watching as she went inside. He didn't want to leave just yet. He wanted to follow Taylor inside, but he couldn't think of any solid reason to be in there with her besides the fact that he wanted to be around her. A woman came out of the doors and moved to stick a piece of paper to the message board on the wall under the overhang of the roof. Roman reached out, stopping the woman as she passed by. Excuse me. I heard you're doing a coat drive. Is there anything you guys are short on? The woman glanced at him, startled. Roman Wilson? It's been a long time. Carly Divers. We graduated together. She waited for him to nod in recognition before she rushed on, folding her arms and nodding her head toward the recently hung sign. I was just putting up a notice that we're short almost 200 coats, about the same amount of gloves for youth and seniors, and I can't even tell you how many other warming accessories. Kids love hats, but we just didn't get that many this year. Normally, the Mistletoe Mothers of Montana group makes a plethora of hats and scarves. But this year a few of them were dealing with their own family losses and health concerns. She rubbed her upper arms. We'll just do the best we can. If you want to buy a couple coats or something, we won't turn them down. She grinned, reaching out to pat his shoulder. It was nice seeing you, Roman. I need to get back inside. She waved as she turned to go back in the gym. Roman didn't answer as he turned back to the flyer. The number was easy to read. The instructions clear. He pulled out his cell phone. Seth, I need you to overnight double the amount of items I'm going to send you a picture of in a second. The address you'll send them to is on the bottom of the picture. I also want 1,000 turkey dinners with all the trimmings to the same address. I don't care if it's late at night. Make some calls and make it happen. I want it sitting by the doors in 6 hours. He hung up and snapped a picture with his cell, texting it to his assistant. He had no doubt it would happen. Money could get a lot of things. Limitless money got even more. Chapter 27. Taylor. Taylor's cell rang at 6 a.m. the next morning. She blinked, staring at the ceiling in an attempt to figure out why she was awake so early. The phone jangled again, pulling her further from her stupor. Rolling over, she blinked at Carly's number on the face of her phone. She swiped the screen and then pulled the phone to her ear. Carly? Is everything okay? Carly's sobs broke through over the line, making Taylor sit straight up in bed. She leaned forward, shoving the blankets off her and leaping from bed. What's going on? Oh, my word, what happened? Did the donations get stolen? Did someone hurt you? A slew of possibilities ran through Taylor's mind as she scrambled to find a pair of jeans. She wasn't sure what was going on, but she was bound and determined to get wherever Carly was and help her with whatever she needed. Carly sniffed as her sobs subsided. No, I'm just overwhelmed. It's okay. We're going to get the stuff out that we have and then we'll continue driving for more. It's okay. We'll get enough. Taylor wasn't sure how, but they hadn't fallen short in the history of the Keep Clearwater County Warm Drive. Wait, you don't know, do you? Carly's astonishment confused Taylor. Know what? She pulled a T-shirt on over her head and then put the phone back to her ear. Last night, after you left, I was locking up and 2 freight trucks pulled up to the school. Carly paused to take a breath. One had twice the amount of what we needed in the form of new coats, new gloves of all sizes, new hats, new boots, and even 800 children's snow pants. There was a large supply of men's insulated work gloves, insulated work pants, and Carhartt insulated coats. In the other truck, Carly's sobs started anew. I'm sorry. I'm just so touched and overwhelmed by his generosity. The other truck had enough complete dinners that we surpassed our quota and we get to donate outside Clearwater this year. I just don't know what to say. Taylor sank to the end of her bed, staring at the carpet in the night-light lit morning. She almost didn't dare ask, but she couldn't stop herself. Who was that generous? But she knew, didn't she? He was the only one who would pull something like that off. The only one with that kind of resources. Roman Wilson. I can't believe it. He won't answer my calls or anything. I just want to thank him. Carly sniffed. Taylor shook her head. Roman had always been generous, but he'd hated when people acknowledged it. He didn't want recognition. He said it made him feel weird. He knows. I'll let him know the next time I see him. Go get some sleep and look forward to the delivery of the gifts, now. That was the best part. Handing out the coats and other stuff. Okay, I'll see you in a couple hours. Thanks again. I'm just so excited. She started sobbing again and Taylor was able to recognize her tears for what they were, gratitude and happiness. Taylor glanced back at her bed and chewed on her lower lip. Did she go back to bed? She had so much to do. She might as well stay up and get some things done. She stood from the bed, going into the kitchen to grab an empty cardboard box and then turning back to her room. Packing the majority of her clothes was a good place to start. Carly had let her take a few of the boxes home the night before and she hadn't asked why. She'd been too distracted to bother with much else. After she finished the contest, more than likely lost, Taylor had nothing else in Mistletoe for her. She didn't want to be around Roman, constantly pretending things were okay, watching him with Olivia or anyone else he ended up with. No. Taylor needed to go. She needed to move on from Mistletoe and everything holding her back. She wasn't sure what else to do. She'd tried changing herself to find love and that had backfired. She'd tried staying in a town that knew too much about her, including the ways she'd failed in love and life. What she needed to do was follow Roman's example. She needed to travel, find a new place to lay down roots. She could be happy anywhere as long as she had a plan. as long as she made up her mind to be happy. She didn't need a man or to be scheduled to the minute, but she needed to be happy with herself and not longing for a man who obviously didn't want her. That was fine. At least she knew where she stood. The fact that her dad and Elizabeth had decided to say Roman was Taylor's perfect match didn't make Taylor mad. Instead, it made her sad. All of her matchmaking instincts told her she'd be more than happy with Roman. She'd thrive. He'd push her in ways she'd never been challenged. But she couldn't be with him. He wasn't the commitment type. No matter what he said, he wasn't going to commit to her. He'd make an engagement, they'd set a date, and then he wouldn't show up. History would repeat itself and people would know how stupidly in love with Roman Taylor had always been. She couldn't do that again. She wouldn't. Pulling out her phone, Taylor swiped the email icon. When a new email draft showed up on the screen, she composed a message to go to her mother. "Mom, I'm headed east in January. Is there any way you might have some work for me? I have a complete professional resume and a lot of experience under my belt. Let me know. Thanks. Taylor." She didn't think twice as she hit send. She couldn't overthink things. She never heard from her mother willingly. Not without one of the girls reaching out first. She didn't want anyone to know things weren't going well or that she was moving. She'd wait to list the house, but she spoke with the realtor the day before and opted to do a float listing for the next few weeks, at least until the contest was over. The realtor had explained that she wouldn't list the house officially until she was ready, but she would let anyone know who the house might be a perfect fit for and potentially sell the house before she had to even list it. Nothing could have been more perfect for Taylor. Telling her sisters wasn't her idea of fun. She'd wait until after Christmas to spring it on them. Nothing would be worse than the lectures and mushy goodbyes that would make Christmas a disaster. No. What she needed to do was finish her work. Wrap up any clients or cases, and then get out of Mistletoe. She didn't need anything else to be more complicated than it had already become. Least of all her longing for Roman and everything mixed up there. Chapter 28. Austin. Austin's phone buzzed on the desk beside his spreadsheet. The special vibration pattern told him the text was from Samantha. His heart leapt into his chest. After all that time of being best friends, he still couldn't believe the nerves he had when she reached out to him. Which was all the time. He wiped his hands down the tops of his jeans and licked his lips. He couldn't answer her immediately. He had to play it cool. That's what you did when you had made the friend zone your home, even though everything inside of you longed to be something more. Austin tapped his forefinger on his thigh and stared at the phone. He couldn't answer. Not yet. He couldn't even read it yet, or he'd immediately shoot off a reply. He knew his weaknesses. He wasn't dumb. And Samantha was the center of most of his weaknesses. Much to Austin's dismay. Another text from her pushed him. Okay, it's okay. It must be urgent. He could answer and be justified this time. He snatched up the phone and swiped the screen, hunched over the phone like it was his lifeline. Samantha, I just had a piece of property come up in town. You said you were looking for some rental possibilities. This is a cute little place on Showalter. I think you know it. Taylor Dean's place? Samantha, I need you to let me know. Crazy. I have 2 other people I'm supposed to let know about potentials. I'll shoot you the MIL's number. Let me know in 5. Wait. Samantha had said Taylor Dean was selling her place. That house had been her favorite and she'd been so excited when she signed the paperwork. Everyone had been so happy for her. Samantha had told Austin when the sale had taken place and he'd told his brothers. The Wilson boys loved Taylor. They'd been ready to take her in as their sister. It hadn't only been jarring to her and her family when things hadn't worked out. Only their father had seemed unsurprised at the incident. "Austin, give me 10 minutes. I need to check with my broker." Samantha: "Okay, I'll give you 10. But only because it's you." Winking face. What he actually needed to do was talk to Roman. It'd be a great reason to actually call Samantha. If nothing else, maybe she could give him a private showing. He'd take whatever time with her he could get. He always wondered. What would she think if he told her they'd be a perfect match? Now wasn't the time, but when would be, and how long did he have until it was too late? Chapter 29. Roman. Roman left the office earlier that morning. His phone constantly buzzed with voicemails and missed calls from the people Carly had told about the donation. He hadn't meant for anyone to know it was him. Probably pretty dumb to try to hide it, but he didn't want the recognition. He just wanted to help where he could. He already felt awful that he wasn't doing the contest the right way. Standing from the fake leather chair at the saddle, sore book nook, Roman waved at Austin, who had tracked him down by text. The quiet bookstore with its attached espresso shop and dessert bar wasn't yet teeming with people. Most everyone was out helping spread the donations. They'd be busy with that for at least another couple hours. Roman sank back into the overstuffed seat and crossed his ankle over his knee. He waited for Austin to remove his hat and hook it on his knee while he leaned forward, sneaking a sip of Roman's hot chocolate. "Oh, that's good. I need one of those." Roman stretched his foot out, snagging his brother's upper thigh and pushing him back into the seat. He cocked an eyebrow and tilted his head. "No. What you need to do is tell me what was so urgent you wouldn't answer the phone and you couldn't tell me about on text." Austin's text had been in all caps and 10 exclamation points. Something about urgent news, and he had to see Roman immediately. That kind of drama wasn't something you pretended wasn't there as soon as you saw the person you were alarming. Sitting back in the chair, Austin nodded as Roman removed his foot and folded his arms over his chest. Austin swallowed, taking a deep breath. For all his large muscles and height, he seemed more nervous in that moment than Roman had seen anyone in a long time. "Look, I don't know how you're feeling about Taylor or anything, but from what I just found out, He glanced around and leaned forward as if they were surrounded by prying ears. "Taylor just listed her house for sale. Sam, my realtor, just let me know that Taylor isn't looking for anything in the area, either." Roman didn't break eye contact with his brother as Austin's words hit Roman smack in the chest. He blinked, sinking back in the chair and gripping the ends of the armrests with both hands. "She's leaving?" How did he say that she couldn't leave? He'd just gotten back. He was just starting to realize how much he'd missed her and how many of his decisions had been made based around the empty hole in his heart where she'd had a spot. "She's leaving, and I'm not sure where." Austin leaned forward. "The question is, what are you going to do about it? I know you still have feelings for her." "That's more than obvious." For a quieter guy, Austin was observant. Roman would need to keep his eye on his younger brother. Roman tucked his chin and jerked his head back. "I don't," he shook his head and sighed. "Okay, so what if I do? I can't lose the contest without her thinking I threw it." He pressed his fingers into his eyes and rubbed. I think I already lost, though. Olivia told me she doesn't want to be with me. So, there's that. Good thing I wasn't emotionally invested. What did it feel like when she told you? Austin narrowed his eyes. His lips pressed together as if Roman's answer would be life-changing for Austin. Well, the truth is it sucked. I didn't know how to handle it from a pride angle. I had to remind myself that I wasn't interested in her that way anyway. We're just friends. So, it's fine. Roman chuckled. But that didn't mean I enjoyed the rejection. Austin nodded, leaning back again and tapping his fingers on the lounge armrests. Yeah, that makes sense, I guess. Okay, so what do I do? I've lost and I feel bad for what this means for our family. On the plus side, Olivia is still going to recommend us for those high-price, tagged clients. We can still get the jobs. We'll still get the publicity. I have something planned, but, if she moves, it won't work. Where was she going? He stared at Austin as he considered just what his brother was telling him. Taylor was selling her house. She was leaving. She wouldn't be in Mistletoe anymore, and Roman had gone all over the world looking for the way he felt when he was home. Taylor was part of home and he wasn't ready to lose her. How certain are you that she's selling it? I didn't see a sign in her yard. But he honestly hadn't been by since the night before. Maybe she'd gotten the sign up since. I'm certain. I just bought her place. He shrugged and rolled from the chair. Sorry, man, I wasn't sure what to do. My realtor had some more people lined up and I've been looking for rental properties around the area. It was a win-win, plus, I didn't want anyone to know she was leaving. The house was floating anyway. Austin paused before leaving, turning to tap the side of his head as he put his hat back on. Don't worry about the contest. We really just want to see you happy. Olivia Jensen would not have made you happy. Great legs or not. Everyone else seemed to understand that but Roman. Not that he was fighting it, but he honestly hadn't been worried about the fact that he was trying to win a matching contest by pitting himself as the suitor to someone he didn't care about that way. He just planned on dating her the required time frame and then moving on. His plan hadn't been fair to either of them. As Austin strolled from the bookstore, Roman nodded. He didn't have to wait around to lose the contest. He knew he'd already lost. So why wait until Taylor was gone and he'd literally lost everything in his life that he hadn't known he wanted more than anything else? It wasn't an option. She couldn't leave. Unless it was with him. He jumped from his seat, grabbing his hat as he stormed from the bookstore. She couldn't leave. There was no way he could let that happen. The weather had calmed down to be relieved of the wind that had blown throughout that morning. Roman blinked as he tried to see past large snowflakes drifting silently to the dark pavement. He didn't have to go far to get to Taylor's house to check on the presence of a sign. What if he confronted her and she was never planning on leaving? What if Austin was wrong or up to something? Austin had said he'd bought her house. Was that true? Did it matter? Did Roman really care what the catalyst was? He just wanted to be with Taylor. They didn't have long before they had to reveal for the contest, and he wanted to be in a position where he knew what her reply would be when he made an announcement of his own. He strode up the walkway, grateful to see she'd put some salt down on the icy cement. This time, he didn't hesitate as he reached the top. He knocked and waited. Then knocked again. taking a minute as he waited, and then again, he struck her door with his fist. But still nothing. Wrenching his arm out to see his watch, Roman blinked at the time. It wasn't even fully afternoon yet. She might still be at her office. He turned from her house and walked the short distance to the Dean family offices. He didn't need to walk all over Mistletoe, but he'd do whatever he needed to do for Taylor. As he got closer to the front of the office, it suddenly occurred to him that Taylor might be one of the people out delivering the donations. If she was, he'd wasted all that time looking for her only to have to call her anyway. He opened the door to the offices and went inside, ignoring the curious glances he got from the three beautiful women sitting in the reception area. He ignored them as he started walking down the hall. The place was a home at one time that had been turned into an office building. "Taylor? Are you in here?" Roman came to the kitchen and looked around. Taylor's sister Lily turned in surprise from the microwave and shook her head. "She's not in here. Her office is closer to the back." "You okay? Did you know about her moving?" Roman arched his eyebrows and stared challengingly at Lily. "Did she know?" Her lips parted and she shook her head. "Moving? No. I had no idea. She's back there. You better get going before she starts wondering what's going on," with the loud manly voice in an office full of women. Roman turned and strode from the room, heading in the direction Lily had indicated. His cowboy boots left a solid sound to echo off the walls as he walked on the wooden floors. The last door on the left was full of light and bright colors. He didn't knock as he walked into the office and stared at Taylor as she typed onto a white Apple laptop. She glanced up, her eyes going wide as she recognized Roman. Moving from the desk, she quirked an eyebrow and motioned toward the chair across from her femininely decorated desk with a small vase of red and green flowers, a pen holder, and what looked like a chocolates dish. Roman sank onto the plush office chair she motioned toward, but he didn't look away. He couldn't. The very real possibility that she could be leaving left him feeling sick and more than a little unsettled. "What's wrong? You look like you don't feel well." Taylor leaned forward, grabbing at something under her desk and then sitting upright to hand him a small wastebasket. Roman shook his head, waiting for her to set the can down before speaking. He looked at her, wincing when she took so long to look him in the eye. She hesitantly raised her gaze to his and Roman's whisper filled the space between them. "Why?" At least Taylor didn't do him the disservice of pretending to not know what he was talking about. She closed her eyes and scooted her chair closer to the desk, leaning forward to rest her elbows on the top and then to rest her forehead in her hands. "Ugh. I was supposed to be floating. No one is supposed to know." She took a deep breath and dropped her hands to the surface of the desk. Her chest rose and fell as she studied him. "Why do you need to know? It really doesn't have anything to do with you." "But it did." "Are you kidding?" "It has everything to do with me." "How can you say that?" Roman couldn't stop staring at her, as if he could change her mind just by watching her. Could he get his thoughts to cross to her through the short distance between them? "We only have a couple weeks to the reveal. We're almost there. You'll probably win and then, what? You're just going to leave?" "I don't understand." Roman shook his head. He couldn't explain why he was so upset. No, he could, but his pride held his tongue silent. "I'm not going to win, and you know it. Steven won't even talk to me now. I don't know how to deal with you. I mean, you're everywhere, you know. I can't escape you. I can't escape what happened or the comments from people when they see me, knowing you're here. She didn't look upset as she smiled sweetly from her spot behind the desk. Why aren't you bothered by this? Your words are saying one thing while your expression and tone are saying something completely different. I don't understand either. Roman leaned forward, bracing his elbows on his knees. Why are you doing this? That's all he needed to know. Maybe if she had a good reason, he could accept it and move on. He doubted it, but maybe? Most likely not. Taylor blinked, her eyes bright with suddenly unshed tears. I need to do this, Roman. I need this. Roman stared at her, disbelief holding him hostage. He finally swallowed, his words husky. Be honest. Is it me? He could take it if it was something he had control over. Taylor shook her head, her lips pressed together. She flattened her palms on the desk. No. Actually, as cliché as it sounds, it's me. I actually am paying attention now, and I can say that paying attention to myself. I finally can say that I've been lonely. So lonely. I thought it was just the pain of you leaving, but it's everything. I can't find anyone here because you're everywhere. You left, but your memory is everywhere I go. I can't go anywhere and not see you in my mind's eye or hear about you in any conversation. She swiped at her cheeks and lifted her chin. I'm doing this for me. I need to recover. There is no us. There hasn't been for a long time, and I need to stop thinking there's a possibility we will be again. She smiled tightly at him and then looked pointedly at the door before looking back at him. What about the contest? Roman couldn't believe how lame the question sounded as he struggled to find a reason for her to stay around as long as possible. She sighed and then stood, walking to stand beside her office door. I'm staying through the contest and planning on leaving the day after. It's not a big deal. Trust me. You'll be fine wherever you end up. No one will even miss me. If you'll excuse me, I have work to do. She smiled politely at him, but avoided looking directly at him. Roman couldn't argue with that. Not right then. He also couldn't stand there when she distinctly told him to leave. His breeding prevented him from forcing the issue while trying to hold on to his manners. As he strode from the house, he decided right then and there that no matter what it took, he wasn't going to let her go without a fight. A fight he could accept rejection after because at least he could say he tried his best. Chapter 30. Taylor. Between packing and looking over reports of the contestant dates from her sisters, Taylor couldn't believe how fast the time had passed to the reveal. She nervously paced back and forth in the staging area behind the presentation set in the center of town. She'd walked through the throng of people standing around with their complimentary cups of cocoa and sugar cookies. Christmas Eve had come on with a vengeance, and Taylor had barely been able to get presents for her family in the rush to finish the contest strong. Even if she stayed, she wouldn't do the contest again. There was too much she couldn't control. One thing she'd learned about herself since Roman had arrived was that she needed at least a modicum of control. She had to be able to say what was going to happen in some instances. Not all, but some. That shouldn't be too much to expect or want. There was a general excitement in the air that was definitely contagious. The town as a whole made the Christmas carnival a part of their individual family traditions. Taylor brushed her hands down the front of her red blouse and took a steadying breath. She tried to look her best without looking like she was trying to upstage Olivia. It was Olivia's night as she was matched to someone who should make her happy and be her happily ever after. If she picked who Taylor had matched her with, Taylor had no doubt she would be happy. She moved toward the corner as more people arrived. It didn't matter how much she had relaxed on the scheduling. The part of her that demanded she was early to everything would never die. She rolled her head on her shoulders, staring at the fake Halloween mistletoe pinned here and there for a random effect that was more jarring than it was anything else. Taylor would have to recommend her sister Tanya for the decorating committee the next year. If anyone could turn a mess into a crowning masterpiece, it was Tanya. Roman suddenly stood at Taylor's elbow. She jumped and she realized he was there. "Roman, you scared me." She shook her head and moved back a couple inches. More space between them could only be beneficial to her heart. "Taylor, we need to talk." Roman kept his voice down, but not the need in his tone. She shook her head, spying Mr. Gentry motioning for them to join him past Roman's shoulder. "Look, now isn't the time. Mr. Gentry is ready for us. Good luck." She smiled and brushed by him. She didn't want to stick around when they were only bound to get in a fight. That would never do, not for her and not for the publicity of the contest or the town. Let alone the families. "Wait, no. I don't want to fight. I need to talk to you. It's important." Roman grabbed at her arm, pulling her to a stop. Taylor glanced around, trying to gauge who was around to see her reaction. She clenched her teeth together and shook her head, pulling her arm from his. He had no idea how long she'd waited for him to come back. He was back and her heart wanted him like he'd never left. She couldn't have that. She couldn't love him when it wasn't returned. Not any longer. Roman dropped his hand to his side. His jaw ticked and he nodded tightly. "Okay. Good luck." Taylor's throat constricted as she realized it was probably going to be the last time she saw him alone. She planned on leaving the next morning and she just didn't want to hang around for uncomfortable goodbyes. She'd already told her family she wouldn't be there for the holiday dinner. She'd ignored the texts and phone calls immediately after. None of it mattered. All that mattered was getting out of there in one piece. She followed Stephen, who still wouldn't look at her, onto the stage and to their assigned spots. Roman sat on the opposite side and watched Taylor. She could feel his gaze on her like a heat laser. She tried to breathe normally, but nothing was working. She had to win, and yet that possibility was out of reality. What woman in her right mind would choose anyone over Roman Wilson? She certainly wouldn't. Mr. Gentry breezed through the introduction and the welcome to the crowd. Then he announced Olivia to make the announcement on who her match was. The crowd fell silent. Everyone, even the children, knew this was a big moment for the town. News reporters stood along the back perimeter of the crowd videoing the event with bright lights shining toward the stage. Olivia stood, wearing a becoming white dress, with a pattern of red and green poinsettias splashed across the material. Her hair had been twisted into a bun which enhanced the elegance of her neck. She stood demurely at the microphone and podium and looked at the crowd. "I was told to be very brief because Santa is almost here." She giggled and the rest of the crowd laughed, completely enchanted by the woman before them. Taylor couldn't help but be won over as well. Olivia and Roman deserved each other. She dug her fingernails into the soft flesh of her palms as she waited for the announcement that she'd lost. She even plastered a practiced smile on her lips so the world wouldn't see how disappointed she was. Roman was exceptionally attentive and sweet, and as a suitor he was definitely a great candidate. Olivia paused and Taylor lowered her eyes to her lap. Yep, here it came. Taylor had lost. Sorry, Stephen. But my match was in Stephen. There's just something about him that I don't want to escape. I'm not sure how Taylor Dean did it, but she found me my match when I'm from all the way on the other side of the world. Olivia moved from the podium and stood before Taylor. Snapping her eyes open, Taylor stood, confused as she looked around the applauding crowd. What was going on? Olivia hugged her and pulled away, her happiness genuine. Thank you so much, Taylor. He really is everything I could want in a match. She beamed and turned towards Stephen, who reached up and cradled her face in his hands. He kissed her slow and long, and the crowd ate it up. Taylor stepped back, unsure what exactly was happening. A tap on the microphone slowly broke through the crowd's enthusiasm. Then Roman's voice pulled the sound to a halt. Ladies and gentlemen, we've had one great match tonight. I'd like to announce another. You get the pleasure of 2 happy, ever, afters. Taylor leaned to the side to see around Mr. Gentry's surprised form as well. What in the world was Roman talking about? I was dumb 18 years ago, scared and confused. Rather than walk into the future with the woman of my dreams, I ran away and made my life a nightmare. I came home to escape the loneliness I'd faced and rediscovered Taylor. He detached the microphone from the podium and moved around the groups to see Taylor more clearly. Heat flooded her face. What was he doing? That was totally inappropriate to do on matching day. Not to mention everyone else didn't need to know their business any more than they already did. Taylor Dean. Roman lowered himself onto one knee and dug into his jacket pocket to pull out a box. Taylor shook her head, holding out her hands. No, we've done the engaged thing. You ran. I'm not doing that again. I can't. She blinked back tears that seemed to be ever present with Roman. I'm not getting stood up again. She folded her arms and looked away from him. Seeing him kneeling on the ground just brought back a rush of emotions that she'd thought she'd buried from the last time he'd proposed. She had to avert her eyes from the watching crowd. Roman stood, still speaking into the microphone. The crowd seemed to hang on their every word. I thought you were going to say that. He motioned to someone off stage and the crowd gasped as whoever it was moved into view. Curious herself, Taylor turned and her jaw dropped. Pastor Lincoln strode onto the stage, holding a Bible and a slip of paper. Marry me, Taylor. Right here, right now. I've had weeks to think about this. Plan it. I haven't gotten cold feet again. If anything, I'm more excited than I've ever been for anything in my life. I want this. I want you. He turned her slowly around to face him. I love you. Marry me. Taylor stared up into his eyes. She felt cheated while she also wanted everything he promised her. Was it okay to let go of the pain from their past? Was it okay to take him back and try again? He was her match. She knew that. But he'd also hurt her. What was she supposed to do? Look, I promise I'll make this up to you. Let's make it legal. Then you can plan any wedding you want. I'll be there. Maybe we'll have babies and horses and, I don't know, a helicopter? Roman begged her with his eyes, his skin going pale as he waited longer and longer for her to answer. Marry him. Someone from the crowd called out, starting a general murmur from the crowd to rise up. Say yes. Marry him. I'll marry him. Taylor laughed while tears fell from her eyes. What exactly was she supposed to do? Lily sidled up to stand beside her, whispering from behind Taylor. He's your match, Tay. I promise. Forgive and love. That's all you can do. Taylor stared up at Roman, her sister's words echoing in her mind and in her heart. He was her match. Taylor knew it deep down in her gut. She had a sixth sense about these things, and she would only betray her feelings and her heritage if she denied what she knew to be true. He'd had to come around to his own understanding. Did she blame him for that? Everyone needed to learn things on their own. There was nothing wrong with that. Sure, it sucked that her feelings had been hurt and they'd been apart all that time, but that could change, right then and right there. He'd come prepared, and he wasn't backing down. Taylor had to meet him halfway. He was her match. Chapter 31. Roman. Would Taylor leave and take everything good about Mistletoe, Montana with her? What would Roman do? He hadn't realized when he'd been running home to escape that he was actually running home to be found. Roman stared at Taylor, holding his breath as he ignored the whirring cameras, the still, present microphone in his hand, the pastor standing by, and the collection of townspeople who had apparently stopped breathing, as well as everyone waited for her answer. She would say no. Roman expected her to. He'd hurt her horribly so long ago. He'd stood her up. He got it. She didn't owe him anything. He opened his mouth, ready to beg her to reconsider. She raised tear-filled eyes to his and shook her head, resting her fingertip against his lips. You don't have to try to convince me. I'm convinced. She rolled her eyes and laughed. I shouldn't be, but I am. Roman's heart swelled and he drew his shoulders back further, puffing his chest out as he realized she'd picked him. Despite his mistakes in the past, despite the ways he'd hurt her, despite everything else, she'd given him another chance. No matter what, he wasn't going to miss this opportunity. He needed her. Until he came home, he hadn't realized just how much. Roman didn't look away from Taylor, reeling at the way her green eyes are enhanced by the auburn in her hair. He didn't want to look away. What if she disappeared or changed her mind before he could get the pastor in place? Roman couldn't take that chance. He motioned in the general direction of the pastor for him to get closer, reaching for Taylor's hands to keep her anchored by him. Seriously. We'll do the big wedding, big reception, whatever you want, you can have it. I just want you. He'd bared his soul in the hopes she'd understand just what he was expecting and what he was offering. Everything. He was offering everything he had and then some. As the pastor moved into place and Roman pulled Taylor closer, he lowered his voice so only she could hear. Taylor, are you sure? You can walk away. I won't judge you for that. I deserve that and more. He'd never tell her the truth, that he wouldn't let go of her hands if she wanted to leave. He couldn't. Touching was right. Holding her near was right. He couldn't pretend he hadn't been gone for 20 years, but he could certainly do his best to make up for the mistakes he'd made and the loneliness he'd caused. I'm sure. I'm ready to be happy. Are you? Taylor blinked at him, her lips coyly curved. More than you know. I won't let you down again. I promise. He hoped she could feel the sincerity in his words. I know. I believe you. I don't have a house anymore. I'm closing tomorrow. We don't have a place to live. A spark of worry flashed in her eyes, spurring Roman's protective side. I bought the Dawson Ranch on the south side of town. Hopefully, you like horses as much as you liked that picket fence. He'd bought the place when he'd found out Taylor was selling hers. Old man Dawson had died a month ago, and no one had the millions needed to buy the place. Until Roman had returned. Her eyes widened and her fingers tightened their hold on his. I love that place. He has a wishing well. It's yours. He'd buy her whatever would put that spark in her eyes, and that smile on her lips. For a minute, there was nothing resembling sadness in her demeanor, and Roman would give anything to make that permanent. Taylor squeezed his fingers and stared up into his eyes. Not mine. Her words made his heart drop. She leaned up on tiptoe and kissed his lips fleetingly. Ours. I don't want anything to be yours or mine again. We need to be united. Agreed? Roman hadn't expected he could feel higher than he'd been a moment ago, but her assertion that they share everything filled him with pride. She wanted a life with him. She was willing to share with him. That was earth-shattering in ways he couldn't define himself. He nodded, pulling her even closer. Everything is together. I agree with that. He started to lower his lips, but paused as the pastor cleared his throat. Maybe we should marry you first and then you can kiss her. The man rocked forward onto the balls of his feet and then back as if he expected Roman to do exactly what was requested. Roman grinned, lifting a finger to tilt Taylor's chin up a little more. He looked back at his to-be bride and murmured, I can't wait. Sorry, Pastor. Taylor's answering grin offset the pink of her embarrassed flush, but she didn't shy away from responding to his embrace as she wrapped her fingers around the back of his neck. Her touch still drove him insane, and he couldn't wait until she was entirely his. They broke their kiss, and he lifted his head, pulling Taylor tight against his side. Okay, Pastor. Let's make this legal before she changes her mind. Taylor laughed, curling against him. I'm not the one who has a habit of doing that. Roman wrapped his arm around her, pulling her tighter to him. I'm never doing that again. You have all of me. Maybe one day he'd tell her what had happened with his dad. Or maybe not. It didn't really matter now. All that mattered was he was finally with his match. That was important. Roman was right where he was meant to be. In Taylor's life and at home, in Mistletoe, Montana. For once, he couldn't help believing in the miracle of Christmas. Epilogue. Lily. A lot of pressure weighed on Lily's shoulders with the win. Roman and Taylor had pulled off a double match. A double match. That was unheard of. Even though the Deans had ultimately won the matching competition, both families had won that season. Roman had secured 10 more matches with a ton of money, and a wedding on matching day had skyrocketed the romance in the room. That specific matchmaking season would have a lot of people talking about the magic in Mistletoe. They would all be busy for quite a while. Lily took a deep breath and flipped her hair back over her shoulder. She leaned to the side and pushed the door open to let the cool air in to refresh her skin. With that many people in the gymnasium area, the heat was higher than anyone could have predicted. She just needed a minute to breathe. She closed her eyes and fluffed the front of her shirt, enjoying the cool air. Inhaling the subtle presence of a masculine cologne, Lily sniffed appreciatively. Eyes closed still, she smiled flirtatiously and murmured, "Wow, you smell delicious." Hopefully, it wasn't old Tom from the bar. On the other hand, if it was, Lily might consider going down that way more often. "Thank you. I was just admiring how pretty you are." The deep voice snapped her from her reverie, and she opened her eyes. "Brock Wilson." Lily pushed off the wall and arched an eyebrow, folding her arms across her chest. "Well, aren't you coy?" "Coy? Are we in one of your romance novels you're always carrying around?" "Wait, do you still read those?" Brock's broad shoulders and trim waist left Lily on edge. She pressed her lips together and tossed her hair back again before turning back toward the event. "Why read romance when I'm surrounded by happy endings? Everyone's but her own." But that wasn't important. Not something she needed to worry about right then. Not on the same day that her sister was getting married. Brock's teasing gaze shifted to surprise. "Can you believe that? I never would have suspected." He shook his head and moved toward the door. "If they can find love, I wonder if the rest of us can." He didn't say it as a question. Lily tilted her head to the side and offered a side grin. "Well, some of us maybe. I'm not sure about you, Brock. If you want to find love, you actually have to settle down with one woman." She winked as she turned away. Brock and his women. One of the legends of Mistletoe, Montana. Lily wasn't going to follow in her sister's footsteps. She wasn't going to fall into the charming Wilson's traps. She was smarter than that. No matter how good-looking and charismatic the men happened to be, a girl had to have her priorities straight. Now that Lily had seen Taylor find her happy ever after, Lily wasn't willing to settle for anything less. "I just love this new Christmas-centered town in Clearwater County. Did you love it as much as me?" Book 2 of the Mistletoe Matchmakers of Clearwater County Romances. One More Secret is next. This Christmas, if Brock and Lily want to fix up the best matches, they have to pretend to be married to each other, or lose the town's largest money-making event of the year. Keep reading for a sneak preview. 'Tis the season and the Mistletoe Matchmakers are working in full force to find the perfect match before Santa slips down the chimney. Ready to give Brock Wilson a piece of her mind in no uncertain terms, Lily Dean storms into the Wilson matchmaking offices and walks in on a woman proposing to Brock Wilson. Stammering in embarrassment at her intrusion, Lily attempts to escape, but Brock grabs her and claims her as his wife. His wife, of all things. Brock can't get away from the woman proposing to him for the 7th time. Every time he turns around, there she is. Thankfully, Lily walks in at the right time and Brock introduces her as his new bride. Rather than reject him and reveal him as the liar he is, Lily plays along, but the promise in her eyes declares he's going to pay, while her smile and hand-holding suggests she's the ever-loving, ever-doting new bride. Their chance at happiness is within reach, but Brock and Lily can't get past their mutual distaste for each other, until their lies force them to consider each other as more than enemies. Will the facade of a marriage be exactly what they need to realize the best match they can make this holiday season is with each other? If you get a chance, please leave an honest review and share how you feel for Taylor and Roman.